Hello, hello. This should be live now. Hold up, I'm going to share. All right, this should work now. Hello. Okay, perfect. Amateur stream over here. Still an amateur streamer. Hold up. Okay, here we go. Okay, you should be able to see me. You should be able to hear me. Can you all hear me okay? Yes, you can? Perfect. All right, okay. I am... Your audio is good? Okay, that's good. I'm currently in a hotel room on a 2 laptop setup. Haven't really done this before away from like my PC setup, so there may be some technical hiccups, but we are trying. We're just going to take it one step at a time. Um, as some of you may have seen, um, it was just announced just now. I've joined MET, the the hoodie I've been teasing for a while. No, I am not on Liquid. No, I'm not on Apex. That was just a troll. I am staying in North America for now. This would be my 6th year, I think, with a North American team. My third one in Valorant. So, yeah, it's exciting. I think the first thing I'll say is a big thank you to Don, Psycho, and Marco. Those guys have had my back for the longest time now. They supported me through my exit tenure with Rainbow Six, and then both of them wanted me to move over to Valorant. We obviously had a great year in Valorant in 2022. Don and myself went off to Sentinels, but even during my stint in Sentinels, those guys were, they were always like checking in on me, seeing how I'm doing, um, just kind of keeping that connection going. And yeah, like Marco's been saying the word family a lot. Like they do feel like family. So I'm very grateful to have, such supportive figureheads in the scene who I've not only cared about me, but just in general, just care a lot about Valorant and esports in general. There is obviously like a lot of things planned. I'm really excited, and yeah, like this just felt really right. This will be like a new step in my career too, so I'm excited for some new challenges. So yeah, I guess what I was planning on doing is just kind of like talking, answering some questions, saying hello to you guys, and then watching the KC Navi game, which should be starting in like 10-15 minutes. The Actually no, it won't be actually because BBL GX is still on, I believe. If I'm correct, it's 1-1. It should be. So we can watch that, and then yeah, we can watch KC Navi afterwards. I got a little bit ahead of myself with the stream, so hold up, let me change that just now. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Hold up, let me catch up. Joe, we think laptops is dive. Yeah, it's what we have to do, man. It's what we have to do. I couldn't really ship my PC back across the water. It cost too much. So, thank you for the congrats. MAT is sending this year. Yeah. Okay. So, if there's a third back-to-back second at Ascension, I think everyone might cry. So, uh, are we picking up our roster or invited? I can't talk about a plan so far. We do have something cooked, but that's not my place to say right now. I am very optimistic for the long term, though. Hold up, let me change this stream title real quickly. Apologies, BBL. Did not mean to dish you like this. GX. Boom. Okie dokie. Bro, it's not GX believer. Hey, I was a little bit busy. That West Side kid, though, he is disgusting. He's actually going crazy. Um, he's been having a game so far. Been really, really impressed. Yeah, he's like 34 and 32. I know kills and everything, but like playing Senti on maps like Lotus and Haven, like there's a lot on your shoulders to perform, and he's like pulling it off. I saw his clutch on Lotus as well. It was pretty disgusting. All right, hold up. I am like multitasking like crazy. Okay, we're looking good. There's still hope for your Preds. Yeah. How's everyone's? Okay, so the first thing I would say is this. Okay, let's do some promo. Let's get some promo out of the way. So, first things first. I have had a Discord for a long time. It's been a little bit inactive because I've been a little busy this off season, but I am looking to change that. Most of you are actually from this Discord. By the way, I need to promote this on Twitter. Can you guys just give me a second to catch up with myself? I'm absolutely awful at this. You guys talk amongst yourself for a second while I catch up. Okay. All right. Twitter can wait. That's going to be a shitstorm for a little bit. I'll need to catch up with that. He's Polish. Yes, I was about to say, Kay, you'll be happy another Polish star is rising. He's doing incredible. Take my time, Short King. That's foul. That's foul. Some say I'm shorter than Boostia. Anyways. Okie dokie. Okay, let me see where this game's at. Okay, they're still in pause. Um, Okay. All right. First things first. So I've been teasing this hoodie for a while. Love it. It's a cream hoodie. As to kind of pair with today's announcement, if you use code Drew DREW, all in capitals, I'm not sure if that matters or not, but if you use that at the M80 shop, you can get yourself your own cream hoodie if you wish, or you can get yourself something else from the store. So this is us here. That transition, wow. So I've got this right now. I've also got like the chain as well with like the old branding. It's pretty cool. You can get yourself a Lake t-shirt if anyone likes Counter Strike. This guy's insane. And yeah, there's some other stuff too. So if you want some like late Christmas presents or some new colors for the new year, or you want to support, pick yourself something up. You know how it is. AMAT sticking around, and yeah, if you use code Drew, you'll get 20% off. So you get yourself a wee discount. Supports me, supports the new team, and I definitely very much appreciate it. You like the cream hoodie? Yeah, I was actually supposed to bring the chain today. I completely forgot. I had to bring like a million things. The chain was not something that made it across. Okay, a couple of other things. Okay, I'm also going to talk about this as well. So I will be launching a Patreon, which may come as a surprise. You might be like, okay, what's the point of a Patreon? You've got a full-time job, you're coaching now. The reason for doing this is I would like to provide a structured way to give you guys some behind-the-scenes content. So this is in pounds right now. It's around $5 for the Americans in chat, around €5 as well. If you would like to be a member, you'd get things like some blog posts. You guys might remember I did some at Champs. You'd get some post-match Q&As. My post-match Q&As will be moved to here now. I used to do them in my Discord, but I'm going to do them here just because it's just a little bit more of a controlled environment, which allows me to do a lot of the things I'd like to do. Like have my camera up more regularly, just kind of like know who's in chat. And it gives you guys a way to like save up and ask some questions as well. If you do not want to join, that's completely fine. You won't miss out on Q&As entirely. The AMA section of my Discord will still exist. And like you'd be able to ask questions there wherever. But in terms of like actually providing some questions for the Q&As, especially in the post matches or like the monthly AMAs, this is the place to be. You'll also get some snippets of content. Maybe like after matches, I'll do like a quick like video on my phone, just kind of like airing out some of my thoughts, or maybe grabbing the player and kind of like getting them to talk about stuff as well. Yeah, and you get like a special little role in my Discord as well for joining. And then I've got 3 other tiers here. People have been asking me for coaching, and obviously I'm going to be working full time with M80, but what I do plan to do is set aside a few hours per month to do some individual coaching. So this will cover both players and coaches. And there's also an extra tier for team coaching. I currently only have 3 spots for this as per my time. But it will be something that, again, I'll be able to like apply a couple of hours a month to. And as long as I schedule my time properly, it shouldn't be a problem. And it just kind of allows me to kind of give back in a way too. So if you are interested in that, the link for this will be in my Twitter bio. I have like a little link tree. And yeah, that will give you all the information there. So, yep, that's kind of cool. Let me catch up on chat. You got to cop everything. What's up, Fantis? Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys doing? What's new? I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces in here, so I appreciate you guys. Oh, I had actually planned to stream this on Twitch. You may be wondering why am I not doing this on Twitch. My dumbass got myself locked out of my own Twitch. Completely my fault. So I do plan to do some watch parties this week. Just where I've got like a little bit of free time. Obviously working with a North American team, it allows me to do a little bit something with my day before we get into those kind of hours. So yeah, when I have some time, I'll be doing all of that stuff as well. But I'll probably be doing that on Twitch. Okay, dokie, right. I tell you what, I'll stop the yapping for now on all of that stuff. Let's talk about some of these games. So, you guys will have to kind of catch me up a little bit with I guess how like some of these games have been going. I've been a little bit busy, so I haven't been paying full attention to what's going on. And obviously let me know how the levels are too. Yada yada. Thank you for the congrats. This BBL comp is crazy. I agree. Up my mic and desktop output as well. I could up my mic. I don't want to boost the gain like crazy. I could just bring it a little bit closer to me. And I can turn it up here as well. Do I think teams would be paying Teo for kickoff, or is it last minute still? I think I definitely think Teo is extremely playable. Let's just say that. It kind of just comes down to whether or not teams have enough time to implement what's going on. Hold up, let me... I'm going to turn this down a wee bit. I'm not very good at like kind of talking over commentators. Just like absolutely destroys my brain. But yeah, I do think Teo will be played. I just don't think that every team will want to implement Teo this late. It is a bit of a macro shift. There are like a lot of things you have to consider when playing with and against the Teo. But there definitely will be some teams that take the plunge, and there'll be other teams that will kind of like these guys. You know, they're not really shaking things up too much. They're just kind of sticking to what they've been practicing this entire offseason. So I think it'll depend on the teams a little bit. But I'll be very surprised if no teams are playing Teo. The character is very strong. Well, I'm just going to get rid of this for now. You don't need my pen on the page. Someone's got to get the EMEA overlays. That's fine. We could deal with that another time. You can barely hear the game. I can turn it up. Is that a little bit better? Thank you, Isaiah. I appreciate that. We're streaming on YouTube. Yeah, I got myself locked out of Twitch. Okay, so yeah. Whoops. It's fine. I'll be back in a couple of days.
Just 31 HP. You can't expect a lot from this man. Utility not there either. This guy's just got a ghost, making ghosts of his opponent. Cloud already down. Gate crash, I don't think is where he wanted it to go. Fake TP, not going to do much. Already tapped once. They should be worried at this point about it being stuck, swinging out, confirming it's not. Loon has got another. And what we said before, 3K or they lose the round, and with 30 HP, he still delivers. Fair play. Good start for Loon's Yoru.
This is the thing. You had the last map where you had yourself a single Turkish duelist, and you went, you know what? That hasn't worked out. Let's choose the one that sounds like a Sentinel and put it onto the second one.
Okay, so yeah, so like I said, I saw like the comps, I saw like some of like the flow of the match so far, but I've missed a lot of the details. So what's been standing out to you guys so far? Give me a little crash course on how Lotus and Haven went. Been a wee bit too busy to lock in fully.
Push from the defensive side, but they are walking into a flash. Has been used up a little bit early from back. Good for him to clear the control, but now he's seen that they're there. Luckily, he's being cautious and won't be caught off guard by this squad. Running it back and leaving a wall that if one of them runs through, they'll be isolated. At least two of them get out. Unfortunately, there is a welcoming party. Oh, cool. In case they didn't know.
BBLs look good today. Past him after being rather standard. Yeah, it's about like in terms of like the comps, this is kind of what I was talking about. Like these teams have been practicing a little bit. They've been pretty active in the off season. So for them, not changing as much as possible will give them probably the best chance for kickoff. So sure, like it may feel like a surprise that they haven't changed up too much, but like when you think about it in terms of like a preparation standpoint, it kind of makes sense.
Just allows your duelist player to almost earn a few style points here and there. For BBL, maybe there was a moment in the early fights that this was away from them, but it is looking like a very easy round.
Yeah, I've kind of been giving away a few things in terms of like what tweets I've been liking in response. I mean, obviously, like my connection to M80 is like I said at the start, like it's always there, right? Like whether I've been on the team or not. So it was nice to finally make it official and actually be working with them. But yeah, like Marco and Don are great. So even if I wasn't with them today, if I'd gone somewhere else, then yeah, like they still would have been extremely close like friends of mine.
Scenarios that doesn't matter too much. I
But
think
yeah,
it
this
is
has been
important
something
to
that I've been
understand
working on with them behind the scenes for a while
really
now. So
see too many kills go the way of Sociable. Obviously, that tour de force is the major value, but as you mentioned, right, having that dimensional
sup,
drift
Don?
online,
MET is
the
okay.
more space
Yeah,
that you
Don.
can take
It's all right.
to set up
It's all
Sociable,
right.
who has been given that rifle and has now been had
Yes,
his
it's good to be back with it's
maybe having a
good to
few
be back
other
with
ideas
Psycho
of
for
what they're
sure.
going to be doing here.
The distribution changing as we go. Purpo right up in their face. Won't find anybody.
You decide to see what we come up with. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, now's as good a time as ever to cook. And you know, if you guys believe anything from my tenure in Impact and Sentinels, then you'll know I like to cook. So
But take a look at where the spike is still sitting outside.
all I'm saying is 7 maps of deadlock. I'm only kidding.
Interesting space, and you can see the defense
Listen, the deadlock's kind of good, and people are starting to run the deadlock now. That's all I'm saying.
has himself the spike. It doesn't matter though. Again, Prophet shines when they need him to. He falls. That's the spike in the defender's hands. You're retaking it with weak weapons. Instead, there's now 2 guns on the floor.
All right. So one thing I will say is I've noticed these guys have kind of been winning their bonuses pretty consistently so far, especially on attack.
The only good thing is that Westside was close by. When the turret went down, he immediately fills in the space. Sees that nobody.
All right, let me bring this pen up. I'll lock in a little bit on the game.
Don't over-rotate. They don't panic and go to the B side. Instead, they're still sat here, waiting for this push to inevitably come through. BBL not expecting to see so many numbers after dropping runner. They might think that it's nice and open, that it's free, but now they know it's not. Tamazi doing more damage. Profect to 45 and a 2v2. Steps hurt though, and Yumpy caught.
Yeah, I'll get my Twitch. I'm expected to get my Twitch account back in the next day or two. So it's whatever.
This wall. He may even have just been spotted. I just saw a ping go down. They know where he is. They know where he's coming from.
When can we expect roster announcement on using the teams? In due time. In due time. I'm very excited to get into all that stuff, but that's for a future date.
Fantastic signing. I don't think there's any doubt about it. The fact that this was 2 players with rifles looking to try and take him out, and he wins that battle with the sniper, the individual skill there, but then also being able to reposition late into the round for that ultimate and just hold on in the end. Like, it seems like a safe pair of hands in so many scenarios where rounds could slip away if he's not.
6-1 right now on the Astra. Not a bad start for BBL as they put GX down to.
Okay, so it looks like so far this FiZe has been leveraging a lot of these early flashes mid. We saw a round ago as well that they were even putting this fallback wall, which is kind of good. It allows you to kind of like solo fight mid, kind of get a little bit of information more than anything else. You're not actually trying. So these guys stop zooming in on the map for a sec. You're not really looking to like fight these angles solo. It's just more yeah, you're more just trying to get the information, and then you always have the options to kind of fall back, and you've got this wall kind of supporting you, which is good. And then meanwhile, the chamber can leverage its Astra Star to get into this position, and you'll always have like some kind of fallback thing. So that's kind of like a default that they've been showing so far. Just kind of like info here, with this part of the map. But this time they've flipped it. They're just going for a little bit of info here and here, and then pushing down B, which makes sense when you have the gun advantage. Will we do a stream after Team Announce to talk about Rust construction? With Psycho? I don't see why not. It's something that Psycho and Dev did during the Exit and Sentinel times, I believe. So I don't see why not. But we'll deal with that when we get there. 7 maps for Sage. Hey, I actually think Sage could be pretty good in this meta. Maps where you want to like just stop XX because you can't play on site could be pretty good. Who knows?
GX finally finding one. This should have been a big lead for BBL. Instead, it's put to bed early.
Seems like a lot of what the plan is from Sociable's perspective is just almost counter any aggression. Don't allow this defense.
So one thing I will say about this comp is I don't feel like this is like easy to take if you're the attack, like with the kind of comps you get. You have to like burn a few stars. You obviously have to like burn the Vice Flash and everything. But in terms of like actual utility to kind of barrel it into that area, it can be a little bit difficult. So you see in purple is actually just trying to hold this angle passively, kind of taking advantage of the fact that, yeah, like it's just inherently a little bit hard for you just to like full util this entire area and choke and control this orb. This has been a nice mid round though. Chamber got like all of mid for free. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. Well, am I coming back to LA? I'm not fully decided on in terms of like what I'm doing in terms of moving. Like for now, I'm just doing the work remotely. And yeah, we can figure that out in the future.
Eventually there's a trade from Tamazi, but he sort of left isolated from the rest of the players. Yumpy finds that one all too
nice, that was a clean round.
Okay,
what's the link for the M80 shop? If you go to m80.gg /shop, I'll check it in chat. I had like all my commands on Twitch ready, and then I got locked out my Twitch. Tragic. So I've got like no commands. I'm doing this completely dry. What are my thoughts on Vise? I think Vise is really strong right now. I think buffing her was a bit bold, honestly. And yeah, like in a world where Sentinels like Cypher and Killjoy are having their utility destroyed a lot, characters like Deadlock and Vise get a lot more value. And obviously that Vise wall is just insane, so yeah, I think Vise stocks are up at the minute, and honestly I think you could play Vise in pretty much any map. Oh yes, code Drew. I really need to hire someone to do this for me. For $1.
You're not going for someone who has mass VCT experience and has been at the very top, other than say Yumpy. Everybody else has been in the tier 2.
Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? Yumpy? Or is it Yampy? I've always pronounced it Yampy.
Especially are showing that they've definitely got the firepower to go with it, especially against a team that should have that.
Nice, these A splits have been so nice.
Another in-zone flawless to give them their 5th round on the attack inside it. I'm really enjoying that. As I said, that middle control, a lot of teams, especially on low buy rounds, want to have that as a point of contention. Like, okay, we've got pistols.
You bought an exit ship because of the Valor team. Some of the men's are Swifo. Jesus, that's like a long time ago now. It's like back in 2021. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of people that have successfully moved from exit to M80. It's definitely the right decision.
GX are going to go pushing this time. We've seen this before. Purpo has his cloud burst to hide from that reveal. He has been seen though and spammed as a result. Quite a bit of HP down.
Yeah, to see what I mean about like taking this area, it is pretty hard. It's like very easy for the defense to stall. They have a KO knife, they have their own Astra. BBL don't quite have enough utility to just barrage themselves in. And Chamber's just been allowed to just get all of this space. It's interesting how they've been getting all of this space consistently, yet they're still putting the flank wall. I would have thought they'd probably use the wall a little bit more on site for the post, a little bit more. Yeah, and this ult is just makes this ult just makes the flood just pretty much impossible.
An after plant all too easy, and that was something that was always difficult when it came to this B site. Once it gets into post, especially with a man disadvantage, it becomes incredibly difficult.
Yeah, and someone like Loon's
and obviously, like the post plant plans are really nice as well. You have 2 agents that can play on site and then TP out. You have an agent with shocks. You have Razor Vines as well to kind of combo with that if you want, and then obviously you have the Astra Pull to play late.
And it looks like that is the call out of here to the A site. And left in the dust, RGX. This is a 6-1 start for BBL. They may have lost their map pick, the last map in overtime. This map doesn't seem to have any signs of being quite as close of a competition.
No, and the worrying thing as well is that a lot of what got GX back into those games were like, okay, they had a big round off, maybe a low buy or an individual play. They did have that, but it just seemed to go straight back to regular programming from the side of BBL. Like, they didn't really break a sweat. And I am liking just the way that I feel like even though there have been attempts by GX to isolate Sociable, he's been so dynamic in where he's been playing, they haven't caught him. Like they said, they tried to
I won't lie.
he was there the previous
I am
round,
kind of
he's
hoping that the
low,
next match
but
has
he's
a
now
little bit
seen
more experimentation, and I think they have the teams to do it. Like, obviously, we know Navi and Angel like to experiment a little bit. Even Happy himself moving over there. But also KC with Sadak as well. I imagine like a lot of the stuff that was going on loud wasn't just the coaches. There was a little bit of player influence too. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see that.
Leading the charge on this server, and then knowing that they've got players like Loon who've delivered incredible performances. Looking back at map 1, was still, by the way, like I don't know how many rounds went by without Loon getting a kill towards the end.
Yeah, let's try to tidy this up a little bit.
He still ended up top of the scoreboard. This is how much work he put in early. And, well, he's not putting in the work right now. 7-3. That's a very slow start for him. He should be at least 9-3 by now.
Promo code isn't working?
Scared for what's coming.
Okay.
That's true. That's true. But Barrett, again, we have to talk about the fact that a lot of this is firsts for people and picking up agents. And
I'll ask about that real quick.
it's not looked like that at all. If anything, the struggles have come on players that are much more used to their roles. You're talking about Purple and Westside. They are in their element, but it doesn't seem that way, at least for now. We said that about Purple before. Had that comeback already, though. Tour de force, an instant shot. Fresh. Oh, no. That just...
What's happening?
Just delete that round. It never happened. It didn't happen.
We didn't see that fight.
No,
we didn't see that fight.
Just...
And it was a lot of messing around there. Utility being taken.
Alright, I didn't see what happened that round, but I assume they did something aggressive up here to target this chamber. Which is good. I think in general on this map, if you can do something, if you do have the option to do something aggressive but be long on defense, it's always viable to throw it in sometimes. That's something we saw a lot with the double duelist comps on this map not too long ago. When people were playing things like Yoru and Neon, like obviously in the Neon meta, right? But this is a really good reaction. Less than 20 seconds later and they're already on the A side.
They don't seem to have what it takes to stop it. Weaker weapons across the board. Post plant that they're fighting into already lost another.
How have I been? Looks like I've been enjoying myself. Honestly, yeah, I've been enjoying being home and just, I guess, just like having a little bit of time off from work. It's kind of weird. I've been, when I got the news about Sentinels, I was like already like kind of ready to start my off season, and obviously, you know, Kaplan and I, like in 2024, or rather 2023, I guess, like we were straight into our off season to get ready for 2024. So I was like fully preparing for that. So in a way, I was kind of like ready to work and not really ready to take another break. But once I kind of got home and I was around family again, I definitely started to appreciate just having a little bit of time off, a little bit more. Obviously, like the downside to that is being a little bit behind. You know, like there's a lot of these teams like around the world have been practicing a lot. So there will be like an aspect of kind of like catching up a little bit, but I am thankful on a personal note to have a bit of a break, have a bit of freedom to do things. But I'm mostly just excited to get back to, you know, being in the server again. Oh my god, the EMEA account's here. How have you been, Hunters? Are you excited for a new VCT season? It sucks I won't see you around.
Almost killed that man through smoke, which is ridiculous. He keeps on doing this, dancing around, finally put to bed.
As teammates have arrived, but just too little too late. Yumpy trying to get in to help the youngster.
Alright.
Instead,
Kurosumi, the Avengers have arrived with the code.
For the side of GX to capitalize here. There's no omen to retrieve it. An agent that was played almost religiously throughout last year, but Astra...
It's probably looking like a save, unless defense screws up here. There's zero reason for anyone in defense to peek.
You can see what utility is actually available. Prophet might be able to make them some space with the ult, and they are going to invest
Nope, they're actually just going to send it. This is kind of bold. I mean, I guess like going for damage is as good as winning the round.
Oh, nice try from Tomasi to hide, but yeah, they've gotten up close now. Spike retrieved, plant coming through. No one wants to step into that wall, and now Spike plant.
I mean, fair play. They're able to get the plant done. That was a very nice wall as well. Just like a wall just purely just to focus on the plant itself.
Sociable returns the shot, but it's Profect to do it all. Two players lined up. He's got the op. He's going to look to pick them off, but
But yeah, like I say, I mean, they don't win the round. They do some damage. Probably worth going for. I don't hate the call. I mean, these guys are like rich, right? And these guys are just come off an eco. So you do have the opportunity to kind of reset them.
Basically dancing around two opponents going down, and then I think Yumpy falls trying to help him a little bit too late.
I think BBL's comp is better, or is it just GX is fumbling this? I think GX are being allowed... I think GX are allowing BBL far too much space for the agents that they have.
Get that economy popping a little bit more. Purple will keep himself the op for the next round, although
This comp doesn't have enough utility for you to be able to exec from like a distance and snowball it into an exec. You kind of need to be able to have space in order to do your exec. So the fact that defense is just allowing them to have it is not good in my eyes. I like the round where they actually tried to get proactive up here. But it looks like they're just going to put the op now. I'm definitely not going to say one comp is better than the other. I do think the game plan needs to be adjusted though, or I mean, it's 2-7. It's a little too late now, but
to connect on for GX, got to go find their own opportunities. The operator in the hands of Purpo. You have to hope there'll be utility in play.
So here they're just doing. Anyone peeking into these angles is dead. Even a chamber, right? You'd expect a chamber just to get no value there, but they lose belong. So here we go. I'm not sure if they had enough information to call that, or if that was just their call out of spawn, but yeah, they're just going to get beef for free now. Hey, it's working now? Perfect. I appreciate that. Let me know what you get. Yes, you're working with YFP now, Hunters. I saw that. Yeah, I'm interested to see some of those interviews. Make sure you post those on the notice board. If you have like a place where you're uploading those interviews, make sure you you put on there that that you're doing this.
They're behind the wall. The defuse though, the problem already stopped with the grab well in play. The kills though go.
Nice. That was a nice retake. Jesus, this Cloud kid continues to be insane.
By example, with an ace under his belt, GX continue to close the gap.
There could have been so many players in this game to get the first ace in VCT EMEA 2025, and no other than Cloud, someone who I'm sure has been up there before in the statistics. This was one they desperately needed. The hero plays as his teammate looked to defuse, and again, it comes right down to the wire for the side of GX, but a couple of rounds like that, that's exactly what I'm talking about from their side. Get the blood pumping. We've already seen them do exactly this. 4 rounds down, win them out, go to overtime, and just close it.
I think we've never heard Runner get that loud before. I heard his mic peak. We had the wrong compressor on. I'll have to reprogram now. He was hyped up. He was ready to go. Purpo, nice shot.
Give me a second. I need to deal with something.
Hadn't have brought that comb. If he didn't spike his hair, I think he would have survived that. But hey, listen, Sage players relate. 7-3, 2 rounds left to play for in this half, and BBL, despite the opening pick going the other way, they're still getting aggressive. The operator of Sociable, again, opening up these fights, getting so aggressive. And he's now creeping up onto their spawn. Not the usual position you'll see your operator player in, but probably the usual position you'll see Sociable in.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, I feel like usual and his gameplay don't really go within the same sentence.
He's here so fast.
Yeah, he's already managed to bypass the utility that was meant to delay him. Obviously, the rest of the team are looking to try and get there alongside. Westside, a much more passive stance. He has been struggling so far in the defense of this side already. We're going to see the attempted use of that Hunter's Fury, and it has done damage, not only the kill, but also the tag.
Gotta head out. Thank you, Kaiser, for hanging, and for the kind words. Appreciate it. Cloud side are strong on Lotus too. Yeah, I mean, Cloud is just an insane player. Everyone's been talking about this guy as like a top initiator in this region for a while. perhaps like overshadowed a little bit by, you know, the likes of Leo. But yeah, anyone who knows ball knows Cloud is great. All right, so back-to-back rounds with a couple of big 4Ks.
One round to play for, and what was an abysmal start to this map becomes pretty doable towards the end. This could be a neck-and-neck conclusion, or thereabouts.
This seems to be a theme for Purpo, at least. Another start where he, I think he was
You wish TTR, Turtle Troop, still had the roster that they signed with DZ. Oh yeah, like the Stella we did roster, yeah. That roster is really fun to watch. They were really good to scrim against as well last year. They taught us a lot, for sure, on a lot of maps. They were definitely fun to watch. I was kind of sad they didn't complete the run to Ascension, I won't lie. I was definitely pulling for them, especially we did, you know, with all the stuff he was going through.
Caught their opponents off guard a bit with the comp that they brought in today.
Obito, thank you. Let's make Ascensions again. Let's go. We start the marathon again.
It's a great sign seeing GX able to recover from disadvantages, able to fight their way back into some of these rounds, and look at Ace under Cloud's belt just a few rounds ago certainly helps out. Reveal is good. Players spotted. Yumpy is right on them, hot for the kill, but he won't find it in Westside. 2 kills so far in this game, and now he's just doubled up.
That was unfortunate. Yampy missed his shots, which essentially turned into a lineup spray down by this guy.
Done and dusted. And indeed, with it, the half. It's only one man. Sociable, don't you dare. Don't you dare, Sociable. Good. The shot better than the blade.
He didn't pick up the gun.
To play with 4 shots, 3 opponents to take down, and a quick fire rate. It is doable, but it's Purpo on the angle.
Nice. Really nice recovery from Jerks. Honestly, they didn't do a lot of like actual adjustments to their macro, but they certainly got a lot done out of their anchors and their retakes as well. A couple of big 4K rounds. Westside got a 3K. That's the thing, it's like, I mean, even if you don't have like the right kind of like macro approach to maps, you can still rely on your players to have big pop-off rounds like that. Let's not lose in the finals. My heart can take it for a 3rd time. I could do a nade shot, just like pull out the deadlock in like the final. Like pulling out the HBR. I don't know. That's like that's a reference. I'm not sure if people will get. Shout out YouTube Premium. Westside, Purple, and Cloud are underrated. Yeah, I think Cloud's properly rated. I think people know how good he is. I think Purpo's kind of like still on his redemption arc a little bit. I think people were kind of down on him after last year, but he's definitely coming into this year with something to prove. And Westside, again, like he's not someone that I personally am familiar with, but apparently he was tearing it up in the VCLs. So it just seems like a really good pickup, honestly. My King Koala new plays. Oh yes, Gianni's playing too. Yes, that'll be good to watch. Former M80 brethren, Koala Noob and Happy in action soon. Damn, these breaks are not short at all. They're not long, rather. Looks like they've shortened the EMEA ones, which is good.
He would have been able to just teleport back if needed. The attack, though, similarly to their opponents, looking to try and hold on to that middle control. And that's where back, we saw this early on in the last half, we'll try and utilize that wall.
Oh, already up close. I think catching back a little bit off guard. Purpo, though, doesn't land the shots to start with. And enough time there for the trade to come through. West side opening up a bit more space, but still on the site is Loon. Holding his ground for now, but a big challenge comes through, and it's Westside yet again. A good start here in the pistol round for this man. After the second last round being his, but that shock dart, that's going to put him to bed. Back to a 2 versus 2, but post-plant positions and some util still for Tamazi.
That's what a lot of this map comes down to, holding on to those stars. The fact is, though, they have no backline hold. They have no idea that Sociable has gone all the way around. It's not pretty, and he doesn't connect the shots. It gives Tamazi a lifeline to try and hold on to this pistol. Up against Yumpy, but to take things home.
So already we're seeing a pretty cool application of the wall here. So this is a pretty common position for people to play on defense. It helps you, if you like watch Fnatic play, or even like putting a smoke here in the off season, which allows them to kind of connect through to the backside a lot. But here they have the Vise, and with this wall, the setup's really simple. You have your Link player. I can't draw on the map because it's moving. We'll see if they do it beyond pistol. Probably won't. They'll probably switch it up. Aye, so he's doing the wall again. So the setup's very simple. You have the flash. You have this wall here. And it just allows his Vise just to like literally sit here the entire time. They have like their own vines to stop themselves getting pushed on A. They now have some vines with some money here. And as soon as this wall gets activated, because you can't destroy it obviously, he just flashes and this is the free kill. And then he always has support from someone here as well. There'll always be someone in the setup to support this. The reason being is they don't have a KJ, they didn't have passive info, so they have to be constantly keeping an eye on this area. This is like a... They essentially just make it like a 3-lane map at this point. It's kind of cool. That's like the biggest problem with not bringing like a KJ or like Cypher is you just don't have this passive lane watch.
In the last map, what they were 13-9, or sorry, 12-8 down before managing to take it to overtime. It's possible, it's doable. I feel like they need to start doing it now and not lose another round to, well, maybe a sniper or two.
You glad you came to EMEA? You can't wait for the deadlock to run up in 6 maps. Only 6 maps? I was watching a China game recently, and they had Vise and deadlock. I nearly brought a tear to my eye. So look at this, like the double aggro mains here. So here, like they're still looking to kind of anchor slash, you know, like play for kill drips, I guess, on A. Like the Visor's position has really changed. They've just kind of forfeited the util here. And Yo's just looking to burn utility by being in this position. He's not actually looking to die in this area if possible. Yeah, and these vines just like slow everything down, so defense is going to have enough time to coordinate here.
Slaughtering the remaining BBL players. Only Sociable is anywhere near the action.
So BBL will want to try and get a couple of kills here if possible. There you go. I won't lie, Giants kind of got to trade that. Oh wow. Insane. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Chamber should have died a couple of fights ago. But yeah, incredible play by himself. China's been cooking recently? Yeah, I imagine. China didn't even have Teho. Let's wait till they get Teho. We'll have triple initiate comps. When are we dropping the roster? In good time. The roster is Sean Guess, Liggy, TMV, Leo, Faria, and Tens. Yes. We got the true best Leo in the world in Leo Faria as our scam player. And obviously getting Tens was easy, you know, that was already a done deal. He was already on board. How's the Vice looking? Vice looking pretty cool. I'm enjoying the way they're I'm enjoying the way they're kind of playing around these mid areas actually. They're doing a lot to slow down this split, which is making the game plan a little bit harder.
I think he might have his ult.
11-5. Possibly. A couple kills, not a lot of deaths. All right. Double the score already, and it looks to get even worse with BBL making it up to 11. And look, the way that they
Tens is getting paid 6 chicken nuggets a month.
6 replays back to back of just Pipson's face.
I'm now hungry. Which kickoff match am I most excited to watch? Honestly, this next one. I think. I mean, obviously, I kind of want to watch Fnatic for Crashies, you know? Really excited for that. I think everyone is, but I think this next match has, like, the potential for a lot of fireworks, and it would probably be the first match that we kind of get, like, a lot of, like, super creative stuff. So, I'm excited for that. I mean, honestly, there's a lot to be excited for. So.
You're going to have nightmares about it. You're going to be waking up thinking about the Marsh. You're going to be thinking about Sociable. And well, again, like you look at the pickups that have come through from BBL, and I'll be honest with you, they're not necessarily the ones that on paper you're going to be the most excited about. But we have already seen some utterly insane moments. Like, realistically, Prophet could have had about 4 aces in this series already. He's a 4K master, but I don't know if anybody's going to be topping that one for a while. That was so ridiculous.
No, I absolute zero faith that he was going to pick that up.
May get a Pipson cam, please?
Oh, Lord.
Just for the whole 40 seconds.
Spitting like rap.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. The rap god's out.
He's saying, don't worry, guys, it's fine. Everything's going.
Oh, yeah, Flo's debut as well. Yes, that'll be good. When does Flo debut, actually? Let me check.
Yeah. He's saying this is actually weird.
That's actually his known saying, love you, Bubs. He says that whenever
It's tomorrow against Gentlemates.
That's what he says.
Oh, really? I'll check that out back.
Nice, that'll be good to watch.
We'll see if that's the case.
I'm going home after this.
The GX.
And then Liquid Koi.
Positions either, Tom. I mean, he's going to have one hell of a rallying speech for them. They're coming into this 11-5.
You need Sadak versus Les. Yes, of course. That'll be interesting to watch. I mean, in general, it'd just be cool just to see some of these imports going head to head. The Team Vitality roster, obviously, like there's a lot of expectation on those guys. So that'll be a fun match to watch. Overlaps with the meeting you have? Oh, that sucks. It's always the way, huh? The Ascension Derby? Yes, I didn't think about that, actually. Is that happening in Americas? No, it's not. 2G and G2 are on the same side of the bracket, I think, but they're not matching up this early.
They didn't catch him. He's actually been able to set up for a second bite of the cherry. This is not going to be something that he
what are they?
without a serious
Do I have that
fight,
wrong?
especially with this ultimate shocked and ready to go. GX know that. Don't want to challenge it. Move it in the other direction instead.
No, I don't.
Make their way into spawn. If they want to avoid Loon, that will be difficult. It's got a gate crash down for the A site and will be omnipresent regardless of where that hit comes through.
Hey, thanks, Peter.
BBL, having given up a lot of control around Art, having let them into the spawn potentially, they give up A, instead pushing into...
Very random question. What do I think about Sato from Glories? I remember watching him play during Ascension. I think he's absolutely cracked. His neon looked insane. His neon, along with like Dante Deuce, those guys were looking so nice in the neon. They were very fun to watch in Ascension for sure. You're gonna miss talking to me and Crashies the most. Oh, appreciate that, man. You'll have to come out to an event. Come out to Paris. I'm definitely going to be making Paris. It's like right across the water from me. What's the goal for the upcoming year? To win another trophy. I don't care what trophy it is. I want that winning feeling again.
Still then have to streak 6 rounds in a row with no ults. So it's one of those scenarios where it's like, okay, maybe we can win off ults in this round, but we can't do it next round. Nasty little setup from back.
Sociable still getting aggressive early, tanking a couple shots from the turret, hoping someone would peek him. Now that he's given away that the office here, you don't think they will.
He didn't take a shot, did he?
Chance right there.
Wrong button. If he clicked the other button, he's dead.
Well, thankfully he didn't. And GX.
Doesn't matter though, because they got this guy inserted, and as soon as Chamber shows himself, they're gonna think mid is clear.
So much information. No one's
Never mind, it doesn't happen.
Hey,
Just walk into him.
down. And if they can get into a close plant, that's going to make things quite a bit easier. Luke's actually going to... I thought he was going to...
Yeah, that's completely fine. And he TP'd like so far away as well, they won't have the info. So they don't currently know where the Yoru is. They'll probably assume he's on A just because of like the setup on B, but you never know.
Might be to rotate. In fact, it's the opposite. Loon is now re-pushing that angle again and
Hold
checking
up.
bar for double that it's still clear.
Interesting that they are moving towards the B side. After seeing that A aggression was cancelled and the players went back, you'd maybe think that the stack is going to be on the other side. But as we can see, they're avoiding the mind games. BBL have stacked A. It's
Oh.
They're not finding anything.
Sociable who stood to defend the B site. A lone ranger, but he lands his shot with precision and out for more. But Tamazi puts him to bed. Still, a 3v2.
So I guess Tamazi is just playing full-time controller now, huh?
He was on 30 HP. He's got the spike, and now a chance if he can get the plant in. Hunter's Fury for the post plant, but with just 30 HP.
Was he doing that last year?
Hot on his heels. It's the shock dart out, and it won't land the kill. But Hunter's Fury
It doesn't matter. It's done.
in fact,
It's
at
done.
the time runs dry.
GG.
BBL 13-5, a close series on map 1 and 2. Lights out performance from this squad on the final.
Well, let's put it
Alright, give me a second. I need to sort this light out.
tier lists. This team's probably near the bottom. You look at the fact they've got a stand-in, some youngsters even had some problems getting here on time. You know, it was tough for BBL to start off this season. It didn't look that tough. They've had showstoppers throughout every single map. First, we started off with Loon, the youngster, 18 years old, going crazy in map number 1, even most of map number 2. Profek showed it in the last 2 maps. He was massively impressive, but let's be real. It was Sociable who stole the show at the end. That chamber operator is something, well, not even the operator, Marshall. It's going to give nightmares to every single player on GX for the foreseeable future. What a statement to start off this season.
Yeah, I mean, coming into so many of those rounds, I thought I knew what to expect, but both teams proved me wrong every step of the way.
Midway through, it's like, oh, this is a 2v5. There's no way this could go wrong. Oh, he's trying to no-scope them with a Marshall. How could that? Oh, it worked. It worked. Everything worked.
Sensational play. And BBL, well, they've proven us all wrong. We had our doubts about what they deliver, but my goodness, they have left us speechless to close that one out. A 2-1 at 13-5 on the final map. And this squad now set up as serious contenders for whoever comes up against them. Not only that, but they've shown us that they've got some new and interesting ideas of how to play some of these maps. A good flair to open up the VCT EMEA season. And like you said, Sociable, sure, he delivered at the end, but I just want to highlight that the feeling of that last map was that Loon did nothing. And he's 13-10.
Yeah, he did
That's
fine.
a good game for most players, yet that was him. Map 1 and 2, he was unbelievable. I can't wait to see what else he's going to do as this season goes on.
Yeah, I think for GX, obviously, this is now a road to the lower bracket. Although, if you play the next match and lose, you end up in the same spot. So it may not be the worst thing. Arguably, tougher opponents could be.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We're still figuring out what's going on in terms of like where I'll be, but it doesn't matter if I'm coaching in person or remote coaching. Like, I'll still be able to do my job just fine. So you can figure that out in time. You'll be going to Toronto? Man, I'd love to go to Toronto. I haven't actually been to Canada yet, and I have a lot of reasons to go. So.
I was expecting Turkish guys to carry me this hard, so I would say yes. So
Will you wear the kilt if I'm remote?
first time playing on the stage like this, of course. So it was
I mean, I'll probably just wear something comfortable, right?
played Valorant for a long time, so coming here is
If I have to be on cam, maybe I'll wear it, but I don't see any need to. I'll just wear team branding.
to get the same stuff that he's giving to BBL. So yeah,
And,
it was fun.
and speaking of how you got here with BBL specifically, how long have you had? When did you get the news that you will be coming to Berlin and so on?
So I was just working, like IRL work actually, not Valorant anymore. And Chiva calls me, Paul calls me, everyone calls me. VAC, yes or no? And I basically had to say yes, I guess, because it's an opportunity I cannot miss. And yeah, it just basically like one day before the deadline, maybe
Oh,
like
wow.
12 hours. So yeah.
Are you still working? You still have a job?
Now I quit everything to come. Yes.
Yes, Vag, I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Now, of course, Chiwa was your teammate at one point as
Yes.
well. Do you think that contributed to him maybe having that trust with you and wanting you to be a substitution for him specifically?
I think that's the main reason. Like BBL contacted me. It was because of Chiva. He knew me from Hukar, so he knew how I play. We had kind of the same mentality with Chiva. I was playing his role in the past, like in the last team for like 7 months. So I still have some stuff from the last team, of course, and everything. But it was mainly from
You said the team of the sub wins.
and yeah.
Who was the sub again?
Comfortable. I remember around on Haven when you go to destroy the lockdown. So cool,
No,
calm,
it wasn't that.
collected, no stress, no stress. But I wanted to ask you how you contribute to this team from maybe even a leadership perspective, because you have experience calling, being that figure on the team. So do you feel like that's what you've been doing with Yumpy as well?
I think it's mainly with the setups, with the information, presentations, I think as well. Maybe
Here we go.
around helping them somehow with flashes, with traps, with camera, giving them information.
Vac.
And yeah, just doing sentinel work, to be honest. Nothing special, I would say.
And in terms of
I mean, fair play. I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, statistically, he had a rough game.
to know that you had to play
Especially when you compare it to, like, his opposite number. Especially after 2 maps. Obviously, I mean, everyone had, like, a bit of a rough, like, map 3, but... Yeah, like, you don't care about going -19 if you're a sub and you're helping your team win, right? Like, all they'll care about is the fact that they got the win. What matters is the big numbers at the top, right?
Do you enjoy it? You like playing
Lewin had a great game. I think this guy was a bit of a surprise to everyone. I think most people are like, oh wow, like this guy's here to play. Man, like the Turkish region is just so deep.
It's just too new. And last question before I let you go. Your next game is against Fnatic. And for people that don't know this, I mean, you've been there since day one. You played against Summon FC.
Can you have a right gun, buddy?
You have history.
Am I a right dev?
What do you make of a new roster, and what do you think about your chances going up against them?
Actually, I'm not sure about the rest of it. I know they got Hero, right?
Not anymore. They have Crashies and Kayak.
No
Yeah.
clue.
Oh, okay. You don't have a problem. Don't
But
worry.
the rest of my Turkish guys, so
Yeah, Fnatic could be tough.
played it again.
That'll be their first match as well, right?
So good as well. So definitely give yourself some kudos. But thank you
Yeah.
very much for joining
When
me.
is this? The 17th? Couple of days.
See you in a
Couple of days, first match. Nice.
Well, that was the
It's not too
first game
bad.
of the day. Can you believe it? We have another one coming up. Do not go anywhere, because KC will be taking the stage against Navi right after this.
How did you not know Sassy has a YouTube channel? I have no idea. I don't know how you didn't know that. He's like one of the bigger esports like streamers in Brazil. Like I think he sits at like what, like 10k average at the minute. I mean, obviously there's some big Brazilian streamers, but like Sassy's up there too, and has been for a while. Of course, he's got his social sorted and his content rather. Yeah. Yeah, the draw does look pretty bad, huh? Because if they lose this, they go to here. So yeah, you're right. They'll get like whoever's kind of coming out here, and there's a lot of big teams in here. Alright, look at this. Vitality, Foot. One of these teams is going to be good, right? Surely. Liquid should be good. And one of them is going down to here. So, yeah, you're right. They have got like a tough run. EMEA is low-key pretty stacked, huh? It's crazy what happens when you import some NA talent. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Alright, I guess I'll take this time, since we have a break, to promo some stuff. So, like I was saying earlier, we got the code to work. Okay, so if you would like to pick yourself up some M80 stuff, if you use code DREW, that's DREW, you will get 20% off. So you can get yourself this, or the chain, awesome hats. You know, I'll be like getting a hat myself as well as a fellow hat wearer. There's some good t-shirts in here too. I have this one here. I'm not wearing it today, but I do have it. It's like a Lake t-shirt here. If you like CS, there's the old school M80 branding chain, which I have too. Yeah, so there's plenty here. And again, code Drew, you get you get 20% off. Code Abito for 100% off. Apparently, you could try it. You try it. If it works, it works. You never know. Also, I've launched my Patreon. There will be a link in. Just go to my Twitter bio for now. In fact, let me put my entire link tree in here. But yeah, like my Patreon being there. So if you're interested in supporting me in this way, you can. You'll get some behind the scenes stuff. I haven't actually posted on this yet, which is probably not a good idea. I probably should have something on there. But yeah, if you're familiar with like some of my vlogs, some of my blogs from before, this is where I'll be doing them. So things like post-match Q&As will be here now, monthly AMAs, some like behind the scenes, like kind of like short videos, or like, you know, maybe talking about some process or like some like deeper thoughts, some blog posts if I'm like traveling or something like that. Yeah, you'll have access to all of that. And then there's some extra like coaching tiers if you're interested. Extremely limited in terms of spots because of my time availability. But it'll all be there. I'll also be launching my Notion, which I will demo for you guys right now. So if you're currently working as a coach, I have designed a Notion template, which should cover all of your needs. So I want to achieve two things with this. Notion is back. Yes, Notion is 100% back. I love this product. So I've created a command, and commands aims to achieve two things. The first thing it aims to achieve is being like a second brain as coaching staff. So everything from your calendar to your tasks will all be here. Your scrims will be here. Your playbook will be here. Your lineups will be here. All your opponent preparations, your game plans, your scrim results, your targets, everything, like the VODs you're studying, your coaching resources, everything is going to be in here. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to give you all of that. You need to put it in yourself. But the framework is there. And the second thing it aims to achieve is breaking down the friction between coaching resources and players. Now, I'm just going to call a spade a spade. Pro players aren't the most organized creatures in the world. You know, they are very good at shooting heads and being incredible at the video game, and that's why we love them. But sometimes it can be hard for a coach to, you know, to give them resources and like, you know, direct them to the right strategy links and the lineups and stuff like that. So what I've done is I've created shareable pages that will hopefully make this a little bit easier. You just give them a link. The link has their name on it. All you have to do as a coach is just keep it updated in terms of their targets, their strategies, their one-on-one notes, their calendar. And this all links obviously to like the larger project, you know. So like if you make like a target on the homepage, it'll pop up here as long as you label it correctly. And this way they only have to click a link and everything that they need will be there. So this is like great, especially if you know, like I say, like struggle to kind of get players like out of Discord, or like they don't have to like sign up for Notion, or, you know, deal with like another third-party app, which, you know, I know can be really annoying for people sometimes. And then you can have all of your important links to here, like your playbook and, you know, maybe like some coaching resources. So I created this as a result of kind of like my experience of the last 5 years. And this will be available. It's not available right now. I still have like a little extra testing and I'm fixing to do. But this will be available in my Notion too, and I'll promote it a little bit more in my Discord when I have time. So again, if you're a coach and you're looking for a better way to organize yourself and your team, this is a great place to start. So that's my hashtag promo for now. Couple of other things. You guys might know Yaya Yazzie, the Sentinels artist. She does all the chibis. I have new stickers. Woo! Check these out. These are sick. So I've got like my Madrid one here. And these are like currently in my Discord, by the way. I had them ready to go on my Twitch, but I am not on Twitch at the minute because I locked myself out because I'm a dumbass. But these are available in my servers. I might make them into actual physical stickers just because it's pretty inexpensive to do. Here's one of me working with one of my cats. It's me in the kilt with my guitar. Guitar's back there, actually. Me and my cats. Yeah, so these are all like super, super cute. And yeah, when I wanted some, when I was like looking for like stuff like this, like some Twitch emotes and like some stickers and stuff, like Yaya Yazzie was an easy choice because she does incredible work for Sentinels. And yeah, like I just really enjoy her art style. So yeah, these are cool too. What's up, Brandon? You're not farming me at all. You're not farming me at all. I guess while I'm here as well, if you guys want to see some of this photo shoot as well. So you guys might have like noticed I was like teasing Liquid. I got like a photo shoot done with like a blue background. It like contrasts with the yellow really well. So that's where this came from. So it was like some more of those headshots from there. I got some with like the kilt as well. Oh, like these are the ones with like the I really like these ones because it's like it's kind of got like the, you know, like the gun skin like kind of aura when you're like the top frag. It's kind of cool. It's got like the light thing in the background. I had a buddy in Glasgow do these. But what I wanted to show you was actually not these ones. These ones. So like these are the ones I got done with like the kilt, which is kind of cool. And I've got like the M80 t-shirt on as well. So I'll post some more of these another time. I didn't want to like show them all, but yeah, that's some stuff. And then obviously make sure you guys are, I mean, most of you here will be in my Discord already, but if you aren't already, make sure you join my Discord. It has been like a little bit quiet recently while I've been, you know, working behind the scenes, but I do plan to be reviving it a little bit more and just doing some more stuff in general. Like I plan to kind of up my content game a little bit. I do a little bit more streams, kind of convert them into shorts, some TikToks and stuff like that. It's one of those things where like I've not really had the time to develop it as of now. So it's kind of like hard to kind of show you what I've been working on, but yeah, it's definitely something I kind of want to focus on alongside my coaching stuff this year. So I'll be promoting that a lot throughout the year once stuff starts to develop in that direction. And in the meantime, again, if you go to that link tree, like all of my stuff is there if you want to keep up with it. So I do plan to move back to Twitch to stream. I'm only doing this because I got locked out, as I've said like a million times now. I just wanted to get a stream up and running today to kind of talk M80 and watch the games. But I will be going back to Twitch once I have control of my account again, which will be great. Anyway, let's listen to this interview for a bit.
Some bigger changes, right? They brought in other players to get you from Na'Vi, for example. Do you
Don't
feel
go back
like
to Twitch.
maybe they haven't had enough time to be the team that N necessarily wants? You know, they like to play weird stuff sometimes. They like to do new things. As Billy mentioned, role changes. You got Sentinel players coming in here that might not even play Sentinel agents. Have they had enough time?
I think for sure. I think you saw it with last year's case. Already they won the kickoff right away, so I think they have time. I think it's more about exactly the roles, that how comfortable. I think they can play the role in a normal match, but it's just more about the comfortability, because I think Sugetsu and Elite were both playing kind of the same role, right? And they are both insane in it. So if we look at the offseason, Sugetsu was on smokes, and it's just more about how comfortable he can be, because he's insane on the Sentinel, so it's more about the comfortability when it comes to stage matches.
And of course, they got a big opener. They have to play against Na'Vi, and we talk about how Sadak is a great leader and a great IGL. Billy, I mean, Angel's been here even longer.
It's cool to see Billy up there, by the way. Like Billy's one of like this small group of people from the UK that's been grinding really hard. Like they do all the Red Bull events and stuff, so it's really nice to see her get a call up.
They're two of probably the best in the world. So yeah,
it's kind of sad, like with Steel moving on to CS, and Hypox not being like well enough. It's yeah, like it's kind of sad that that's happened, but at the same time, it is nice to see some fresh faces as well, to get some opportunities. I love Hypok, by the way. I met him at Madrid. He was super chill to talk to. Hope he gets well soon.
My question is, do we think Shao should do it, or do we think Angel should do it?
And Ash too, yeah.
A little bit of a crazy person to do it, so I think Angel should be in it. Because I think Angel has the playstyle, you know, because Angel is not afraid of doing anything. So if you have someone like Angel playing like this kind of agent, I think it's just about the comfortability, and I think Angel is comfortable with every agent because he's just so confident of doing stuff like he believes in his like a theory of like any agent or any comp. So I would put it rather on him than on Shao.
Yeah, I mean, I know here Angel was your pick earlier, but this is another like probably out there take. It might not be out there. Hero, potentially.
Wait, I just got a follow.
You need to micromanage with the agent. That's the
Gonna derail this for a second. I just got a follow back from Fabian from Rainbow, the actual GOAT. My life is complete. I can retire now. Love that dude. I've been dialed out of the rosters for EMEA. Yeah, that's the same. Like there's been like such a it's been such a switch up actually. Okay, they're just not showing the KC roster. Cool. Yeah, like I forgot Sugetsu was on this team, for example. Like this team is like low-key stacked. Like Martin had a good year. Obviously, like Sadak, right? They've got like a couple of like Elite was pretty good. Like this guy's supposed to be pretty good as well. And then obviously like Sugetsu is like, in my opinion, has been a top 5 player in the world for like the last like 3 years, in my opinion. Like he's certainly like top 2 in his role. So yeah. And then obviously like Navi's like one's the team that didn't change as much. I mean, they've kept 2 players. Actually, they have changed a lot, but I feel like the identity of Navi will stay similar. They obviously got Hero, which is big. It's cool to see Gianni play as well. And apparently Ruxic again, just like another Turkish star just coming to the fore. Like what percentage of pro players in the EMEA are Turkish at this point? So many. And then Liquids. These guys should be pretty good. You'd think they have like a pretty high baseline anyway. And then this will be like a fun team to watch. And then Apex, obviously, like the highlight here is Fluorescent. What's his flag? Vietnam. It's pretty cool. I don't know what you guys think, but I personally like how there's no region restriction for the Game Changers players. I think that's a pretty good allowance, I would say, just in terms of like increasing the opportunities. But it also puts Apex in a position where they're not completely screwed because their import coach can play last minute, which is nice. Huge barrier of GT, yeah, exactly. And then yeah, like M8, this is another exciting roster. These guys are looking good, especially on paper, and obviously like Zipan, very highly rated player. So it'll be interesting to see like where this team in particular kind of sits, because I do know that this team, this wasn't a team put together overnight. There was a lot of thought put into this. There was a lot of trialing. They've got Go Kids as their coach now, who, you know, I know to be extremely passionate, a very solid coach indeed. So I expect this team to be well coached and well put together. It'll just see like how they stack up as a team, right, in terms of their firepower. And then Vitality. I mean, look at this team. You got Durka and Les together. You've got what most people would put Durka and Les in their top 5 players in the world, and they're on the same team now. And then Trex has always been like pretty highly rated. Safe has been a great player for a long time. Kicks, I can't really comment on, honestly. Don't know quite as much about Kicks as I do about the other 4. But yeah, again, this is like a super team on paper. This team should be insane. But at the same time, they've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders as a result. If it didn't change that much, I think they just put Zeus in. Otherwise, they're pretty solid team. Pretty solid top 4 team the last couple of years. And then obviously like Fnatic themselves. We know what to expect for them. So yeah, EMEA is like low-key kind of cracked. I think they've definitely like raised the competitiveness, I guess, of this region again on paper. But you never know what's going to happen. Like things don't always go as you expect. It's funny. I went to go do my pick'ems, but I can't log in because it's connected to my Twitch. So no pick'ems from me.
Maybe we have some, new viewers that haven't watched VCT EMEA before. How would you kind of sum up our league, Yumpy? To the importer players, to the maybe fans from across the pond. What can they expect?
I think this year is the first year that there is a lot of talent coming because I think that
Can't wait for SI. Kino being the oldest member of the EMEA. MAT R6 makes me feel old. Yeah, I remember when Kino was just a kid. He's been around for a while now. It's kind of crazy to call him a veteran. But yeah, I mean that's who he is. It'll be. Rainbow's been really fun to watch recently. I'm actually really looking forward to SI. I expect to be very busy around SI, mind, but yeah, it'll be cool to watch a few games in my downtime. I'll probably just focus on the M80 games, to be honest. Just do this position in the Discord, exactly. Axon, again, most of you are from a Discord, so you know this already, but we do have a prediction spot created and hosted by Axon himself. And yeah, like I do like mini prizes at each split. So if you join late, you don't miss out on like the overall kind of year prize. But yeah, it's pretty simple. Before the matches start, you just react to whichever team you think is gonna win, and yeah, like you can test your predictions knowledge, or I guess your luck, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, so you can test your intuition, I guess, in terms of like who you think is gonna win, and see where you stack up against the rest of the server. For reference, I got second overall last year. So, I guess you're kind of competing against me, although it's like kind of not fair. I have like a little bit of insider info on some of these regions, but and also I predicted for Sentinels every single time as well, and we had a pretty good year, so that kind of helped. You're preying on MET's downfall because of Packer? Because Packer, Kino, and Gunner stole Elo in rank last night? Ah, well, I'm sure you'll get over it. What's up, Jenny? Glad to see me streaming again. Yeah, I plan to stream a bit more consistently on Twitch. I'm locked out at the minute. But I just wanted to kind of put my face in front of a camera and say hello for the announcement. You hope Flaw's dominance, that's his incoming, is going to open the door for Noah, Mel, and more. Yeah, there's a few. Like even Bob as well. Like Bob wasn't on like a winning Game Changers team last year, but is still a strong player in their own right. A couple of the Shopify players are really good as well. I was enjoying the Spotlight series too as well. It was cool to kind of see like some mixed teams. Obviously, G2 were just insane.
Like right now, I'm the captain of the team, so it's not just the IGL part, it's also leading the team. And these kind of things, you cannot really see what other people do in a way.
It'll be interesting if Bob returns and kind of fills, like, because I think everyone can like agree that Flo is just undisputed GOAT of last year in the North American region. But if Bob returns to North America at least, because I don't believe Bob is North American, but yeah, if Bob returns, then it'll be interesting to see if Bob kind of like fills that void, like of the GOAT, or if it will be like an existing star that kind of moves into there, like another duelist, or like maybe Noya. It makes any games fair again. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I won't lie. Watching a lot of those Shopify games, it did feel like just floor taken over at times. But I mean, hey, like that's kind of like the Aspas effect as well, right? Sometimes your stars just take over games, and I mean, we had that with Zekken last year. There would be times where like either Tyson or Zach would just pop off, and there's nothing the other team can do about it. So that's why they get paid the big bucks. Oh, I see. Okay, again, that's good. A little bit more flexibility.
see in the
All right, I want to see Tejo and I want to see Fracture.
See it?
Those are the two things I want to see.
What do you think, Yumpy? You got any inside info on what maps you could see?
I mean, for sure, there is teams playing Fracture.
Mm.
I know there are some teams that like to play it previously instead of maybe some other maps, so, you know.
Do one of the teams rhyme with AC?
Maybe,
I'm
maybe.
trying to squeeze out info. But yeah, how about we just find out? How about that? Thank you for sticking with me. And let's send it back down to stage and bring out Carmichael and Navi for the next game.
All right, here we go. I've always found this with like EMEA crowds, like, where is like the attendance? Like, I think maybe like it's just too big a venue, you know? Like the North American venue is a little bit smaller. It makes it seem a little bit busier than it is. I wouldn't be surprised if like the attendance is similar, but like it's just a bigger audience. It's just like a bigger venue. Or maybe it is just that.
For the first time in VCT EMEA, we have not one.
Man, it already feels so weird seeing Gianni like in this team.
Debut here in the Riot Games arena. It is going to be a very, very big first match. There's a lot of expectations for both of these rosters, which means this
Looks like
very, very important.
looks like Casey brought out a new assistant as well, new assistant coach. No Fracture, no Split. Get Abyss. Bind.
I mean, if you want to put a foot down and say we're here. And
Okay,
we're
so
ready,
new
I
maps.
feel like Abyss is one of those ones. So I am really
No new
excited
maps,
to
but
see
two
what
fresh
Air
maps for today,
want
at
to
least.
put out into the crowd with Abyss.
I mean, they've never played Abyss before. Not the previous roster. We haven't.
Audio bounce has been like horrendous. I give them a pass. It's like the first day of the new year. I'm sure they'll fix it. I mean, it's been like better, like throughout the day, I would say.
If you haven't played it, you can just kind of focus on your own game.
Also, Mitch shouts really loud, so it might not be a mic. It might not be a sound problem. It might just be Mitch being really loud and it picking up. Because the casters are probably, I know in like for VCT Americas, like the casters are literally right beside the crowd. So like sometimes that happens too.
Yeah, it's IGL, but I would say also it's mostly the coaches because they can view the whole game, and then if the coaches see patterns or something, and they just call timeout pretty much. And yeah, I think it's
This Daesh guy, by the way, absolute legend. Like he's got crazy energy.
I like Binds, yeah. I'm intrigued to see what roles they're going to play on Bind because that is something
You need that on the team, whether it's a player or a coach. You need someone with like just big energy, like someone. I think Evanes was talking about this with Bonka recently, right? Like sometimes you're just low energy as a team, and you need someone to come in there and just wake everyone up. You know, like Zaish is that guy for this team.
They had the audacity to do it. Now they have Sadak. For me, it becomes even more viable if they want to do something like that, right?
yeah, I mean, it wasn't loud like previously.
No German teams. Yeah, I didn't think about that actually.
So I think for sure.
Kind of surprised there isn't like more German representation with it being hosted in Berlin.
I wouldn't be surprised if they run it again.
I mean, I think you played
Maybe that's weird to say.
on Bind KC last year when they ran the
Yes,
Harbor.
yes.
I mean, there's plenty of like German talent in tier 2,
Yeah,
but
strong.
yeah, they've just not made it
I think Bind is
so far.
execute heavy map anyway, so I think it is.
Can anyone like name any German players currently competing?
It took all of 3 seconds for Sadak to come into KC and pick this. Talk me through this comp. What do you think?
Yeah, I think double smokes in this map is very strong. It's so big map as that's hard to play.
Okay, so if you're picking Harbor,
So I'm a big fan of the double.
you're doing a lot of playing for floods and retakes. That tends to be the general game plan behind picking this agent. You're not really looking to anchor sites as much as just kind of put pressure, fall away, which is what the Euro do. The Euro will help a lot with that. You know, a lot of like kind of pushing lanes, kind of playing like a chamber, you know, just kind of like making sure you use some utility and burn some time before you have to hit the site, so you don't just have, you know, the nukes for the site. and then you just set your Harbor up in like a position where he can throw walls at the start of the round for like early control, especially mid. You'll definitely see a lot of mid control. I predict with this KC game plan on defense. I'm talking about. And then he'll be using his second like kind of wave of utility, a second wall for floods. So it'll be interesting to see like what kind of pacing the attack does. Like if they will try and hit like kind of in between the walls. But yeah, we'll see what goes on. And then they've got the Vise as well, which is probably one of the better Sentinels to play in the map at the minute. Playing Sentinels is kind of miserable in this map at the minute because it's just really hard to defend sites. But the Vise is one of those agents that's pretty good. It's so weird seeing Mini as a caster as well. I've never actually heard him cast before. I wonder how good he'll be.
But luckily we have a fantastic game to start things off with, right? Like you couldn't really ask for a better beginning. I mean, maybe a Fnatic game, but we'll take
Click.
VKC here.
Yeah, click on Gentlemates. Yeah, the only German player. Okay.
They look pretty well prepared in this one.
Yes, I can. Yes, I will. Sorry, it's just when the analysts are talking, I can't hear myself think. So.
Okay.
Got some questions, but specifically the fade here, I'm a bit
There's a question.
unconventional.
Okay. What would you prefer to see?
Usually over here is more conventional, but we'll see how they actually run it before I judge too hard. I think in general on this map, no one's got the.
Here we go. Let me know if this sounds okay.
And I kind of like that idea that it is up in the air.
Defense, 5-man mid push.
Yeah, good spot on that one. Na'Vi looking proactive from the very beginning. And of course, KC on the other side.
Obviously, the attack game plan is pretty self-explanatory, right?
Shao gonna try and take a glance. I don't think he got much out of
Double
that.
smokes gives Astra more opportunity to use like utility instead of just smokes.
On the way.
And yeah, you can just set up for these super safe plants. You can't get spammed from heaven. You have to actually defend the site if you want to deny the plants. And then you just have Vise utility for a ton of stall. Vise utility for a lot of stall in these areas. And then the Yoru to essentially kind of do what we're talking about in Pro, where he like kind of holds this and then has the ability to move away.
Yeah, and that wall's still going to be pivotal, right? They still give away the game. The contact's made, so he's got to speed up at some point. It's Angel leading the way with 2 quick kills. And suddenly, Sadak to want to respond back. We've got the IG.
Yeah, they have this under control.
Sugetsu and Sadak still alive, up against Hero on that long time flank that we were waiting on happening. But still, by this point, they're going to check the smoke. You're going to check the smoke. You're absolutely going to check the smoke.
Nice.
Sadak runs in the end. Frenzy does just fine. Carmine Core with the first.
No Teo yet, I know. I'm not sure if we're going to see it today.
Angel on the KO.
Yes.
Like, IGL KO has been a bit of a... not the greatest in the past, but he comes out pop flashing, entry fragging, retaking. So fair play, let's see if he can keep that one up.
You want to be like a co-caster with analyst, so I believe that's a color caster, right? I think that's the definition. You kind of have like shoutcaster, color caster. I mean, most professional casters these days can do both. But yeah, like color caster would be like the one that kind of specifically does what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not gonna...
Right, exactly. Yeah, Pansy is definitely the shoutcaster here. I know, like in games like CS, you kind of see, like you obviously have people like Machine who like are shoutcasters, but I feel like you kind of get more kind of hybrid casting these days, which is always cool to see.
Do you push me over this ledge?
We could,
yeah.
I mean, it'd be a really long drop for you as well.
Tech pause, the Monster's dirty. So one thing I will say is it's kind of interesting how like the typical Omen buy, you don't have a TP. So we couldn't get past that wall. But they clearly had the intent to turn their control into a fast flank. So it'll be interesting to see how KC do deal with flanks. Because they're going to have to rely a lot on their Astra to hold, I guess, like extremity space. They're going to want their Vise kind of packed up as opposed to like a Cypher, right? And obviously the Harbor is going to be with the team. So they're definitely going to lean on, is it Sugetsu playing the Astra? I'll need to see. Hold up, let me see. Yeah, it is. So Sugetsu, I like this choice. I think Sugetsu being on the Astra makes sense as opposed to the Senti, even though he is traditionally more of a Senti. I think it makes more sense in terms of like your playstyle. Like he's always been really proficient in those, you know, Viper, Cypher, KJ like roles where he has a little bit more freedom, and he's definitely going to need to fill that role on attack for this team.
Okay, I got Leo. Gotta get him in quick.
Okay.
You know, that guy, I remember him, he had tech for the cups. Templars just don't have the limit.
Fade on Abyss is weird. I think it makes sense. Like, there's going to be like a lot of smokes in play, and sometimes like the drone can be a little bit slow at times. They're clearly not expecting to have to deal with like trips a lot. As I said, like Cypher's kind of becoming a little bit unpopular in pro play at the minute. And having prowlers to kind of like navigate a lot of these smokes and like kind of small pockets will probably be a lot easier than say like a silver drone or like sharks or like a scan or something. There's just gonna be a lot of like kind of blind spots. And like the only real way for the defense to defend a site is kind of getting mixy in those smokes, really, or like stacking it. So the fade is a lot better in that particular department, so I don't hate it.
The harbour coming in, the vice there. In my mind, I'm looking at this, and Navi was one who picked the map, but
It's just gonna be a lot harder to kind of re-clear space.
comp like this, but you were kind of highlighting this.
But you know, we could talk about that. We could talk about like moments where it feels like a silver would be like more appropriate than a fade. Like it definitely means that when it comes to like mid rounding and having to like re-clear space, they're going to be a little bit weaker. Especially because the drone can like clear a lot of these long lines of sights when it comes back to like re-clearing B or re-clearing mid. But I'm sure they'll be fine. And they also have like the harbor as well to kind of like help scale up and shorten these angles. Surprised Gianni isn't on Yuri. What is Gianni playing? Let's have a look. I wasn't actually paying attention to who was playing what. He's on the Jet. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, I don't think the Jet's awful, but I would agree that the Euro was probably a little bit stronger as of right now. All right, we're back. Let me turn this back up.
Lovely benefits of having all the cash from that first round, so nice little investment to Ghost Vandal for Martine early on.
Nothing big here, but the Sheriff Angel. This guy is feeding it.
He's backing him.
So they're doing the same thing, just working as a pack with their gun advantage. Makes sense. You see Sugetsu being the one to kind of like...
He's not on. Yeah, I'm not doing it to you guys yet, don't worry.
It's POV over this entire.
I mean, the second floor plays, you know that is exactly what I'm
And they're
asking
even using
for,
like
so we can
pullback smokes
get
as
ready for
well
that. But
in the
as it
choke to
stands,
kind of
yes,
help the
you're gonna go
utility
through
and the
motions here.
scaling.
You want to see a clean round, you want to ideally see minimum 3 of them make it out, keep those weapons up, they can lose those 2 ghosts, it's not the end of the world. Sugetsu, however, doesn't like the idea of losing any, so out farming with the Outlaw, everything else pretty much as per
So you notice how like in the absence of... Like they don't have a Jet, right? Like a lot of their game plan is about reducing
pretty much it, isn't it?
like these long angles. They're using pullback for the chokes, they're using harbor balls and cascades to get in. Like the Euro doesn't have a dive really, you know, like he has his TP, but not to the same level as the Jet. So they're really needing to like focus on clearing these corners and like kind of walking into sites rather than like diving into sites and having utility from a distance to set them up. Like a little bit more close range than long range, I would say.
Feels like more like a formality to wrap this one up, but for KC, this is a good look. This is a very, very controlled.
Do I still play chess?
I just want to get into the gun.
I mean, I'm not. I don't know. It depends what you count as good. I'm like 1300 in rapid. I'm like around 1000 in like some of the faster time formats. But I enjoy playing chess just for the purpose of warming up my brain a little bit. It's pretty nice.
They're kind of on the lower kind of bonusy style. Are they going to go for a fast hit win, or are they going to start with the defaults?
Let's have a little look. It's pretty invested.
Big fight on A main here, it looks like.
Maybe wanting to address those first 2 rounds, right? Like it has been waving the KC banner, but you're going to put, I assume, Angel and Koala Noob on the line for this potentially. Let's see. For now, Prowler goes in, Wall goes through. KC, it is a pretty, I don't want to say standard default, but it's a well spread out default. They have presence on every lane of the map so far, but they have drifted away from A early. So already
Okay, this is good. So they've already decided to like combat this with a refight, which is good because they've got the information that the noise that they created here is fake.
It's strange not to leave someone towards that A main to see what's going on. And a kind of battle of disinformation almost, where it's like, you know, they didn't see anything A. And
Minnie's pointing out as well that they didn't leave someone on the line here. But the fact is that they're gonna have to respect it anyway, so they're probably gonna use prowlers and stuff.
Walking back in blind, they haven't used
remember, these guys can't really
utility
exec from like a
they did know that
distance.
Kyle
They
was
kind of have to like
spamming
walk up
for
to the
individual
choke.
takes,
So
had taken that
they're not
space,
actually
but
using util though. They
Court
again, like this is like
Push down middle again.
this is what Sadok will bring to this team. Like Sadok understands that the defense is playing the game of you have to respect this area, so you need to use utility to kind of clear it safely. But Sadok kind of knows that and just chooses to contact back into it anyway, which is a good gamble that pays off because again, if he makes noise from here, these guys are going to be like, oh shit, they're coming A. But if he executes from here, there's more chance that he's going to have an easier side to take.
We're seeing Na'Vi actually heating into this retake, picking up quick kills, and Koala Noob at the helm of it. Sugetsu left in no man's land pretty much here, being toyed with by Xiao, and Koala Noob wants to be the one to do it, but his hero
That was a good
in the
retake,
end.
though.
Na'Vi, 5 standing in a clear-cut reply to this A-take with this fantastic retake.
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't win that retake, it's very clear what the problem
So
is.
so far,
It's like they've had 3 opportunities and
so far, I'm actually kind of liking this attack game plan. I'm definitely going to focus a little bit more on KC just because it's a new comp.
early into A main.
Yep.
Cleared it out. Immediately switching over to middle, pushing out. Like it's
What's one fun thing that happened with the roster and one difficult thing so far?
lack of Sentinel, maybe
I mean, I don't really want to talk too much about it.
not helping information game.
Like, I would say the most fun thing was just
with the proactivity.
the trial process. Like,
Stick to it, or does
you know,
KC
we've
kind of
definitely been like trialing. We're not just like
plenty of rounds to play with,
going to
still
build a
obviously
roster just
fine
based on like
in
name
here
value
now.
or players and stuff like that.
Fully
We definitely want to like
locked in. Couple on the
do a
like
proper
shields,
scout and
but
stuff. So
not the end of the world
being able
there.
to see like
14.
loads of new players or even like players that we
Challenge release to
knew
Sean
but like
forced
didn't
him
have
to
like a up and close perspective on has been really fun for me.
Yeah, and a shift in the default from KC away from A main back to B. I'm not sure what's triggering these ideas, to be honest with you. Fairly standard, slow round. Na'Vi classic.
Yeah, you know you can kind of ignore the first 30 seconds of a round with Na'Vi, and then you'll be alright.
I see how this B take looks. They won't have a
From both teams here.
they won't have this wall for like another 10 seconds. I wonder if they wait for it.
The 3 push through middle. I think it's very strong against the fact that the only Sentinel is this Vice, and they know the Vice wall is outside A.
And look at these guys as well. This is another repush. As soon as Casey make noise in an area, these guys are already looking to repush it and like see if it's
Time for
fake
him.
or not.
Just misses most, but Sugetsu is still by the window, so he's got to be a little bit cautious on this. Angel's dealing with them towards the side, keeping eyes drawn, but
Yeah.
already awareness from Sugetsu.
Gianni had like
Flying
a
off the
case
flank,
of
now they focus towards
I've
side.
popped my
It's
dash, I
sad
need to use
find
it.
Angel this time. Dies, I feel almost needlessly towards heaven there, now leaving just the 3 to try and work back through a very difficult retake this time with Sugetsu in such a powerful position, deep disconnected away. Sadak gonna spot at least one, taking a couple of steps.
There's so many smokes on the map.
But actually just dives out and gets a heady by Xiao. Doesn't get any more heroes there. Martin on the trade.
Nice, that's good.
Work from Carmine Core. Very
So yeah, I
controlled
like what's going on in
approach.
defense. Again, like they're repushing a lot of these areas. They're repushing a lot of these areas. The problem is that they have to like phase check everything. They don't really have enough utility to kind of like re-clear it in that way. That is like a big weakness to the KO, I believe. It's also why a lot of teams opt for the double duelist, because it just allows them to fully commit to this proactive defense where they're always pushing lanes together. But the fact that they're doing it is good, I think. They're getting a lot of information. But KC are just like always 4 or 5 packed up at the minute, and they're trading really well.
Does it work well? We'll see. Now, doubling down, aggression right up the guts. Koala Noob wants in. I mean, he was looking for a brawl, and he missed them by just a whisker, but Elite's the one to find him. Sends him down.
It also feels like these guys have like a lot of set plays and defense so far, which they're trying to push.
One player, one slip through, it's hero.
I wonder how much of their game plan so far is less adapting to the comp and what's going on versus them just trying to push their own defense game plan. Probably a little bit of both.
Handling this pressure so easily right now. They don't look flustered.
No.
At all.
Which it feels like it could be, though. The amount of pressure coming down middle, the amount of flanks that have been attempted, these kind of like pressure plays, it really hasn't landed. I'd like to see what Na'Vi plan to do if this continues as a trend, right? This could be a problem. It's like, okay, well, we've got this mid-walk we like, but that's clearly not giving us enough here. And, I mean, Xiao just, I don't want to say gets timed, but he's just looking away. Is what it is. Carmine calls at the door. It felt like that was won and lost by middle, but by now, Angel needs to play this calm and collected. He can't keep going down ahead of the pack, even if it is just 3 of them still.
I don't like that at all. There's a bit of panic from
And already,
old man.
it's got to be, right? talk
That's a wee
bigger
bit mean.
picture then. If you're in this position in your Na'Vi, right, you've rolled the dice a couple of times down middle.
Yep.
Hit and miss a little bit, right? It feels like there is good theory to it, but sadly it's just not
Yeah, this is
sticking
just
on
a
the
save
landing.
here.
Do you
And you see
continue
what I
to
mean?
step
Like, it's
out
just
and
so
then
hard to
trust
act
if
like you
you're in
can't
Navi's
play these
position?
spots
I mean, we're
against
gonna get a timeout and see, but I think
this kind of exec.
able to help
But you guys have seen the value of faith now, right? Like, it's just all about these
go
close
for more
quarter, these
proactivity.
all about
To be
creating
honest,
these close
they get a
quarter
bit unlucky with
engagements.
some of it, in my
Sure.
opinion. Sliggy's probably out there.
What do I think about Yoru in this meta? I think Yoru's in a really nice spot right now. Like, he's always been a very good agent, and I think that the meta
How it is.
really complements him.
I think that next
And
round is
if
gonna be a situation where you see a
Teho
timeout and in
catches
steps
on and people start playing him, I think
power ult.
Yoru's pick rate will only go up because he has a lot of good synergies with the Teho, and also has a lot of answers to playing against the Teho too.
Are we sure?
That's not sure.
Can we? No, it's
can't
backwards. It's fine. There we go. Navi does just show up there, and it's an absolutely a Navi time.
Or it's the back-to-back timeout.
No, we're just gonna go for Navi for now. We're
Who do I have winning this
sticking
game?
with it, but you're right, the point is that
Honestly,
this
I
does
don't know.
get a
I mean,
really
obviously
strong
KC are
time
looking
from
really good
Lighthouse.
right
They
now,
can kinda come up with their next
so
layer
it'd be
to it,
very
right?
easy
They
just
have
to say
the big
them.
ults to hand, and not really being
I
forced
think
by
both
what
these
Navi are doing,
teams
as
have a
you
lot
said.
of quality in them.
I'm not sure what the answer is. I mean, it looks like the operator could be coming out for Kuala Lumpur, maybe bolster a little bit of technical
Who picked this
space
map?
taking behind it, but I don't think that's a holistic overall answer here, and this is their map choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's worrying. Like, to be honest, I think some of it is just, again, another key early.
What do I think about Yoru Fracture?
You go 4v5 and it feels
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
I think Yoru works well on a map like Fracture because you're starved for information a lot on defense. So having a character that can push out lanes and get a lot of information is always going to be good. And then obviously you can like always rotate really quickly too, which can be really good. And also on Fracture, it's really hard to hold sites as well. So having an agent that can absorb a lot of utility in exec and just TP out for free is going to be really good. So yeah, for kind of like how Chamber used to be played, right? Like before his TPs got nerfed. I think you could play Yoru the same way and be fine. But it kind of depends on the whole comp. You know, you have to make sure it. The problem with Yoru is that you have to make sure you build a comp that complements him. With characters like Raze and Jet, you don't have to do that so much.
And I do wonder how KC plan to approach it, right? They also had the time to talk in that timeout. They have ults, and there it is. Voice having a little bit of a chat. No big guns coming out, so they have to sit back a little bit. And again, it would have just cleared sight. It's not clearing any further than that. Angel looked tempted with a flash then, but that is gutsy.
Okay, so coming out the timeout, KC not only decide to do a fast play, but they also decide to hit the B site in the first 10 seconds, which is not something they've done yet.
How much validity is there to that one? A little bit of a spam trying to clear the corner. It's fine. And actually now down to just 3. Carmine Core on the back foot.
Oh, this flash is deadly. It survived.
Noob joining as well, but that's the operator as well. You don't want to be losing that willy-nilly. Elite going to give away the game. Flash comes in. Oh, but nice from Koala Noob catching the exit. Good trades, but it's just one left alive. Finally, Na'Vi off the back of what's looking like Angel's impact again, down to 1. Aves, this is going to have to be heroic, and it might just be, but it falls
NT, nice shots. Okay, so this flash, this flash does not get the up peak, which is good to know.
He's fragging. I do want to point out something though. KC, we highlighted they had the Harbor ult and the Visor. Sadak had the spike. He shouldn't have had the spike. He's the one planting. He shouldn't be planting. He should be off the site ready to ult, or if they wanted to, they could go aggressive with that ult. He's died with that ult. To me, you get the spike down, you got Harbor ult. There should be a round win conversion. Luckily, we still have it for this round, but to me, that was a KC round to win.
Be strong, Omen.
Na'Vi will take it.
Yeah, we'll give them that one, but for this point now, we get into the kind of nitty-gritty, right? This is the kind of bread and butter we were looking for, is have they found a cure to their woes for Na'Vi in these regular rounds? It was kind of looking at that operator. Is that going to be the factor in Angel?
Okay, so that was a little bit unlucky, but the plan there was, in response to this wall, use some info utility back. Just to kind of confirm it.
Luckily for Na'Vi, it looks like KC are veering towards Koala's operator.
Gianni's basically looking to get a pick here. He's in a position where he can peek through this wall when it comes back up. This wall over here.
We've seen these site hits coming out from KC are really robust, but looking like the fade ult is there. I feel like
Gianni shouldn't go any further forward here.
no, it does get caught in the end. Okay, so still under pressure. Both players getting caught by this, so they do need to evacuate the site. You can see Xiao getting a little bit more interested, getting closer up towards Heaven on there. Kuala Noob looking for a pixel, does spot one,
And that's
but it wasn't enough
good.
for a shot. Plant's now in. Time is going to be on the side of Carmine Core. They still have Sadak with that ult just in case it's necessary.
I'm curious to
Lots of utils
see.
still to be played in as well, but Na'Vi
I'm gonna go
focusing
back
on
after this
can they
round.
find repetition in that previous round that finally got them back on the board. No Angel this time.
Curious they are going. Like, this is more than a fine save.
And
I think it will
surely
be
now.
Barbaro, but
I mean, Hero's right there though. Is this an error? Is this a mistake? They got to make it count if they're still going to go for this one. They're down to 3 players now. It looks like they're pulling the plug. Yeah, Na'Vi.
Okay, they're saving. Let me go back a little bit.
Dip out, but I'm looking like the fade ult is there. No, it does get caught. I feel like Koala might be able to.
All right, okay. So I thought this might have been like an attacker smoke. I would have been pretty impressed because they know the ops in play, and I thought that they smoked off their own. They smoked off their own choke that they want to go through in order to keep these prowlers alive and to essentially bait out any sort of like spams or like op shots before the prowlers are able to kind of commit on the ulted players. But it was actually defender smoke. I'm not sure if it was like misclicked. But I actually would have preferred for this to, like, because I mean, you have your op here, and you just can't do anything here. Like, I think you need this line open. You just have to trust that Koala's gonna get a pick from this position. But yeah, I just want to see if it was an attack smoke because that would have been pretty cool. Because they were using pullbacks and stuff before, so it wouldn't have surprised me.
no, it's attacked.
It's fine. It's KC's time. It's good. It's good. I got scared. We are.
AC took the time.
They did. I mean, they are 1 away from 2 of their ults. I don't know what the timeout would be for at this point because it feels like everything's good.
Oh, no. Yeah, strange. Yeah, I wouldn't ever take a tactical after winning, but Eng is a good
Eng's
coach. I'm not gonna
method.
question it.
No,
we'll see this round what his intention is. I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes there's this thing where like,
Sadak.
Oh.
I was trying to like watch which one of them was actually mostly talking there. It looks like it's Sadak talking to. I actually don't know. He was kind of looking down towards where we were. Cause yeah, Eng's silent. Oh, there we go. A little bit of back and forth, but it did feel like that was mostly led by Sadak. So I'm kind of curious what they were talking about there. Maybe genuinely unsure. Genuinely unsure. I mean, they have 2 ults on the way on the horizon, so maybe discussing what they'd like to do with that. But I kind of feel like you want to maybe keep that for the other side, just in case it got a little tense. But
maybe something that if the the momentum shifts, it
Yeah.
be something that bites them.
Okay, so this is
that's an angle that's going to break Sadak's heart.
just noticing this
somehow.
wall here.
Just
It's
getting
kind of similar to the one we
on
were seeing on
the
Pearl,
edge of the utility
where it gives you
coming
like
towards
2.
ramp on B.
It gives you the option to like hold this space and turn it into like a flank wall if you end A, but also a way for you to stop yourself getting pushed.
Broken back.
So it's just a way for like Vice to protect herself, which
I
is
mean,
kind of
no
cool.
one's going for it, so there is fortune in that. The hero and
Something
Angel
kinda
will
unique
get
to
their
her.
hands on the gun, but now it kind of puts, I guess, a little bit of threat towards KC here, having to work with 4 themselves finally.
The first time, I think.
Still
Yeah, I was about to say the same
Prowler,
thing.
so Aves could
First
be
4v5 for KC.
like they want to try and re-clear this space. I mean, okay, well they do that. Martin's got the ult and Koala Noob needs
But yeah,
to run
like here
down
come all the
lane,
ultimates.
and there could be a crunch up towards tower
Fade
here.
ult last round.
Bit of util, but actually just
Martin has his ult
gets
this
back
round.
there. Martin gonna take the space
So guess who's
from
gonna have his
outside,
ult the
and
next
Angel
round?
gets battered. Absolutely cleared in the smoke. Hunter's Fury gonna come down from Shao. Did get a tag on Elite, so gonna hinder that plant initially. And Aves the one who's going to deal with the flood. Na'Vi pouring back in. Sugetsu stands in their way, but only for so
Jesus, what a
long.
retake.
Na'Vi, these flood retakes are not bad.
I mean, it didn't look bad at all.
I mean, the KO
surprised
does a
they
lot there
took the
because
ult. It was going
the KO kind of counters a lot of the ways that you would hold the retake.
after that. The youngsters.
You know, a lot of the Vice stuff, the Euro stuff. Like perhaps they could have like planned it better positionally, but in the 4v5 it's kind of tough.
That's pretty gutting.
You want Navi to succeed. Hero and Koala are awesome. Totally not biased because they're both Minecraft players. Is that right?
Got him back. I don't know if they did, actually. I have no idea. But
You must like Zekken then.
the intention was there.
Aggression towards B main this time. First time Koala's getting pretty active.
And I don't know if Sugetsu's aware of something or kind of feels like he's sitting so
Yeah, Sugetsu's
deep
aware.
back. I mean, you kind of look at how the players, it's kind of 1-3-1, right? You've got a little bit more of an attentive approach towards middle, at least from KC. And the others just holding pretty deep on those.
Okay, so this will be an interesting round. They've got no info here, no info here. Well, they have info,
There's an Astra.
but they don't know.
Is there
what the status of it is.
The Vice Flash is
But
gonna
again, like these guys are giving up really early.
They might suspect the jet here now off that Vice Flash, but
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a misread maybe.
They've constantly been doing this thing of like showing pressure and then falling away
Slipping up middle.
and just kind of trusting that the pressure that they made is
The dart timing
not
there
going
just
to
kept Avers back, but
is going to be respected.
okay, Elite's
But these
clearly
guys are just constantly
goes down,
recontacting
perfectly
back
done.
into
The Flash
areas.
kinda gave it away, but still,
And again, I can't stress like how important it is for this game plan. Like this is a comp that if you allow them just to walk up and exec, you're gonna have rounds like this where they're just getting the plan done every time.
No longer.
the lurk through middle here
Yeah, it's
is
nasty.
the layer that they missed, I think.
And I mean,
previously.
even with others on 10 HP, the value is going to be insurmountable. It kind of denies this flood retake that we've been seeing work so well for Na'Vi. I've been hyping this up. It could all be for nothing, but Sadak's not even letting it started. Sadak, huge damage. That EMEA debut here for himself.
Oh.
And Koala Noob does find the lurk, but he's got 3 more to clear and a
Yeah.
spike to defuse. He wants that
Save time.
going forward. He's out of there.
Yeah, I mean,
Sal's gonna have his ult up in a couple of rounds.
and he's not a chamber.
No.
He got punished for playing like one. So after that flash, he had more than enough time to, I think.
Navi has had 2 timeouts,
that's
right? Is that correct?
Misplay.
a bit of a misplay. And yeah, someone with his kind of like he's coming up from tier 2 inexperience, but nice to see the confidence. But
You can see the layers to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, that's why you can't be too
a player
confident.
that I'm very excited about. You know, he's not having the best start of the games, but he's been on my radar for a while. This kid is good. So
See? He's awful.
just wait. He's Turkish and he's young. He can't be awful.
the fanatic poaching
Yeah.
ethos. Is he young and is he Turkish? Cool, we'll pick him up. As it stands, Koala Noob wants to address this. He looks hungry for this pick, and he's
Nice
got it.
pick.
Sadak goes down. Huge scalp to claim that deep into the map.
One thing the Jet's always gonna be good at,
We saw it towards the end of the
disrespecting
map,
smokes
where
and,
no one was there.
you know,
That was
other utility.
more
I'll see
aggressive.
the Euro could do it too, but not quite as efficiently as the Jet.
Angel,
Great
please.
equalizer.
Come on.
We'll talk about that one afterwards. Really, chew the fat on that. Koala
And
Noob
this
is
guy,
trying to be
this guy will
everywhere.
know
It's
his former
exciting,
teammate will
but,
do stuff like that as well.
they have to accept
I
it's
remember
now down
preparing
to
for
4v4.
FPX, like when they were before they became Navi,
Try and split themselves.
and like one of my main notes was just like, it's like if we get a 5v4, can we just like hold because they will push into us. And it worked every time. I remember we like beat them pretty handedly on Pearl doing that.
I feel like it's a nice tonic, at least
It's
to
just
those flow
something
retakes
that's
that
just in their
really strong
DNA.
for Na'Vi in those post plants. Swing, hero,
Ooh.
not going to happen. Elite's been sharp on these. He was the one who cleared over towards A in those previous rounds. Koala Noob is here though, getting torn to shreds, but they do catch Sugetsu this time, so they know where some of these players are. They've got a really good read of where the last 3 players are from Na'Vi. Let's see if Martin and Elite can dig into this one. A 2v3 is not easy though.
Zekin's your favorite and Sen. You're buying Sen buildings for him, John QT Cap, and now Gunter, formerly me.
Edge of this.
Yes, Gunter is me.
Rooksik
He-
should have the numbers.
He's not his own guy.
The
He's
way
just
to go
formerly
for
me.
timing, Martin tries to snap over towards
Another
Rooksik.
blonde
It's
British guy
Sadak.
to
Come on,
wave the
Corey,
flag for
it's down
Sen.
to a 1v1
You'd love to
shootout.
see it.
Under scrutiny.
They can't get rid of us.
Pressure. The plant not looking perfect, but the swing is a miss. It's Shao finding Martin. Diffuses
So I will
it.
say,
Navi
I mean,
once again clawing into these retakes.
Navi are kind of getting outplayed
Yeah, I mean, it looked
in a
bit
lot of
shaky
these
there, but
rounds.
Rooks are kind of
Um,
not dealing with Martin
but
that well, but
their retakes have been pretty good.
Shao in a 1v1, I don't think.
Their retakes have at least been together. And yeah, if that's one area that's been weak for KC, is like sometimes they've just not been getting these trades on the retakes.
Moved on quickly, yeah.
Trauma does
And
that. You really forget it quickly. It's nice both
I imagine having at least 4 rounds on defense is still pretty good.
No, I'm not.
4 rounds with no 4 rounds with no pistol,
Look,
I'll take it.
brought this back a fair amount. It felt like they were really under the gun for a couple of these rounds, but they've been finding these little avenues back in. They've been proactive. I like what we're seeing from them. This is a
Koala's
much
getting
better
that
look. Yeah, he absolutely is. And he might be asked to do it again here. All the flashes in the world, and Koala Noob just drifting back, playing a little bit safely, sitting behind the wall.
Yeah, for me this is just a little bit too early. I think you wait for the wall to go down first.
They've been very methodical, not kind of showing their hand too early, even to me.
It's becoming a little bit too easy for this one wall to burn a ton of initiate utility, which is just only making their site hits and like ability to group up in areas that much easier.
So quiet across the map, just bits of detail here and there. Paranoia somewhat peeking over towards A.
Oh, no way.
Oh my god, Koala Noob is so hungry for that. He catches a leap, but it's instantly traded. Rooksick, feast or famine, and he gets one. I mean, somewhere in the middle, really. But it's so many bodies dropping. Do they expect Shao? They do now.
Yeah.
And that's a little surprising. He was a little bit too eager to try and deny. Had an opportunity to play that a little bit more patiently, but Plant's now in 3v2 advantage to KC this time. Angel still here though, and Angel still fragging, traded out. It's Hero, 1v2, the drop down is too difficult.
Yeah, good
Does
trades.
get one, but it's there in the end for Sugetsu.
And again, it's like I want to praise Navi's proactivity,
Yeah.
but it's not.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I
think,
know what you mean. I'm just fucking with you.
again, like Koala overstepping, knives.
One thing you need to know about me is don't take me too seriously.
I thought the play was pretty nice before that.
I like to troll a little bit.
But yeah, a little bit too much. In the end, you can't be like it's a map where as soon as you're down at all, it's awful. The map's too wide to cover the rotations, to cover the holes. Any death is terrible. It feels like.
They're doing this again.
But Casey
No info though, apart from like the Omen TP, which won't have been heard. Obviously, they wouldn't know this. This is a fairly silent B push.
clearing on through. They've taken so much space off this.
It's gonna be an interesting round. This is gonna. These guys are gonna get a lot of information very quickly.
There could be someone split next. We have seen those 1-3-1s, but there's no one.
Especially since there was no noise mid at all.
This lack of presence, as is with that standard A hit here.
These guys are gonna accelerate now. They're gonna understand this is just an ult hit.
Sees Angel. So they've seen pretty much. Oh my! The disrespect is outrageous, and it works. Martin just kicking down the door. Ults on top. You might as well put a bow on this one.
KC have used the Euro ult and not even they decided not.
Wait for Johnny to push up and then break the wall. Probably break the wall now.
The shorty. So
Oh no, he will just wait.
For a whole second.
I would have thought they would have broken the wall first to bait someone to peek a little bit sooner.
This is actually a scary team. Like the more you watch him play, but Hero.
Oh, ho, ho,
looking sure of
ho.
himself.
Nice
Coming
shots.
down to a 1v2, it ain't over till he says it is. Martin on the back of the side, the one who kicked it off with a bang, looking to try and finish it with one as well. Not gonna happen. Hero still
Nice.
alive. And
Big man
Na'Vi
Hero.
bring this game back
Great
to
work.
a 5-7 scoreline.
5-7, more than acceptable. After some of the unacceptable plays.
You're gonna be 23 in 5 months and you're still stuck with joke sarcasm.
You're happy.
I'm 30 this year.
Can't
Like
be mad
you're
at that,
never too
considering
old for
how
that.
those rounds were, how Casey looked great on kind of setting the tempo. The answer was there for Na'Vi, and you don't want to miss how this one ends.
Gonna run to the bathroom quickly during this break.
Get everything your business needs to thrive online with GoDaddy's website builder. Choose from a range of modern templates, or let our AI tools generate one for you. Then personalize its content and design with our easy-to-use interface. You can even grow your business with our built-in e-commerce, SEO and marketing tools. Try it for yourself with our 30-day free trial by visiting GoDaddy today.
Why can't you stay organized? I've experienced this myself, and it's called chronic impulse control, where you prioritize short-term actions like gaming and social.
But unwilling to let those rounds slip. The amount of times Casey had the plant, they had side control, they even had a pick on top, but somehow Na'Vi were just so unwilling to let it go. They were able to claw back in. What were your main takeaways from that?
All right, we're
first
back.
half? You know, we were kind of touching on how do we feel about Angel in that role.
See what Minnie has to say.
The fade. Which one of these, you know, how did this kind of play out for you, at least in the first half?
I mean, we didn't get to see too much from the fade. It felt like Casey didn't have to do too much. They were defaulting slowly, getting a pick, finishing, and then they had ults. So I'm hoping in defense we can see a bit more than theirs.
Let's have a little look now. Na'Vi get their turn on the attacking side. And of course that then means Carmine Core on the defense. We're talking about the Harbor as well. How does it fit into this defending side here? See how it looks.
I suspect for most of the game we'll see the vice towards speed. That's been the popular thing in the off-season so far. Not too much to kind of go on.
What's up, Hoverboat? Thank you. Appreciate it.
It feels like a very new season coming into this. Taking off season as gospel is
How have you been?
first mistake. Things can change rather quickly, but contact on the Prowler.
Okay, it looked like they tried to do the old classic initiator go bait pistol. An Angel classic.
Somewhere in between.
It didn't work, but they converted. I mean, they were there, ready to exec anyway, so they just went for it.
So kind of similar to what we saw in the first, but yeah.
And they're doing like the plant with the death suck.
Away from starting the retake though. So
Fade Harbor comp is interesting. Yeah, I really liked what they were doing on attack, honestly. It worked really well. KC just has some really nice retakes in a couple of these rounds. That's how they got to 5. Sorry, Navi rather. That's how they got to 5.
I mean, it is going to be bloody between these two. It's just back and forth the whole time. Rook's sick, the one to maybe tilt the scales a little bit here, but it's still a 2v2, so Getsu and Sadak up again.
All time.
And Rook's sick and caught. Sadak controlling the site here, looking to try and push back through. They don't know about Koala Noob, and now they certainly do. Massive pick.
Let's go, Gianni.
They're finding Sadak, and a beautiful Red Bull clutch to kick off the second half.
Nice shots.
yeah, I mean, the individual brilliance from Koala Noob at the end there. I was a bit concerned with KC with the slowness of that retake, but they seem to have a plan on the pistol to just flood out that heaven. I don't suspect we'll see that on the gun rounds. A little bit risky, but on those kind of pistols, quite a nice idea. It looked like Navi
Content's going well as well. That's good. It's good to
teasing
hear.
with the idea of pushing through A all the way through, and never quite materialized. So we'll see if it actually happens.
Have you been cooking up a lot of Tejo stuff?
It's one step closer though. Navi now starting to knock at the door here.
You don't like the Navi Classic?
It looks like damn, just the classic.
Let me see it again.
Investment at all.
Doesn't the Navi Classic have like purple on it now or something?
Let's see. Hear all this. That's nice. Oh,
Oof.
okay. Fair enough, Martin.
Good trades.
My bad. Koala?
Angel is also on a
So they had 1 sniper and 2 pistols, and they put their lurker with one of the 2 rifles.
We don't question it.
I mean, it's going to be handled,
I'm a fan of Angel.
but
I'm a defender of the Angel.
yeah, that could have been a lot worse if these guys went immediately here.
What's he doing? You've done that
Yeah,
several
but
times, you know?
That's true, yeah.
It's. But before today, you were like, guys, people don't really like. People don't.
They don't have the agent unlocked yet.
And, like, the impact he has. The first time casting, you're like, why is he swinging mid? What's he doing?
Yeah, that's
I'm
unfortunate.
just sitting there, just praising Angel, just out of nowhere.
About that.
I think.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like the stun thing. I mean,
Bundles?
there's like a couple of sequences you could probably do. That would be nice.
Do you still have to say Fnatic, or are you allowed to say?
No, I have not. I had the Fnatic one last year.
It's crazy that you don't support the teams.
And that skin's
Which
creepy
one
as fuck.
should I get?
The Heretics one this year. I'm gonna be honest. Heretics. It looks nice. You're like just
Amazing.
Fabi EG.
Oh yeah. I see.
Quad's looking on though. Good debut by him so far.
Okay, 7-7, all tied up.
Yeah, we'll buy a little bit less effective here because Casey's gone for the full shields.
Bind to be interesting because
Going for Casey.
Gianni is not typically a Raze player, right?
This round, right?
So it'll be interesting to see what they run in binds. They actually banned it on M80.
I feel like you need minimum
They like just did not play the map at all.
happy.
So
Damage back as well, bit of a trade of bullets.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he plays. If he'll commit to the Raze or if they try and do something, you know, different. Like maybe they try a Euro comp or something like that.
But it's nice to see how they're kind of shown their hand on defense, how they're going to play this fade. The fade is being used for info and aiming. They're going to
That was their per ban for 2 years. Yeah, exactly.
This. It's clear. Form the rotations a little bit. Vice is going to probably stick to this B side of the map most of the time.
I mean, it's not to say he can't play Raze, right? It's just more
It'd be interesting to see if they can switch anything, but
Gianni,
behind would be interesting with the
or at least the way that M80 were doing things last year. It was very clear that they wanted to play to player strengths rather than, you know, try and force what are probably objectively better agents for maps. So yeah, I'd just be curious to see if they have that same philosophy with Bind.
Getting curious as well, hopping up on the box.
I mean, it wasn't them who picked it, right? It was KC. So
Keep his head down in the smoke for now, but there's 2 more targets, and Elite's primed for it. Just couldn't snap over towards Hero, but stunning impact already. leaving Hero and Ruxic, I mean, a little bit behind the curve to say the least. Hero does have his 2 smokes. Can get out of there, but 15 seconds, where are you going to go?
It's all there because he's playing Jet and Haven and not Euro. You mean Abyss?
Make something out of nothing. Banking on Ruxic, who's only
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it's the difference between like playing, not playing Euro on Abyss and not playing Raze on Bind though. Like Raze is just always been extremely good in that map. Whereas like with Euro, like at least there's like, like you definitely get like a lot more op presence, especially against a comp like this. There's definitely things that the Jet can do that the Euro can't. That was a nice try. Very good bonus hill. They'll take that.
Any kill with Hero be good, and he's just decided to win the round. Almost, anyway. I did want to point out that Elite, I think what I saw there was Elite in a
Playing Euro and Sunset.
We were talking about that creativity from
Yeah, the Euro and Sunset was in the play. I mean, honestly, like EMEA just needed to like play Neon. They needed to embrace the fact that Neon was just winning teams matches.
Before. So
that'll be on the pod review.
Yep.
Couch potatoes working routine, yeah. Away we go. Koala Noob this time does stick the landing though. Got dealt with before, this time wins. Now they just walk in. It feels just like blunt aggression.
I mean, like these XX are just gonna look completely different. You know, they've got the knife to suppress and clear areas. They've got the dart and the jet dash from range. Gianni's extremely proficient in those kind of XX too. So the way these two teams are playing the map are just completely different. And honestly, you kind of have to favor Na'Vi to kind of take this one home. Like, this is a very attack-sided map, especially when you're playing a comp that can do these kind of XX. These guys rely a lot on their floods, and if their harbor dies in like the first, 15 seconds, that's never a good thing.
I want to say middle, but he was at least kind of pressuring a little bit, towards B-Link and such. But
Excited to see what I cook up? Yeah, you know I'm looking forward to cooking. I've got lots of ideas. We just have to see how many of them are good.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for them after what was a bit of a shaky round, but here's that entry. Look at the pace of this one. Absolutely flying in. And then you got the nice spacing on the back. You got Angel there, no problems.
Play some Astral Stars in this reality.
So we do this round because the money's not gonna be great. I guess you're one away from Yoru's ult. Could try and get that building up. One off for the knives for Koala Noob. I mean, so many ults now starting to cycle up.
Another slow approach. Oh.
Slow and Koala Noob. But there is pressure on this A extremity. There's going to be the divide. But this is a little bit tricky because they have lost that A main control. So there's going to be a little bit of difficulty on this. If Xiao succeeds, they're in all kinds of trouble. But Xiao goes down. Martine gets to maintain this space.
It's like the map's flipped.
It really is. It is messy, isn't it? Now what do you do? The information's all over the shop.
Yeah, this round's really weird.
Spike up towards tower. You've got 2 players on the other side over towards A main. You've got them aware that there could be a push through tower, but Koala Noob takes that fight.
That's honestly a huge kill.
It was a broken bite again.
It may not seem like it, but getting him out of that spot is really strong. Now these A guys don't have as big a play.
CT side, pushing a little bit deeper than they traditionally would. Elite, taking a little look. It's Koala Noob again. This guy's heating up here. Having a nice first glimpse. That's 3 already in this round on an absolute heater. Seeing 2 as well up towards tower. Gonna note their presence.
Yep, that was a nice little play between these two guys. Little paranoid bait and switch. Gianni like solo walking to sniff out this guy back spawn. That was good. That was good. You could tell Na'Vi were like taking a second to kind of put together to see. It's like, okay, we have no info here, no info here. We don't know what the spawn's like. We kind of only have like this area of the map, and they just committed just to clearing this part of the map to allow the plant to go down. It's good.
It was a weird round because the A main, the initial death from Xiao, forced Na'Vi to be like kind of surrounded by KC, and then Sadhack that.
They must have that timeout left. Okay, they do have timeout left. I was worried. There we go. We should be good.
That death from Sadhack kind of
I'm watching these two teams kind of.
I really think these guys need to play more for the retake. I feel like they're getting split too much on their defense.
Koala Noob's been just let off the leash. He's been chomping at the bit. And when we talk about Na'Vi on attack, right? Historically, when you talk about Na'Vi, you expect slower, tempered pace. Kind of, you know, it hits about 50 seconds, 40 seconds. You start seeing that more committed approach. We're seeing a little bit.
If Na'Vi goes on a run and makes Bangkok, I'm 100% gonna buy the bundle for Koala and Hero.
Well. We've seen that a couple of times.
Could happen.
Could this be another kind of, I guess, string to the bow for Na'Vi?
I mean, what's their run looking like?
They did it off the back.
They have to play Vitality, then probably Foot, then probably Fnatic or Heretics. I mean, that's a pretty legit run. And that's only for top 3 as well. That's not even to qualify. And then if they go to lowers,
Still early. Still kind of early into this half. It's still
early 18 rounds.
Into this
hopium is overflowing.
Okay, I mean it's. You know.
We'll see. There's plenty.
I mean, yeah, like it's not an easy run. It's not an easy run for any of these teams, but.
Got a couple off from, I think it's Sadak, 1 away from Sadak, 3 away from Elite, 2 off from Aves. They are very close to getting some of those in hand. This is still a broken purchase. Aves and Martin able to survive.
But yeah, like KC into Vitality, into Foot, into Heretics or Fnatic, like that's a legit run. I like that. It just didn't pay off.
And Abel finding 2 picks through middle, and Sadak trying to re-clear the space. They seem so unaware of the possibility.
He really wants that Vandal.
Good shout. They got a broken, but they have to do something weird.
Did they use the Cove to get the Vandal here?
They lost the jewels.
No.
Nice attempt from KC, but it's looking like a hard round to win now. They can collect these guns in middle.
I am actually surprised they're not keeping these guns under control. I mean, I guess they could just go win the round, right? But still, they can afford to keep someone there. I guess the fact that they're low.
Timing on that, yeah, that was actually mad. 17 HP. He's still alive, but it actually buys time. Oh my god. Sadak could be on the money here. I don't want to give away anything, and luckily our crowd are nice and quiet here today because this. Show! Stop it! There's no. Oh, that is gut wrenching. And that is a good attempt from Sugetsu. Oh! 1v1! Sugetsu against Shao! What a showdown!
He's doubling back. He might get great timing in Shao here.
Opposing sides, and Shao's angle is looking solid. Oh, but Sugetsu toying with him a little here. He's going for it. Sugetsu, he wants this one in the bag. Getting closer. Shao goes down. Sugetsu, outrageous round from him.
He's having a great map.
I need it. I need it. Have you seen this man, Sugetsu?
Styling on Shao.
That is wild. That is one of my favorite rounds from that guy in a moment. Nice to see him looking a little bit with signs of life to him as well.
9. I mean, I think I read in an interview yesterday that he's been farming the Brats.
Yeah.
From I think it was either Eng or Zash. So yeah, nice to see. So because some of these players like a revitalization.
Absolutely.
Like an okay year last year. This year maybe. It's funny how like 2 Vandals, nothing, but one shell for Sugetsu.
That's all you need. I did hear the knives being invested, and there is just the Bucky with Koala Noob, so works out. And away we go. Really.
Can I say whether we're NA or EMEA? I mean, like, EMEA is a North American organization. But no, we're not going to EU. I mean, in terms of like me personally, I'm not sure what I'm doing yet. In terms of like where I'm staying, but no, we're staying in the NA ecosystem. Same with like everything else in MAT, you know.
Still gonna hold his nerve here, and he's getting spammed away. They feel like there's something wrong. They feel like they're reading into this, but he is still breathing. He is still alive. Martin almost makes a meal of it, but he gets away with it. Angel goes down. Koala goes unchecked. This could be another outrageous moment here on the diffuser. They looking towards the smoke. They absolutely are not. And surprise, Koala only gets one dive towards the smoke. Gets found by Aves. players down to a 2v3. Diffuses the main part of this. They have to dive back on time.
Wow.
It is over and out. A Red Bull
Well, these post plants have been insane this entire game.
I mean, there's one reason to run double orb smokes.
Yes.
Just do that.
Yeah.
In the post plant.
Every time?
Yeah, every time.
Yeah, it works every time.
Maybe change it slightly. But no, the servo ult came in clutch there a little bit. The time ran out because the servo ult. So Chow playing win condition there. Koala playing a win condition too.
Yeah. No, we'll be in NA. Like I said, it's a North American organization. We're staying in the North American organization, in the ecosystem. It doesn't make sense for Matey just to suddenly move region, right? But more will be revealed in due time. For now, I'm just excited for the long term. I'm like really excited for this year. It's gonna be a change of pace for me, so I'm super excited.
One of my friends says squeaky bum time.
It's a classic phrase.
Squeaky bum time.
There we go. So Martin, the one to be picking up the what feels like poison chalice at this point, but Koala Noob waiting. The guy's aggressive. I can say it so many times, and actually I don't know if he got spotted. He absolutely did, and he gets traded down. Martin still going to carry on forward.
Great team bait by Sadak there.
That was
Jumps out to give his rifle a chance to get kills.
Gonna come through as well now. Hero's gonna take down Martin. That is the Vandal gone, and Hero from up above trying to find the players. It's Shao to catch the diffuser. And Na'Vi carry on forward, 3 alive. And you cannot be sneering at that scoreline. They've got to be happy with this. As much as Casey keeps getting dangerous, they are losing these rounds. Look at this half now.
Yeah, I mean, the initial retake from KC looked good.
Yeah.
With classics.
Yeah.
Avids couldn't do it with the Vandal, but the classic was enough. Ultimately, Hero with the back through vents was the hero of the round.
Wow, I expect that from me, Minnie, not you. Bloody hell.
I got a few written.
Yeah. You've been in the lab working that one.
That's what I've been doing all day.
As it stands, though, we do have Elite's ult on the cards, 2 away from Heroes, but team. Is it you guys who call this Mario and Luigi?
That's me, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of yours.
That's one of the biggest things, the best things I do as a coach is cool.
Name stuff. Cool. That is actually just your singular job here. Martin, though. There's a lot of players around this.
I mean, where does Martin go now? He's got no TP. He's missed his opportunity.
Go past him. None the wiser.
He's just fully committed in this area now, but it doesn't matter because Navi's just not checking this at all.
Away we go. Martin again, still trying to be stoic in nature, still trying to be focused on that one approach, but he's getting paranoid. He's getting worried, and rightly so. There are issues. Koala Noob doing what he did before, sitting in towards that smoke. The timing on that is absolutely heartbreaking. Shao will be grinning at that one, but Elite now just has to get out of the sight, and we have to posture fully for a retake.
Money not good here though. They don't get a kill early.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like that. I felt like he needed more help from his teammates to keep the site player distracted on like the CT and Heaven angles. Then he just doesn't even need to look that way. He could just focus on killing the one dude that's going to be at the back throwing darts. That's the only way Silver gets into the game.
It's Elite to fall, and Na'Vi up to 12, keeping KC down at 9.
I feel like this defense has just gone. What's happened?
That's why I'm come to you with, right? So you do you remember when you used to coach a team? Yeah. You know, I come to you for answers, and you're going, oh, it's not going well. What is going wrong? Because we kind of like alluded to it a little bit, the the Fade and the, I guess Harbor weren't really imposing as a defending duo towards A, and they were kind of being disrespected by Na'Vi just going through them. But it feels like there's more to it than that. So we can kind of touch back on that because we're back underway again, and potentially a bit of a mid-brawl. Bloody hell. It was all over. Koala Noob again. Well, this time actually gets a whole lot of damage his way, and this time KC with the advantage. Sadak, Martin keeping the numbers up on this fight down middle. Still going to post up Sadak. Need to recover that spike, and they do get it back.
The Rustic's just in.
Good reaction from Ruxic.
I like this. Couple couple more seconds, he gets to walk this
Alves
way.
isn't ready for this.
Really being aware,
Yep.
but the awareness never really twigged for Elite. He was just drifting through in no man's land. Plants come in, but down to a 3v3, and Ruxic is buying time. He's keeping space. Does he need to outstay his welcome? I don't think so, but he was confident.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. It was a good try.
Falls. Now Hero and Angel left in this post plant. Can they close out now? KC with an opportunity to build back in. Oh, Angel, this could be nasty. Positioning feeling a little bit cheeky. Playing just on the edge of that smoke.
What's up, Fred?
And, oh,
What do you mean you're shocked?
Comes face to face, and Hero surely has to fall. Carmine Core with
How you doing, buddy?
chance.
Yeah, all off of that peculiar artifact. Involves ropes. Martin popping his head up. But yeah, solid retake. Angel.
Not gonna lie, this map has kind of devolved a wee bit.
These sort of calls to go for these like fights in mid.
Navi taking a timeout, I think. Their last timeout.
I guess if you're Carmine Core, you kind of need something to work in your favor a little bit earlier, right? It feels like they've been dictated to the whole time. The pace has been from Na'Vi. The approach has been from Na'Vi. We've been saying they can't really hold these sites passively. Is the answer then take a fight on an extremity down middle, do something proactive, kind of like we saw Na'Vi doing, or does it not work with this comp as well?
I think that they've stuck their Vice setup on B, and it feels they're fairly comfortable on that side of the map. I could be wrong. It's interesting they've not switched that at all.
Yeah, almost reticent to move it.
Maybe that would be part of the solution. But yeah.
Okay. Look to maybe get a little bit more versatility out of Elite. I don't know. At this point, it feels like that was just. You look at the kind of round timer, right? It's been bits and pieces here from KC. Moments here and there, maybe a player bailing them out, maybe a couple of kills.
You're wondering if Qubit Academy is an effort with M80? No, it isn't. That is Sentinel's registered academy team. And also, I wouldn't work for Sentinels anymore. They don't want me, so you know. I mean, I don't get me wrong. Like, I wouldn't mind going back to Sentinels like someday, but like, yeah. I don't feel too great about being dropped and then going to their academy team, you know.
Taking a wander in middle, and last time around that was the keys to victory for Carmine Core.
Looks like he's like grouping up for another punch.
Yeah, they are responding in kind. They want the fight here, Martin.
That's good.
Happy to brawl, but he's been taking a lot of damage, down to about 20 TPs away. And they can just reset the fight. They don't need to double down on this. They've got their man advantage.
Yeah. As soon as you get that kill on this map, you can.
Yeah, it's so cool here. Regress mid. It looks like KC are going to do the exact same though. Okay, just info. Seen 3 people.
Does get I guess purely for info. That's a little bit of dips away. Still saw 2 towards middle, so knowing they haven't.
The Angel's just going to rewalk back into this, obviously.
Is slowly getting towards A, but the rest heading towards that B site.
30 seconds left.
I'm not sure what the call is here.
This is just purely a fake. I don't know what the game plan is. That is the thing. Hero gonna have to freeze it.
Yeah, this is.
Oh my god. Okay, I didn't know which way that was gonna go, but we're down to 10 seconds now. Right down to the wire. Na'Vi with
Astra is in Narnia right now.
Gonna come in, and we've got the latest lurk in the world. Ruxic is a million miles away, but Hero.
Oh, I mean, that movement was unreal.
Needs to buy a couple more seconds here. Ruxic does need to slowly but surely get over, because if Hero goes down,
the thing is like, Ruxic's in a good position to like flank the slate, but like the round's probably going to be over before he gets there. Yeah, like there's just far too much in Shao here.
Ruxic is coming through. The plant's decent as well. He can kind of path up towards heaven if he needs it. Tap on the spike. There's the first layer. That's the ult to buy time. Again, allowing layers for this late lurk to come in. Sadak's going to sit towards this, though. Ruxic's got to get a move on. Dragged away. And now time is their biggest enemy. Ruxic just going to be leading the charge here.
Oh my god. He did make it.
Pulling the game back. 13 to 10.
Alright, I take it back. He had enough time. Shaw did well though. I think he got a couple of kills with his ult. He got a pick, not in his ult, but I mean, let's see that again actually.
Third drag lurk to player. That's the ult to buy time. Again, allowing layers for this late lurk to come in. Sadak's gonna sit towards this though. Rook layers for this.
Oh no, Rooksik gets there. He gets there in time. Okay, so I was just wrong. He did have enough time. It looked very scary in the minimap, I won't lie. Yeah, Navi did cut that close though. Alright, while we wait for the next map, I'm gonna run and grab a snack real quick. I'll be back in a sec.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Love Holidays makes it simple to create your package holiday. We've made everything easy to customize so that you can book your dream trip in a snap. Hands up if you're down with that. For holidays at your fingertips, just tap in loveholidays.com.
Welcome back, everybody, here to VCT EMEA. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Billy. We talked about potential creativity, potentially some surprises coming into this. Are you happy with some of the things we saw?
Are you playing with me? Yes, I am happy with some of the things that I saw. I love the fact on both sides, okay? I think that the innovation coming in from KC is something that we saw last year during kickoff as well, and we expected, especially with the new roster. But for the side of Navi, especially with how it started and how well KC was doing in conditioning them in the way that they were using the utility, when the process came in, the way that they were solving things, and also the individual levels of players like Hero and Koala Noob was determinant for the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the condition of KC, because what I liked about Navi on the opposing side was the addition of Koala Noob and the way that he's able to just quickly change the pace of the game. Like, they were able to bait out so much utility from KC, and then they just sent Koala Noob in.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we have him in the region. As we were saying, he's one of the imports. He's been playing the game since he was 17 years old, grinding since the beginning of Valorant. We know that this year we have the 5th anniversary, and he has been here since the beginning, on the doors of ascending as a team in Americas, but finally we can see some of this talent translated at least onto this region. And I love the fact that even though, as we're saying, Casey was bringing a lot on the table, like dealing with the harbor at the beginning, forcing players like Xiao to use the drone at the beginning of the round just to see what's behind that first wall and whatnot. Love to see the adaptation, and love to see that even when the rounds are going against them, he's just having a great birthday.
I mean, yeah, it is his birthday day, and we always talk about, you know, the potential differences between players are LAN players or online players. This guy's a LAN player, you know, he is so cool, fearless. Some of the things he were doing is so Na'Vi. Like, even his playstyle, I feel like, just fits in perfectly. And like you said, Billy, he was able to kind of rescue a lot of situations for his side.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, like, you know, KC are gonna try and condition their opponents. That's what they're always trying to do. And I mean, Na'Vi were able to just bait out so much utility from KC, especially on KC's defense versus Na'Vi's attack. They could bait things out, they could let the clock run down, or like I said, they could just send Koala Noob in and rush the site. So there was constant pace changes throughout that map.
Honestly, I don't know why he's called Koala Noob. He's not a noob. He's like the opposite of a noob. But we did theorize also how Sui might be feeling coming into this, and I think he at least played like he really, really, really wanted to prove himself. I mean, there were some crazy clutches. The reactions as well. I don't think Kakuka, in all my years watching him play, have I ever seen him stand up on a
Smile.
stage. Yeah,
you know, it's kind of like,
but
very cold-blooded. But just look at him, as you're saying. Everything, I think that this is during the first half when everything was working out, when those A executes with all the utility from Vice and them individually were shining, because some of this was just unfair. What he does against Xiao here, not many people are able to pull this kind of rounds. But, you know, he knows him very well. He's had many years to get to know him.
And by the way, a 4K Sheriff clutch is pretty much a once-a-season kind of situation. We saw Durka do it one time last year, and Billy, he's just casually done this now on the first game of the season. I think it's going to be a crazy, crazy year.
Yeah. I mean, we did kind of say in that pre-match that, you know, when you're going up against your ex-teammates, you do want to kind of show up and show what you've got. But I think as well, like, we're seeing a lot of confidence come from players that maybe we wouldn't necessarily have seen, and I wonder if that is down to Sadak's leadership. We seen Sadak pull out a timeout in, I think it was round 8, and Eng was silent.
Yeah,
that was so bizarre.
Actually, never seen that.
Yeah, so like for Sadak to be able to call things to his team and just not have the coach's input as well, like, I'm interested to see how this develops.
I'm glad you used the word confidence, because hero.
Yes.
Man's shooting.
I love the fact that we see him playing open.
Wait, the picture! No, it's the wrong one. So critical, so critical.
I'm going to use it to say the point that I wanted to say, and is that last year when Hero joined Fnatic, he had very big shoes to fill, and we were not looking at him as Hero, the player. Most people were looking at him as the replacement for Leo. Nobody wants to be that. Let me tell you that. And now this year, he has a chance to make a name for himself. He starts playing Omen in a team with Angel and Ruxic, who's one of the best duelists of his region, debuting on the Agent and having the performance that he was having, especially on those late rounds when Navi was on the attack. He was the one pushed forward and actually getting the most out of every single situation. He was never going down without getting at least one.
Can they keep this up on Bind, though, as we move on to the next map? Because, I mean, Billy, we heard it from Yumpy. He was at least pretty, had his approval for the Harbor comp that KC used to run before Sadak is here. So in my mind, I'm feeling like KC's going to get like a 20 times buff with Sadak if they were to bring out the Harbor.
Perhaps, yeah, maybe. I'm still, like, my mind is still set on Teo for some reason, though. Like I really want to see if teams decide to play Teo on this bind, because I think that it's not a bad option, and I don't see why you wouldn't.
I mean, I love the fact that we saw something so special as this double controller versus double controller, but with a very big difference in how the executes and everything worked. I want to see this kind of Navi, though, because this Navi is scary. This is the kind of Navi that can build up to be something great. And on the side of Navi, of KC, as we're saying, oh yeah, everything's coming back.
Yes. Deadlock. Okay, we get the deadlock, we get Hero on Vice, but that makes so much sense to me. I feel like you can see what they're trying to cook here.
Man, and Angel is committed to that KO. I mean, I kind of like it, especially when he doesn't go down first, because I think that he understood, especially compositions, like the one KC is going to be running today, how valuable it is for him to gather the information and for him to be the stopping power.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, Deadlock and Vise is kind of the typical thing that we're going to see on Bind. For me, I feel as though it's kind of flipped though. That previous map, we've seen that Navi were kind of playing a bit more chill and KC were trying to innovate. And it's the opposite way around this time for me, is that Navi perhaps the ones trying to innovate with this composition.
Yeah, and KC is starting on the attack side too with this comp. Kakuka is going to be an interesting one. We will revisit this topic in just a moment because I want to know what Pansy and Mini make of all of this.
Well, you know what? Screw my opinion. Mini, I've got to come to you here because I know that you're a little hot and cold on some parts of this, but it seems like we've got the most to kind of look at least in my eyes. We're seeing kind of it looks like the current meta's approach in what Carmine Core's trying to run, right?
I mean, I've heard murmurs about the Deadlock Vice.
Yeah?
But I'm still a Viper fan in my heart.
God, move on.
So
Move on from those
there's
days.
some craziness here, like Deadlock, Yoru, and Vice in one composition.
How do we feel? What's the theory?
I trust Engen
with your life.
I trust Engen Sadak. Yeah, it's curious. I think on defense we're going to see Yoru playing around this Vice utility quite well. But yeah, it's a crazy one.
I'm waiting to see what happens with this because the problem is as well for KC to run this, they're going to be on the attack first, which feels so uphill, right? It's such an uphill battle.
Yeah, they don't have a traditional kind of initiator, no drones. They're going to have to use this Vice utility, the Vice Flash, and the Gecko utility to take map control. I think the composition comes alive on defense.
So what's the bare minimum rounds we're looking at here? If you're going to try and put a number to it, at least for KC to be operational with this sort of composition that is heavier leaning towards the defensive side, what's the bare minimum for them here?
5's okay. The only
About
problem
5?
is that you've got the KO on the other side, which is usually pretty good against Sentinels.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them, so...
Yeah, let's see if that actually comes into effect. Now, a bit of patience shown, a little bit of a presence noted over towards kind of that B side, but now leaning back towards A.
Okay, I'm back.
Generally on this map, if you get showers control, you're going to see teams lean back towards.
Go, Martin. Going to be trying to pressure further, force Hero to a fight, and he wins it. Martin now, green light to go
Alrighty,
forward.
sorry about that. I really need some food. I forgot how exhausting streaming is.
Kind of slicing the map vertically. Plants denied. Yeah, look at the time. We're down to 18 seconds.
I'm testing something different with my audio as well, so let me know if the game sounds is a lot too low or too high or something like that.
The man behind enemy line's going to grab one on the way out. Koala Noob goes down. That's going to sting a little here. They're all trying to focus towards him, but Martin taking a stand. Almost took another. Couldn't handle Shout, but now the plant's in. Util put in for Sadak as well. They're trying to clear back through the site. Kind of a really topsy-turvy pistol round.
Yeah,
good balance? Perfect? Okay, that's good to know.
The Vice and
thank you.
Yeah, so oppressive. So you're going to sit... Oh! It's Angel as well. Oh, that's bittersweet. Angel going to find his former teammate here. But the time's really ticking. Got to get a move on. Casey can kind of just like control, pressure this drop, and Elite going to clear up what was remaining. Ruxic going to try and do something. Not going to happen.
All right, let's have a look at these comps then.
All over the place,
so,
sort of pistol round there. Stars towards A.
Koala is indeed playing the race.
Back towards A. Tried the plant.
It's perfect.
Denied,
okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
what would I do without you? That sounds so good as well. Like I don't feel like I'm arguing with the casters whenever I talk.
A very easy call to kind of once the plant's denied.
Anyways.
Usually you see one person left behind, kind of ready to rotate back.
Right, show me these comps.
But a kind of gamble taken in that 4v5.
Yeah. Love the little audible though. Very, very quick to call it and just everyone piling through.
Okay, so Gianni is on the raise. That's good to see.
We do have a bit of a
good to see. I'm glad he's in a spot where he's confident playing all the duelists now. It's important. I mean, I don't want to.
And how do you though feel
I don't want to claim publicly that he wasn't, but it just seemed in terms of like their comp choices that he wanted to stray away from raise as much as possible. I could be wrong with that. The rest of their comp otherwise, Angel loves this KO. I'm personally not convinced with the KO on this map. I feel like you don't get a lot of information. You have to be really proactive in defense. Which is kind of like the same problem with Abyss, like it's just kind of hard to activate the KO utility in a proactive way. I almost feel like he'd rather just play Yoru at that point, but I mean, obviously he believes in it, and it is pretty decent on attack. But honestly, anything is pretty good on attack on this map. This is just a really good attack map. And then we've got two Sentis as well. I found both these Sentis. I think it's Deadlock's best map. This was the map I was really pushing the Deadlock on. I really wanted to try this. And then it's a really strong Vise map as well. I think this is definitely Deadlock's best map though, and probably one of Vise's best maps too. We'll see why in a second.
Angel? Nice.
And I think KC were doing this before, right? The Astra Yoru combination.
Beyond that, you could afford. Well, I mean, they
can't remember their
lose
comp
the
exactly,
outlaws,
but it wouldn't
not
surprise
the
me
weapon
if
they
it was
wanted
like,
to really lose at this
maybe
point,
these
but
three.
Regardless, they could afford one more death if they wanted to. Well, not wanted to, but if it happened, it would be.
Didn't they play like Yoru, Omen as well?
Losing that is a bit of a problem. We've got
They were putting Nismo in raise sometimes. Yeah, I mean Nismo's a fantastic raise. Again, like their philosophy last year was definitely more about comfort, and if that meant putting Nismo in raise because he's probably the better raise, then fine.
We'll take it.
Yeah, but it puts this round in a bit of a spot of bother, a little less to fight with now coming into it. Just kind of a couple pistols. I do see a Guardian still in that one Vandal with Elite, but that's a little rough.
So the game plan with the Vise is pretty simple on this map, honestly, on attack. You're cutting off one of these two chokes, pretty much. And the reason that you do that is because the defense need to get practice somewhere. They've got 4 ways of doing that. Like through here, as they're doing now. Down short, or down one of these lanes. And this wall just basically just shuts down a lot of that stuff, especially since a lot of what will happen on defense is like smokes in this area, especially with Brimstone. So it just kind of eliminates that, and it gives you less to worry about. Again, something very unique to Vise. Can't really do that with a Cypher, you know, or even like a Deadlock.
Surely they go now. Yeah. TP's there, they're going. That's straight towards A. There is still Rooksik, but if you've been given a red carpet rolled out like that, you're going to take the walk.
Yeah, chess match so far. B-Long taken for the attack and an instant reaction on showers, and then TP back. Like, this is a nice play.
Mini approved. There we are. Even without.
And then obviously they got the Deadlock too, as well. The Deadlock in terms of like attack exec power, insane. Obviously like the wall's really good in like the post, but like the net just combos well with everything. Probably a little bit better with like say a race or something, but still it's very good. The net goes through walls as well. So like you can like literally just throw it like the outside of the wall and it gets like all of inside. It's really good.
Just smothers everything.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Hero and Shao to get back in. I think they'll look for that opening. If they can't find it, maybe it's a save.
I'm waiting to see if anyone gives them an inch. They took a little bit of
I could see a world where Teo instead of Astro with the KC comp would be fun.
Yeah,
Well,
so
just having no smokes. I mean, it wouldn't be good, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun until it wasn't fun.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
B-Long default is maybe the kind of bread and butter they've got, I think.
Yeah.
I've seen this in China as well, this like double Senti combination.
Something that would probably play off.
I mean, it's not the first time we've seen double Senti on the map. We've seen
yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
Trace were pulling out the Deadlock Cypher
I already loved how quickly
comps.
they were able to pivot away from that.
And they were using it to great effect.
Start before as well, to a similar degree that Na'Vi were a little bit.
The Vice just gives you like a little extra initiation, let's say, with the flash.
For now, KC coming in with some nice creativity, some nice ideas. The composition clearly quite well worked out in their mind, and we were questioning how good this would look on the attacking side. This is when we start seeing more of a challenge. Maybe not in this round, it is still a bit of a broken buy, but once we get into the meat of those buy rounds, it should actually become way more uphill for Carmine Core, if anything, but it looks like another little set piece here.
4 stars immediately on A, so we're in for something fast.
Look at this clear. So close corners being cleared. I was kind of
Okay, so they're doing a showers control
utility went. I wasn't quite sure on that one, but
to give Sugetsu like a way to like hit late showers. Again, like very typical binds. Your late lurker kind of hitting this like. You do this a lot with like 100 teams do it with like their fade, like last year, but like typically that's like your Viper player.
From the back of the site, Carmine Core fighting together, and a Neron unnecessary ult here. Now is going to find much at this point, but job done. What absolutely stellar.
And your goal is basically just to put the defense in a situation where they have to either like fight out here, or go back here and face 4 players' utilities worth. kind of coming at them here,
really
which is like just
oppressive,
really
right?
hard to deal with.
Even on
Really,
the
really
attacking
hard.
side, which is quite surprising to me. Not even in the post plant. I mean, the side take, seeing how they're working with kind of Vice's utility, seeing how they're using that coupled with Gecko's utility, and it's just it's zoning off areas.
Switching
and then, as you
Gecko for Teo. Again, it would be fun. I think Gecko just gets far too much value on this map. It's definitely one of Gecko's individually like best maps, I would say.
But we're seeing here on A as
I
well.
think Teo as well benefits having another initiator in a lot of comps.
Find spaces to play in because
He doesn't really bring a lot of flashes.
Do you then play offside, play retake,
You know.
try and get aggressive?
And that's another reason that's why like Yoru is like a really good pairing with Teo, because he kind of supplements the lack of flashes.
It's going to cover a lot of space, but ultimately there are still spots on the
But Teo on this map is like really nice just because there's just not a lot of space to defend, especially on the B side. It makes B pretty unplayable if you have enough utility.
There, we can put smokes there. We can play in and around. I don't think it's not unholdable.
No, it's not.
Alright, gonna go and do a really British thing while this timeout's ongoing.
Exactly why the timeout is, because they've now felt the kind of full force of the intention from Carmine Core. And I think there's a lot to chew through into this, though.
I do think that one thing maybe I should highlight is that, like on the previous round, and even in the first game, I was kind of quite impressed with Navi's proactivity.
Yes.
But it's not worked. And I think that this is something even in Fnatic that we thought about a lot, was Navi do have that stylistic style on defense. Angel comes from Counter-Strike, where in the mid-rounds you're going to really push out of space. We saw Sagetsu punish that, a former Navi teammate. Like,
fully aware.
Maybe that's just something they have in their mind, is to watch out for this stuff. So.
Okay. I like that. I wonder if that's... this is when we get to see Na'Vi have to provide their own solutions. Love the remix of the Z-Knife and our pause music. That is delightful. Observers, please give me that bit. Appreciate it. Thank you. Operator for Koala Noob. I'm not seeing Hero by yet. There we are. Okay, so all good. I get a little nervous when I see a player
It's not T, no.
like,
It's something better.
Timeout? No. Timeout called here. Leading into the 5th round, we do have Martin's ult.
Yep, it looks like we're grouping up for it, honestly.
It's a pot noodle. These things are legendary.
For Na'Vi if it is the case,
now, last time I had to be on the road, I got a pot noodle. I didn't have a fork. And a pot noodle is, as you may imagine, is a, you know, quick, put hot water and have like instant noodles kind of thing. Not having a fork was tragic. I was having to use like small wooden stirrers to try and like fashion like some of the flimsiest chopsticks you've ever seen to eat this. I have sourced a fork, so I'm very happy.
Martin's going to clear through.
And you get like a little pack of soy sauce to go with it too. So good.
Well, that's a bit awkward, isn't it?
But
now I'm stuck.
I'll save that for a bit.
So you've taken the standard space, and now the rotations are in. We do have, though, the ults on top. Ave's going to follow through. Fish ult in. Nothing there. Brings it on back. So site's clear, right? They've done the job. It's not been, I guess, min-max efficient, but it is job done. But look over towards Hookah. This is not without challenge. Angel's already slipped ahead here. Still looking to spam away. You got that util in the post plant. There's a lot of util to get past it. Stall out towards elbow. It's Sadak to find Chow. Ult's going to come in. Martin's going to go forward and into the embrace of Rooksik. So now drifting a little bit deeper off the site.
Yeah, push into elbow as a reaction to the TP through Hooker, losing that.
That's a big net.
God, but they're all towards long. They don't have much else, right? Casey, this is it. This is what they've got. And they've got Elite a little ahead. They didn't expect that, but he's only going to get one.
They've got the suck. Do they have any... They have no Gecko util.
And Rooksik leans ahead of the smoke. Dealt with by Aves, and they're losing out in numbers.
They
Na'Vi have no way back in here.
Not enough kills.
And the gap, the net is closing. They don't even know about it. To get to, gonna get his vengeance on Angel this time. Gets the gun and hopefully gets out of dodge there. It wasn't pretty, Mini. The theory felt good.
Yes,
right?
coffee six, yes.
And then the wall was tripped. Things got a bit messy. It was all a bit topsy-turvy, but it's 5 rounds in a row.
Ultimately, though, like I said early in that round, like, we played Na'Vi.
I'm so ready for this.
Towards the A side of the map with the ult against a power ult, which is, you know, you're about to get. When you have a big power ult, you're going to expect a fast.
Is soy sauce the best condiment in the world?
Very wrong, unfortunately.
So it has to be up there, right?
Benefit of that, a little bit unlucky.
Well, this time. Right place.
Definitely top 3.
Not much to work with though, outside of it, right? You've got I think it's a Stinger, a Vandal, a Shao though, but Koala Noob's got to deal with a whole lot of trouble just around this corner. He's seen a pixel. They are close here. This is so deadly.
What's the rest of the top 3? Mustard and Ketchup.
He's got to back away a little bit here, find a little bit of a corner to play from. Lovely shot towards Martin.
English Mustard.
Actually finds a little bit of security.
English Mustard, you get a bit of spice. Ketchup, you get a bit of sweet. And soy, you get a bit of salt.
Maybe the game changer in this
That's the most well-rounded top 3.
God, I thought he almost had another, but now it's down
Base,
to Shao.
yes, I know.
Vandal,
I've never been more sure of a top 3 in my life.
So if anything
Garlic mayo.
Shao's at least got a fighting chance here. Tries to clear
Garlic
out
mayo
the
is good,
corner.
but it's not like God tier,
on
you know.
top, and as our Carmine core so far, another round in their favor.
Just another straightforward grouped up exec from KC. Na'Vi aren't doing anything to kind of dissuade them from doing it. I imagine they continue.
Well, it's quite
garlic mayo.
Position though, right?
I mean, listen, I love garlic mayo as much as the next person.
Massive impact.
In fact, I like anything with mayo.
I want to see what
That's
the
just great.
overall answer is, right? Because you're not going to have that operator every round. You can't always be in the right place for it. Now
The one thing that garlic mayo has as a negative is it's a very hard thing to get consistent. You get garlic mayo from like Domino's versus the one you get at the store versus the one you get, you know, like Nando's. Like they're all very different. Like ketchup's ketchup, you know.
But still kind of at least alluding to pressure.
Anyway, I've been like severely not locked in for this so far.
As a reaction from Angel, it captures 3 or 4.
Lovely. Do we see that third player drift away from that B site? I think we are already looking like Koala Noob's the one to
No way they're playing KO.
Is there now any further layers this
Yeah, I just don't like.
In the way here.
I feel like
All gonna come in.
the way that you play KO typically is either using the map architecture, using the map design to like kind of control chokes. So like on the Ascent, for example, you have like the A main knife, the B main knife, and you kind of like post someone up, be it like Chamber or Jet or something like that. Or you use it to stall execs before they happen. But I think on this map, KO does neither well at all. It's one of the most proactive maps in the pool right now. And it's just like, he just doesn't really offer a lot. Like you can't really get like a lot of value out of his knives on defense, really, I wouldn't say. I think there are better flashes that you can use, especially since you want to be fighting, not setting up people. So again, that's why I'd say like a Euro or something like that might be a little bit better to consider. And then like the rest of the comp itself is just like not really built for being proactive. Like Gecko is not really made to be someone who's like chowing down lanes every round. You know, they have a raise, which is great, but it's not like it's like a Euro or anything like that, where he can get away with kind of like overextending and getting out. And then obviously they have like Brim of Ice. So I just feel like it just relies a lot on Angel himself to make individual plays on an agent that isn't very good for doing it on defense.
It's an interesting combination with the Astro.
And there's been teams like even like DRX, right? Like a team that will spend a lot of time like cooking up thorough game plans that they plan to use across multiple like matches. Like even they struggle to like implement the KO. So I'm personally not a fan, but on attack you're definitely going to see like a lot more value. And at the end of the day, it does come down to this map being very attack sided. Like if these guys get like 4, maybe even 5 rounds from this point, then they'll be able to kind of like turn that into like a decent attack, kind of like they did in Abyss.
They're trying to get the rotations in time, but KC, man advantage.
Yeah, the Astrobes, but you've seen Boaster do that before. But
I think he's inspired by it.
Yeah,
he's like, God, I want to be like Boaster. Dream of it. Ooh, hero. A little close there. Oh, go again.
Oh shit.
Time to leave. That's what it's like to stick on the site. Just gets absolutely gunked on the way out. But hero. Oh, that was ambitious. And he really needs to put those foolish ambitions to rest. Koala Noob and Shao, it's time to save.
Save time.
Yeah.
What's happening there? You picked up hero. What's that about?
Wait. I mean, he was in a disadvantaged situation. He had to make a big play.
You think that was a big play? Huh.
He had to make a play.
Yeah, I mean he's right. He had to make a play before he got completely shot. It's like the only way to win the round is to like make a play and get like a kill. It is really tough.
Dump on the B side of the map, I feel like is
Because if you don't make a play,
don't tramp down the side
you're just going to
because,
be stalled
on the
by
A side of the
2
map,
lots
I'm
of
a bit more like,
Senti-Util
we can
until the
play
end of
around.
time. So
I think we kind of saw that as well.
you're
It was
basically
on
either
the
making a
previous
play or
fight,
you're
obviously it's on
saving,
previous round
and
one
he
that they were
decided to make a
able
play
convert there. They did
since
find
his
a nice
teammate was
bit of
already
space
here.
to play in, kind of slow down with the vines, kind of create a bit of distance to it, so they couldn't instantly capitalize.
I wonder if they
on the
will.
space gathered from the utility, so kind of seeing that
I wonder
slow
what
was
that
there,
money's
but
like.
yeah,
They
you can
might
kind
have
of
the
see it
ability
on,
to
at
buy
least
into
when
an
it
op.
came to what Hero's screen looked like while he tried to evacuate. It was just layer upon layer, flashed and pushed
Map
away.
3?
So
Well, we'll see.
interesting balance to be struck.
It's
We
not
are
looking
seeing a
good.
7-1 scoreline. This is
Tech pause.
good.
Martin has the
There's a
Euro
kebab
ult.
chain that
Something
has
I
an
did
insane
think
garlic
about the
mayo.
Euro
Yeah.
ult. Completely forgot. Is
Oh
that
yeah, like
Euro
I'm not saying garlic mayo
so
can't be
maybe
insane.
they
I'm
kind
just
of
saying
vice
across the
versa,
board, if we're going to
say Euro
judge
more,
each
that
condiment
clone,
by
such a vital piece
their
of utility.
consistency,
Yeah.
If you can just
um,
throw the clone, the
to
wall
be a
will
great condiment, then I just think garlic mayo loses points.
Otherwise, you have to
You know,
do the awkward shuffle up to the
people make it
wall
in different
and,
ways.
Try
They
to
use like
jump
weird
around.
It's not fun.
flavorings
No,
and
it's
stuff
not,
to make it
and
unique.
for you playing along at
Again,
home,
ketchup is
I know the
ketchup. You
producer
know,
said,
you can't go wrong with
"Okay,
that.
pauses this time," and I went, "All right,
And
let's
you're right about
bring
soy
it on
sauce,
in."
so you can only
And
use
now
it
he
on
actually said
noodles.
we'll
You
drink.
can't really
So
use it in other ways. But
Tallies,
noodles is like
ladies and gentlemen, I hope you don't mind.
universally loved. You know, everyone
Beyond
in the
that,
world eats
we do see
noodles.
the operator in Hands of Sugetsu
Especially
still-
since
and yeah, I think you're
you
right.
can buy
We
noodles
are
really
starting to see
cheaply
those layers
and just
dealing
have
with
like a
that
really
vice
nice bottle of
utility
soy
as well with
sauce,
that Yoru
and it just like
hand.
transforms
But
your
now,
cheap noodles into something
7-1
that
though,
actually
scoreline
tastes like pretty
worrying when
good.
we're seeing this composition succeed so well.
So like
We have a
the
new little look to have here.
the
Close flash, it
versatility,
looks like it's off the back
not
of
the
Martin's
versatility,
ult.
like the
They've been cooking. This is their map pick for a reason. Not only do they have a
that
nice
the the way that soy transforms
Beautiful.
ordinary
Side
meals
spots
into
the players
extraordinary
towards
meals.
Drybox. Might get hunted down here though. If he's
It's
not
something to
careful, he
consider.
does at least have the shorty, but probably not how you want to do it. And look at Angel being just kind of forced out of these angles, these safer positions. They did manage to stall a bit of time, make it away at least from any
I will defend soy
damage done
sauce
from that
to my last breath.
Yoru ult. But speaking of, there's the response instantly. KC just stop any of that naughtiness. Double stacked up. Martin in unison with Sugetsu. It is an absolute shutout of a round. Ruxic 1v4.
You can add hot sauce chicken noodle soup.
Not
Yeah,
gonna
I like
happen.
when I'm at home. I put
And
chili flakes
yeah,
in my
if
noodles.
this is what
I love
KC
it.
look like on the maps they're comfortable on, I'm
Never too much
scared,
salt. Not sure about that.
I mean, I'm
But
scared
soy
too.
sauce is a good way to kind of get like a
Punch, man, you're good.
a nice
Navi,
balance.
they've
Got a
played
bit of
the
flavor, a
weak
bit of
side
salt in there.
A, hit the Euro ult. It's they've got. I think they've tried to adjust to a B-long setup where they're kind of they want to kind of punish KC for that kind of molly take on B-long. But again, KC are like one step ahead. It feels just like Sene.
I don't want to ask you what the answer is, but at this point, they are being absolutely executed on. Time and time again, we're seeing the util being used to take that space. These site hits have been overwhelmingly good, and there came a point before when we were kind of like, I guess even in the like Viper era, right, where it was so strong that you had to almost play ahead of it, right? You had to try and disrupt earlier or get aggressive, try and double down on it to the fault of almost madness, right? Because you feel like surely we can play retake, but you just simply can't. With you look at the post plant utility alone. I'm kind of surprised Na'Vi haven't gone for this triple down, double down aggression as hard as it is to play. It feels like it's
If
the
it
only
had egg
response.
upon
And
noodles is good.
They have got
Yeah.
a small reward, but they're just traded in on this. Wasn't a
Egg and
perfect
noodles
buy
is
by
just so
any
good,
means.
like a boiled egg.
I think, to be honest with you,
Almost.
it might just be an issue composition. Like I don't have great answers with this composition.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Well,
I agree
no,
with
don't
Minnie.
either.
Pushing,
I just feel like
fine as an answer isn't usually.
It's not great. It's not the first go-to. It's not like brilliant. Let's but it just feels like they are just getting absolutely rinsed.
Yeah.
And maybe we haven't seen like a
I mean, Minnie's not
well-structured
being
retake. Maybe Na'Vi
allowed to
just
finish his
aren't
thought,
there
but
yet in
so I
their
kind of
depth.
finish off for
This
him.
is
Like
super
it's
early season, right? Like we're talking, we don't really know where these teams
it's
are
like really
sitting
tough
at
because
veto-wise, comfort-wise,
the answer is getting
control,
proactive and not
so
allowing
much
these
up
double
in the air,
senticons just to
so
walk
many
up and
issues
exec
that
and
could be there
block
that
off
we
your
can't
retake,
really
but
put tangibles
they
to,
don't really
but
have the
as it
tools to do
stands,
it
there has been 9
consistently.
rounds of sheer dominance.
Without just like being
and
really
one
committed
answer
with
for
like their
Na'Vi.
bodies as players.
That's the kind
And then
of
at that point, the game
long
plan
and
just
short of
becomes
it.
so
Now
much
they've got 2
easier
ults to
for
play with Na'Vi.
for KC.
Be
All they
time
have
to
to do
make
is
a
just
little bit of a stand,
literally wait for the
do we
information
just see
and then
them sit
just
back? So we're seeing that same
group
sort
up
of,
and
yeah,
exec on the right
start
side.
from the Gecko util coming in. We've
So the
got
game plan on attack is just
Vice
extremely
util
simple
coming
right
in.
now.
Where's
On
the
top of the
safety
fact they're
stand?
getting
It looks like
snowballed
close.
utility
Good
wise.
shot through the smoke. I guess if that's going to going to work. That's going to work. Play up towards the front side of the site, and they've got some crossfires in play. Rooksing
wow.
gets
No
overwhelmed,
way.
though, and KC once again clear the site.
This Reap base
Yeah,
gets to his
interesting
netty.
adaptation. just using that Brim Smoke early in the short. They know they've got no drone to kind of clear it out, so maybe getting kind of weird around that kind of stuff could be quite good for them.
Yeah, playing that no man's land, try and find a little bit of space towards it. Koala trying to play retake with that operator, gonna be tricky.
This guy might
looks
get
like
something here because he's coming from the opposite angle.
Trickier. Hero though, see now Elite so clean. Elite's been really clean with some of these shots. And Koala, it's all a matter of timing here. 10-1.
And that's it. That's going to be 11-1. Like they're
pretty much over. Are you excited about map
they're
3?
destroyed.
Are we gonna cast a curse this? No,
I'm trying.
Alright,
My
map 3
curse
it is.
isn't that
I'm eating
strong.
my
I'm
noodles.
not sliggy. Trust me, I can't do that sort of stuff.
I mean, as we said, we had some ults in that round that we could have used, but we weren't even in the situation to use them.
Yeah.
Hero's gone for a flank, and he's been caught out.
I'm going to turn my camera for a bit.
Feels like maybe this is maybe a strong pick for KC, but also maybe Na'Vi is kind of lower on their kind of scale right now.
Bloody hope so. They come out going, how's that? We were really happy with the veto. A bit worried. Martin, though, once again, tearing on through.
Oh.
Did we do this twice now?
Okay.
I don't know what the plan is with this.
Hey, Colin and Travis. You guys have a joint YouTube account?
Yeah, I don't know.
Love that. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. You're on the right account. I appreciate it, Travis. Thank you.
But again, whole site.
I was just I did like a wee demo of the Notion earlier in stream today. I was showing off your beautiful graphics.
Look at this. Oh, there's gonna be another like League of Legends streamer memeing on us again, isn't there? Koala Noob gonna find Sadak though. 5v4. Plant is in, but can they even keep track of this? Ruksik's gonna clear Sugetsu. Elite, Martin, and Aves with a world of trouble in front of them. Diffuse is starting, and it's Angel actually on it. Gets removed, and Martin's the one to find the critical kill here. Martin's still alive, but he's got an army against him. He can't stand any further. Na'Vi just needed 3 ults and everything to chuck at them with the kitchen sink, and they are at least gonna get a second. 10-2 is an absolutely belting scoreline. If you're at least a, I guess, Carmine Core fan. For Na'Vi fans, a little less so. And the worrying thing is now we see this composition go on to the defending sides. And I'm going to leave you with that thought here, Mini. We'll be back after the break.
One enemy remaining.
In a moment, Todd's mom will read her son's internet browsing history.
What?
ExpressVPN apps keep your activity and identity private while you browse, stream, email, or download. To learn more and get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN protection for free, go to expressvpn.com/mom.
Craziest ad I've seen in a while.
Wow. We said 5 rounds, didn't we, Mini? We said 5 would be really good with this sort of composition that's genuinely a little bit stronger on the defending side. They got 10.
Yeah, I think they're fine.
They're doing
They're
alright.
fine. They can start saving their strats now.
You tried skipping the S3 times because they thought they were mine.
Okay, they
All
can just
right.
Juicy Eng Sadhack combos they got going.
No, I'm not baller enough
They're
to
going to be kept in the back pocket.
run ads.
Again, for Na'Vi, it is going to be that balancing act of we've got to find out how high up in the map pool this is. Is this something that would be traditionally in their vetoes? You know, how high up is it in their priority? Because as it stands, I mean...
It could be a stylistic thing. It could be they've never had to fight a comp that's had that much brutal execute power.
Yeah.
Challenger starts like
Not the fun,
super
most
soon.
fun way to
Open
play.
qualifiers are coming up. Then it'll be the closed
but I guess
qualifiers, and the
best
main
lessons
event
are learned
I
in the
believe
live
starts at the
scenarios,
end
so-
of January.
Sugetsu
on the
Be really careful about this. There's a whole lot of players, but he does have a
29th,
deadlock on
I
this
believe.
side of the map. Flash set up. And RV go in.
I
Simplistic,
don't have
it
the
looks
exact
like.
dates to hand.
Well, noob hindered, yeah. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Take a seat, KC. Just showing Na'Vi to their seats at this point. And that was their flashes, that was their goer. That was meant to be the way forward. Absolutely handled.
Took about the stall on the other side. That's what we needed. Nice lurk from Hero.
Timing on this could be very, very nice. There's no way Elite's aware. Oh my good God, Elite, are you serious? He does lose out, but at least I mean, he was the right place, just a couple seconds too late. All gonna divide. I don't know if they're gonna be able to conquer much from this. Look at the HP left. Hero down on 16, Ruxic down on 20. It's Angel, really, who's got to be standing pretty much at the forefront of this. So Ruxic gonna tuck in towards Octagon. Angel gonna try and join him, but already issues coming their way. Turns the flash, comes back around, cleared. Ruxic down, Angel low, 30 HP, tries to dig his heels in, but they clear house. Carmine Core showing off on that deadlock now.
The intention from Na'Vi, I quite like
Alright,
the idea.
I really needed that.
Got netted.
I have a second
working
window.
towards B long. He left the wall towards short B.
Yep.
We're going up short A.
I'd happily be
towards the
paid in
lamps
pot
area.
noodles instead of chicken
If we
nuggets.
needed to
I think
cancel
that's
through the TP back
fair.
through, we know if they push through hooker.
I think that's a good
Hero
equivalent.
As a cancel option is going to be long. Yep. There was thought there from Na'Vi, but unfortunately when you get a net to the face,
There's not much to do. I don't know what you're meant to really do about that either. It's just, you know, luck of the draw, right? A good little net comes flying out your way. You've got 4 players, cool. I mean, I guess you can't be so...
Now we're using a second timeout because why not?
Again, the double flash coming in, it's all coming through one direction. It's Sadak's just grinning at that. You know,
I'm honestly not sure what the adjustment is here. I mean, typically as a coach, you don't time out after pistol.
Unless Na'Vi...
You typically don't even time out till round 4. Unless there's something emotional going on.
Like Angel uses knife for information on showers.
Because you typically like tend to game plan like
your
your set pistols and stuff.
The
The only reason that you would do like a strategical timeout is if like
he's not always going to be hitting them.
you had something planned that you can't no longer run against the comp or the game plan that you're playing. But even then, you have enough time in between halves to do that. Like you get like a 2-minute pause at least. So typically, it's enough time for the coach or the coaches to kind of like discuss amongst themselves. Okay, hey, we're going into a new half. Do we need to make any adjustments? Yes. All right, cool. Let's brief them in the, in the pistol freeze before the cameras go back on. And then you don't have to burn a timeout making that adjustment in like the first 2 rounds. So.
Oh my God.
A mixture of like KC being 11-10 down, 11-2 down, but also.
I mean, I was obviously paid by Fnatic to.
You know, perhaps like the wrong call was made or something needed to be cooked with this force. I'm not sure.
Why is he able to do that every now and then? He just hits like. Well, looks like a running shot. Can we get that on replay, please, observers, if that's possible? Appreciate you. If not, it's cool.
Do I think Navi have a chance in Lotus? It was one of their better maps last year.
Look at short. Can we just look at what's...
Yeah,
look at the state of it. Can we get a little zoomy circle? Wait, hold on.
That's 6 pieces.
Let's just get a little zoom circle on that.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at the state of that.
I mean, I won't lie. I just feel like this is getting crazy competitive
and look at the observers
on this map.
Oh, you guys are so right.
This comp is
And there's
just...
the flash on that.
This comp is just not good for the map in general. And they're playing against a comp that has obviously got an insane defense now. And they have like, what, 9 rounds in hand? But also like the way that the limitations of Navi's comp failed to exploit, I guess, the weaknesses of KC's comp. And KC was just able to get like every round their own way every time.
That one's been destroyed. Bears on the swing. And he's got a shout. So, just Hero, last alive. I kind of wanted to see someone walk short, if I'm honest, just to see what it's like to try and deal with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just morbid
So
curiosity.
Navi didn't actually force, by the way. So they are playing for OT at this point.
10 seconds left.
And honestly,
12.
that's a tough call,
Jeeped.
but it is possible. I mean,
Please do it again,
this is
Coach.
bind attack.
I don't think they will, but, you know, fingers crossed.
I know it's going to be big here too. because of
The problem with the deficit this big though is that it's just like, if you're KC, you literally just need to wait for like a round that's just unlosable. You don't keep force buying, trying to get over to 30. You don't try and end the round at like 12-3 or 12-2 or 12-4 if like you don't have the economy. You can just literally just wait for ultimates to come into you. Like just wait for the ultimates to play with basically.
Difference. For now though, again, eyes over towards the util dump that is going to be a nightmare to go through.
Because that's the only way that Navi win this, is if KC mismanage their ult, so mismanage their economy, and they just get snowballed back.
4-1 split on this. Sadak doesn't seem too phased.
What do I think the thought process was behind this comp? Because I don't see it. Neither do I, honestly. I just feel like
how KC ran this round.
For some reason, they've just misread how they want to play the map. Like, not even the comp, just like the map.
Yeah, and the deadlock stuff on top. Yeah, it's lovely.
And they have a re-clear of showers if they lose it.
And again, like, Happy permabanned this map for 2 years as well, so like...
Absolutely been in the kitchen.
I mean, this is extremely surface level, and I do not know this for sure, but like, it's very easy just to kind of be like, yeah, like...
Grand. Locked.
You know, like, Angel has a history of... Like, I mean, Angel and his Navi FPX team have been playing Chaos since, like, the Chamber days. And honestly, against the Chamber, it kind of worked pretty well.
Just me, you, and Sneaky.
But and Chaos was obviously extremely prevalent in the meta back then. And then on top of that, Happy's not been working on the map for 2 years. Like, this is not to say he can't do binds. Like, coaches can do every map generally. It's just more, if there is a weak spot in that map, probably would be this map. And I don't think it was an accident that KC just happened to want to pick binds against this team. I think it makes perfect sense. You put Janny on perhaps his worst duelist, even if it is good, like it's probably not his most comfortable. And yeah, you just put a team that's probably got less reps on the map in general. So
no, say it
good
out
for your
loud.
choice.
I need to hear it. I love you, man. I love you. Oh, oh, bro disappeared. My ass, bro, you died in front of my eyes. My ass, no.
Alright, let me drink my gravy. That's the best part of pot noodles. You get like this nice warm gravy at the end. So good. Yeah, give me a sec.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can we stop with the self-care weeks? Like, what if we did adult weeks instead? Think about it. Instead of laying in bed and rotting away, we literally just dedicate...
Alright, any comp predictions for Lotus? Is this a map we see too?
everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
You want to see more Visor Lotus? Yeah. I think that's a good shout. And like Visor's pick rate is going to be really strong. At least for kickoff. It just makes too much sense.
That was an absolute masterclass. You can really tell why Casey wanted to play bind.
We understand that the first day there's
GX just played the like Cypher. I actually missed that map. I didn't see a lot of it, but I imagine like a lot of how you would play attack is kind of similar to Cypher. You kind of like throwing the flash instead of throwing a cam. You just kind of help control space, and then you're kind of masking your attack defaults with it. And it's kind of like same on defense. You can use the flash like an info cam. And you're ultimately playing for like kills in sight, rather than to like anchor it to the death, like you would with KJ. Zelsis style, you know. Breach, Vice, Cypher, Raise Fade. Was that the comp they played?
They were doing using the ultimate bait in the sheer, trying to get past all of that Vice utility that can be so tricky to play against. And round after
Yeah, you are.
every time he got his ultimate, he could have massive impact.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Like the Omen is the Cypher. Yeah.
All the utility will fall from the side of KC in the right moment. You can definitely tell that there's been a lot of scouting, that they know exactly when it's the moment to go, how to counter the Vice utility as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think what Casey did really well was just being able to cut noise and then utility dump onto Navi's defense, right? There were so many rounds back to back to back that we just were consistently seeing utility dumps. I mean, the way in which Aves was using that Gecko utility as well was really nice. We got a glimpse of it on KC's defense, where they were playing off of the Gecko utility and chucking things like the Deadlock Gravity Net and things like that to make plays. Like, it was really nice. They had clear defaults that they wanted to play out. And yeah, ultimately, the utility usage for me was just a height above.
Oh, totally. I mean, there is a reasoning behind choosing this map. Yeah, of course, we have some first-timers on the other side and whatnot, but no round was...
Wait, I need to see that.
First-timers on... I mean,
the utility usage for me was really nice. They had clear defaults that they wanted to play out. And yeah, ultimately, the utility usage for me was just a height above.
I forgot if Clone still activates Wall. I think it does, right? Yeah, makes sense. I wasn't sure if it was the alt or the Wall that was doing it there. I mean, it makes more sense for the Clone, since he is technically in a different dimension. That's the comp you run. It slots so well with defense for refights and just in general map control. Yeah, there's definitely Breach is definitely his popularity in the map has definitely increased. I've also seen people play the EDG comp a bit as well, with just a double controller.
I absolutely love this because we're so used to seeing double controller on Bind, but this is a very different way of approaching and just putting so not seeing seeing actually a double sentinel instead, not having the brimstone, not having the viper, and then seeing Sadak spearheading some of this. Like, Martin would go in and Sadak would be like, "Don't worry, bro, I got you. Like, I'm behind you. It doesn't matter. Everybody else is like using utilities who gets to looking at the flank. It doesn't matter." But I feel like the support that Martin got from the player that was also throwing grab net left and right to everybody. Like, he was so annoying to play against.
This is the thing with Sadak. Like, you could
Alright,
just
let's have a look at
was elevated through his playstyle. And like, I think it was round 4.
see what the boys are doing.
So overzealous.
So Getsu having a great series, as we know.
4v1. So yeah, I think his confidence is absolutely through the roof right now.
Also, and speaking about confidence, Navi was only able
His
to
best was insane.
first kills on this map.
On the other side, Gianni showing up well. Again, like his abyss was pretty damn good. Enjoyed watching that. Obviously, they all kind of like took a hit on the bind. That's what happens.
Maybe he just has that kind of innate instinct. I feel like he's like kind of like Angel, as in he likes to go in, but he doesn't die as much, so he just looks good. You know.
So one thing I will remind you guys, talk about like the similarities between you know, old M80 comps and current Navi comps and the coach influence and whatnot. M80 were the team that played the triple Senti comp on Lotus. So, yeah. Now, I'm thinking about it. So, KC were Team B because they picked Bind. So, going into Lotus, Navi will be picking the side. So, I'm not saying they're going to play triple Senti starting defense, but it's possible. Okay, they're not playing triple Senti, they're playing double Senti. And the Sage is coming back. They bring the Teo in. Alright, cool, we get to see some Teo. Woo! Single Teo, double controller, double Senti, no duelist. This is what they did with the triple Senti as well. They just had no duelist. Gianni was on the Sage, which he's on now. So, yeah, this has carried over directly. So, you were right. You'd be right for thinking that there is a lot of crossover between M80 to Navi now. So, it's kind of cool. You're seeing like a mixture of this guy and Happy combining together. And then on the other side, we have something unique as well. We've got Vice here, Fade is here. I like that. I think the Fade is still really good. And then they've got the double controller as well. But they got a Z Harbor. Now, before the Harbor was used pretty effectively to scale out and take control of spaces. But against a double Senti, that's going to be really hard. And like I say, Navi picked defense as well. So I'm not saying Navi had two comps cooked up, but they certainly were prepared to play Lotus starting on their preferred side. The thing that worries me about Navi and their comp is their attack. But we'll cross that bridge in 12 rounds, I guess. I don't think his rockets are showing on the map, if I'm not mistaken. I did not see them, but I assume they were here.
They've got to be a little cautious about this one. Could have been absolutely screwed over. But Koala Noob is just going to say, no, you're not coming to my site. Have fun. See you in a bit.
Okay, so they got C control and they baited out the wall. This may seem like a win for Navi. You know, haha, we stopped you going C, but I mean, the reality of it is that they've still got a minute left. What do they have to work with? Okay, they don't have any prowlers anymore. Eyes just gone down. They still have 2 flashes. Yeah, they should be okay. This wall is killer though, Jesus.
That is really quite pleasant. I like that.
Intention would have been that when the wall popped up, we get the flash, we go for a kill, but Shao doesn't need you to.
I think Shao was. Hold up, let me turn this back up a little bit first.
It is a bit. No, it's
Shao is on Astra.
Yeah. It's a bit top. Well, I mean, we've got.
Also, I think he was
KC, we've got Na'Vi on the other side. We've got different compositions.
Sorry, I'm being annoying.
Yeah, Robot was banned, but Shao. It'd be great.
Oh, I saw he might have like gone off like the bait queue.
Shao.
He didn't.
On stuff that is
Anyway.
Bit out there. Creative.
Like I said, these are, there's a lot of people on the server that have hurt my brain over the years with the amount I've had to try and counter, so at least it's not me having to stay up to 4 in the morning.
Yeah, so in zone flawless round 1, and I don't think we really saw it off the back of the kind of newer.
I mean, nice round by Shao, for sure. I think the round kind of played itself. I mean, it was nice. I don't know why I'm downplaying it, but yeah.
Didn't even really see it played out, but I don't know if you can then back on it again.
On both sides. They separated the Vice and the Sage.
Okay, so the Sage is actually really nice for stalling this area. Like, you just can't, especially with like the buffs and the lack of a dive agent, you're just not going to get through this choke.
Teo instantly using the... Yeah, okay. So the A control, we got... Okay. We're starting to see the Sage.
Yeah, so they put a salvo here to account for the Omen TP. And everything else was standard.
both sides of the coin, right?
But
You
again,
see
these
the kind of
guys go in here really
control
quick,
aspect
bait
to
out
it
the
on one side
util,
with that slow with the Teho utility on top of it.
reset.
Then you've got the wall, you've got the vines, you've got everything on the other side.
Meanwhile,
it
they
is
just
a
cleared
very
front
hard
B.
comp to handle, actually. I'd like to see how teams plan to go about this. KC probably had an idea of what
They
they
cleared
wanted
front
to do
B,
here,
so these
but I
guys are going to have
doubt
to
they
clear,
expected
but
this
what do we know
composition
from watching these
against them,
guys so
so
far? They
haven't seen
love
learn on the
contact
fly.
free
Don't know how
clearing.
deep this is into their map pool either.
So
Very
Jan is
early
just going
season
to...
here.
I think this round
He's going to implement the 1 minute protocol, as I like to call it.
they got rid of that
When you have Sage and there's a minute
That is
left, you pop your
something
wall
good to
because your
look
wall
out
lasts
for.
45
If they're
seconds,
not able
which
to
is
get out
typically...
into the
Leaving
rubble
15
control
seconds on the
because
clock
of the
is
Sage
normally...
coming
You
down
can
and
live with
they're
that.
gonna tail you,
So you just have
they've got
45
nothing
seconds
else
of
to do, they
information,
might as well
assuming this wall doesn't get broken early.
So it could be something that they do.
And obviously they have pistols, right? So it's harder.
Angel gets the iPad out.
And these guys are
This
stalled
map
from the
feels horrible to
salvos.
play against this. They are only on like classic, so it's not like we're seeing them go all in. A little high-low setup. Paranoia is pretty on the money. 20 seconds. Can we get a plant or anything? Kill. That's good. Xiao's a little low. But Xiao's not falling,
Nice,
is
good
he?
round.
So all good. Na'Vi, make it to a second.
So yeah,
only
you're
lose
going to
one
see,
point. Not the end of the world.
again, like,
Yeah, like I
I
said,
would not be
even
surprised
in
if
the intro,
Navi pull off
getting rid of
9
that
rounds,
util,
at
you can
least,
see
on their
the
defense.
backs,
Like, their
and
comp is
then
just that
they
good.
kind of prod B, and they've always got that option to go back
And
C, so
they have an
could be something
answer
to see.
for everything. Like,
I'm actually quite impressed.
you go
I've
A,
seen
there's
this
going to be
kind
a
of, like,
slow, there's going to be
combination stuff
rockets,
coming
there's
out,
going to
right? 'Cause
be
they
an Omen
clearly
here
Na'Vi have
controlling the
cooked
line.
a little
You want to
bit
go
here.
C, there's going to
Do
be
we
one
see
of
it
these
actually
sentinels
tested this
hard
round,
holding
maybe?
this, you're not going to get
Okay,
through,
let's
you're
keep
going to
our
have to
eyes
bait it
on
out
Salt
from
Rock.
re-hits.
Yeah.
By that time,
from the Euro maybe.
in all of this, Astra always has utility because Omen has smoke, so Astra can use her
See it.
stuns and sucks more
So
liberally
this is
for
what we're
stalling.
waiting on, and does Sugetsu live? Takes a lot of
And
damage.
then the second wave of tail
But
rockets is
now
going to
we've
come
got
back up
Ruxic
eventually
up
as
on
well.
top, going to take away Sugetsu. Now sends out the
And
Paranoia.
then there's
Still
the
a
fucking
player
Sage wall
towards that
too.
smoke.
Like, there's just
Might
so much
consider
stall.
it now for the back of the flash. Ruxic, you can have a little glance. You are. Oh, it's messy. That's not good. That's really not good.
It's messy, but it's a bonus.
All
I don't hate
theory
it.
and no practice in the end.
I mean, if this A control doesn't work for Na'Vi, that's
And it looks like they're using this
big
as an info
concern,
flash
because
as well,
that's one of the
which is
reasons
fine.
why they're going to be running this composition, especially with the Sage.
Yeah, because they got like a little
The
bit
info
of
flash
chip
is
damage,
nice
I guess,
because
but
if the
really
game plan is going to be go here, bait all this stuff out really early, then you kind of need to have like some sort of information on
Hero's
whether
already
they're
away on
either
the
grouping up to
angle.
re-hit C,
Got Shout,
or whether they've gone away to hit one of
Brady
these.
doesn't get checked on, but instantly
And then
dig
obviously
down
like
to
the Omen's
18,
going to be
so
here
that's
as
gonna
well
be-
to
I
let
don't
you
wanna
know
say
if they're
wraps,
re-hitting
but
or
it's
not.
close enough to a 1v3 is very, very difficult, especially with the map so open. They could easily pivot towards
And
B
normally
if they
there'd be like a
fancy it.
Viper wall
Hero
to kind of
was
help
low
the
to
Omen
towards
go back,
stairs.
but you could just ask for Astra
They've already
stars.
cleared on through. No
That'd be fine,
stress.
even just a
Quick
pullback.
Hero.
Bring them down.
That would have been the idea.
Oh.
And now he's been seen. So Hero, uphill struggle. He's got himself the Phantom. Does he just want to? What his options are. There's not many at this point in a 1v3 really. But yeah, I don't know if there was any mistimed utility because it's kind of hard to see it from that perspective. If we can observe as just to be that pain in the ass, if we get a free cam on it, if they do go for that sort of approach again, I'd love to see how it looks from their side. It is. There's so much thrown down.
Valorant.
Yeah, pretty much, right? It's just
Let's go for
layer upon
damage.
layer. But it is incredibly
Yep.
hard. Hero can at least make it a little bit more costly. Okay. Takes away one of the 3 remainders and actually goes down himself.
Could have survived, but it's okay.
Wouldn't happen on Fnatic.
A lot of damage, which is good. These guys are either going to be light on guns or light on util, and honestly they need the util.
It's messy from Ruxic as well, wasn't it?
One enemy remaining.
Usually with those kind of rounds with the rebel control, you see. Oh, Sadek's not happy.
Love a bit of it. Love to see Sadek.
You often see people double down a little bit if they think they will got unlucky, because luck is a genuine factor in that messier kind of take. Little adaptation there from Na'Vi, choosing to use the salvos towards behind.
Adding that extra piece to it rather than splitting. I think they had one over just towards the main doorway, right? Coming on through. Okay, so lovely. Thank you, observers. Appreciate you. I'm just going to say Zilv because...
Okay, so they've done this sequence a couple of times now.
This time around, we didn't see Carmack
Get this
or
guy in the
Sal
air
towards that
line,
side. They just
use
kind of, you know,
the drone
left
for
it be,
mid
but they
info,
can,
and then
kind of-
just set up a
I guess the
senti
one
on
thing is you
CMB.
can identify where
Set
Angel
up
is
senti
early, you
CMB,
can tell where Koala
and then the
Noob's
attack
early.
basically has to
It's very, very
burn
telling at that
2
point
lanes
where
of
a
senti
couple of these
util
players are gonna be
and
resigning.
re-clear this guy.
Ruxic pushing up as well.
It's not
And
fun.
Thank you, Jack, as well, of course. Thank you. Yeah, covered all the bases. But it slows down the roll, I guess, right? Like, coming back in, you're going to see KC having to slow the approach a little bit.
Well, they got two main
Like
approaches
Casey,
so
like
far. It seems like
Vice
they
just has no play here
fight towards
unless he
A,
breaks the wall.
and then they kind of slow defaulting out the util and C, and then they've got the lair where they've re-cleared A already. Into the B split now, it looks like.
And again, this wall did go down a little bit earlier, so like they will have a little bit more time to like. It looks like they're posturing for a B split.
Such a pinched position though. Does he get to keep his life? I think he.
Okay, this is kind of nice. I like it. They use the ult.
That got real close.
To get this
Smoke gonna
wall
go
up.
in towards that main side where that spike is with Sugetsu. Smoke back in towards kind of lower CT side. Wait and see that plant coming in. They are very close here. This is precarious.
Interested to see what they do in the post plant because it's an awkward situation. Looks like they're going to push through.
Yeah, going for a brawl. Martin taking a boatload of damage though. Hero just a shot in the dark off the back of the flash probably coming in. Sprays in, gets rewarded, and now it's.
I mean, they have to
God,
play
no
for space
man's
because of the
land
astral
there.
wall,
That was
right?
really uncomfortable, but this is tricky. Aves finally starting to warm up a bit here. Two big picks and Carmine Core suddenly looks stable under all this pressure. It's just Shao left alive. He was one of the first players towards this side of the map, the first to evacuate that B site. Now, probably the last one to try and walk away from this, still alive. Aves, lovely round from him.
Nice. Okay, so good trading on site saved them there.
I mean, like I said, that B, I was very interested to see what they did in the post. Like B is, on this map, I think the easiest site to retake generally. So giving it up there, absolutely necessary against the harbor ult. I like the little kind of flare into kind of B link there. But yeah, Aves went huge.
I think that was a missed piece of tail utility. Fucked Qual underneath there.
Test number 2. Does Angel still use that salvo over towards Rubble? That two of them, because they haven't seen that yet. But again, Na'Vi are on a bad purchase here. It's not like they have every piece of utility they'd want. And they don't even do it this time, not at the same timing. This time, a little bit of an adjustment, but Getsu's still fine. Yeah, this is not working well enough. I mean, Rooksik's doing well from up on the top of Rubble, but that could have been
I kind of don't like how I
regardless.
can't see the
Parallel
salvos
still
in the
going
map.
through Hero,
That's a
trying
bit
to
annoying.
hold on, but a 1v2 is going to be incredibly difficult. And the problem is that Elite's still one of the players standing, so that wall is still very valid. Buys a lot more time for them. Hero maybe decides to opt through towards B, or does he just kind of bite the bullet here?
Stalag seems to just get two straight from lobby there. Just picking them as it's crossed. Tough round for Hero.
Yeah, and there's kind of the issue. That's a alarm bell ringing, but he's going to get an upgrade, so a fighting chance. Still has flash. I've lied. It's on the other side of the map. Not great. Hero's in trouble. Yeah, tough one. And they're playing high-low. Oh, no, they're not. They're both actually up together. I thought it was going to be a high-low setup, but all good. Sadak there in the end. And I don't know how Sadak got those kills. Maybe there was just like a gap that he found, but I don't know if it's good enough. For the amount of investment early, I don't know if it's really getting them the reward they wanted. Here it is. Is it just a shot? In the, okay, just in crossing. Yeah.
I mean,
one enemy remaining.
Just an eco. I'm not gonna.
No.
Not yet, but it is a little bit worrying, maybe.
You're going to start losing confidence in that, though, aren't you? The problem is if this is the first time you're showing it as well, if you're Na'Vi, and there's some redeeming qualities which also get to in a bit of a predicament with it. It's uncomfortable to play with, but Martin, here we go. On his own over towards A, but he's taking a whole lot of space. Seen at least one there. I think he did. Yeah, there we go. Spots our Hero.
Original intention was to fake that into the B, but
oh, he's committed on it, and he's gone back around. This could be huge from Angel. Big reveal here, potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Massive.
That's about to say. They got like nothing done with that. That was like a waste of a Euro, really.
What do they do with this?
Doesn't really matter if you have the info. It doesn't really matter if the defense, if you know what the defense is. Like
Slows it down
they're just going to stall you
now
anyway.
they can kind of readjust accordingly, I guess.
yeah, Rusik used his
There's crap.
shadows there, and I think that Casey were a bit worried there. Just wanted to slow it down.
Yeah. Na'Vi.
Oh, the crab.
Na'Vi
All right.
rotates, though, still 3 players here,
That's what you call the
towards B,
drone.
and
I like
Aves
it.
already removes Koala, the noob.
That's what you're saying, crap.
Nice angle from Koala.
I thought he'd be rewarded on that. I'm going to come in. That's going to reveal the 2 players towards that B side. Angel's still going to stick around here, going to try and create that.
Yeah,
nice choke
I
point,
know what
make
you
a
mean.
really hard
I was
springboard in,
thinking.
but they've lost that main
I
control.
was
There's
thinking
still
teams,
pressure.
if they're playing
Shao
Teo, might want to
unfazed and
involve
somehow got away with one, but had no shot there for
Astra a
Angel,
little bit
sadly.
more.
Spike's now going to
on,
go down, and a 3v2. Rooksik and Hero.
I saw teams playing Teo comps might want to involve the Astra just purely for the synergy. Instead of like the Omen, but they're playing both the Omen and the Astra, which is really nice because, like you say, it gives you a lot of options to do like pullback smokes or even just like full smokes. And
from Sadak.
obviously, if you just solo Omen, it's a little bit
It's
harder
nice having
to
a good
commit
idea.
a full smoke there.
A few times. This guy,
Really?
he's seen what.
But yeah, the Astra
seen
just
what it was
synergizes
like
so
when they-
well with like every agent, every other agent here.
He's seen some other powerful agents there, and he said B
Not
split.
for me. I'm off.
B split now. I think two times he's used that.
Bro, what are they
Probably a
doing? They're
problem
beating each other.
And yeah, like you say, they can't hear it because they can't see
Are they
it.
baiting each other?
Because it can't see
Do you
you.
agree?
It's weird.
Who's beating each other? What did he
Baiting.
say?
He said they're baiting each other.
Oh, it's a beating.
Well, that I don't know about that. I don't think they'll be getting away with that on stage.
Yeah, I wonder what the adjustment here is for Na'Vi. If the A control isn't working, what is the next layer?
I don't know. You'd kind of hope there would be a bit more to it, right? You'd hope there's layers, like an onion. There's layers to it. I watched Shrek recently over Christmas, can you tell? Yeah. Lots of bad movies.
I don't
over
think
Christmas, Shrek's not bad.
they need to adjust too much. I think maybe just delaying some of this tail stuff would be good.
Cinema enjoyer. You're the pretentious one. Don't
Right now
start
they're
with
just
me.
kind of burning
Don't
everything
start
and
with
they're
me.
kind of getting refought.
I do like
But
Shrek. I'm just saying
I
it's
don't
not,
think they need
you
to
know,
adjust much.
pinnacle of cinema. I'm the one quoting it, not you. Don't be acting up.
Tail just rockets from here, breaks its door as well, which is pretty useful
Bring
in
you out
a
one
lot of
Shrek
rounds.
Ingenious.
So here they're committing double
Starting
stars.
for Na'Vi,
So they're
money's
doubling down their stall. They're going to have slow 2
So will my
stars.
career be once the Shrek enjoyers get hold of me.
Slow 2 stars.
we
This
do
guy's
have
going
Res
to break
from
door
Guanu,
with
Divide
rockets,
Shao,
shoot the eye.
It's just a.
Yeah, it would need errors to be made. I feel, and Casey is starting to look good with that, like nice mid-round calling. And genuinely, as much as it sounds almost too.
This is the Nico, of course, right? So they're doing
it's
something
nice
funky
to
on
see
B.
another good IGL in EMEA in the form of Sadak.
But they've shown that they're willing to
Lovely
do native control about the
mid-rounding,
Omen.
Nice creativity. The guy is a joy to watch. So, you know, we've been. Oh, there go. You see the little drone just.
Is that front B info again?
Why is it so quick? Because it's so fast.
A bit spooky.
Don't question me why I find something funny and you call it spooky.
That's pretty much
for
all
now,
they're
still going
doing with
through
the crowd and
protocol is to
defense
clear
is just
trajectory towards rubble,
reclearing this
and the
in a
stinger
lot
does
of
not
rounds.
sound
And
very
honestly, I don't
appealing.
hate it.
This
It's
could be
pretty
good
good info to have.
Yeah, the lack of killjoy.
Yeah. A little bit of room. Nice, Ruxic. Sadak gone.
And then they just fall back.
Back away from that. Makes
What do
those
they
side
have? They
takes
have a
little
wall,
bit
they have a
trickier
slow,
now
the
for
wall's
KC.
just gone down because look at the time.
Where do they kind of drift back to? I guess.
See, Vice has full kit apart from one Razorvine, I guess. And then they have 3 and B, like they're chilling.
Early round go there.
30
Use
seconds
the
left.
clue.
And Vice is fighting to the desk because of the gun, obviously.
Bait the wall. Whoa, Ruxic, that's 2. Gets out of there before the paranoia lands. Na'Vi making something out of nothing. Oh, Angel, I thought he was on the money for that. Took Martine low down to 30. Koala noob, the timing just a little uncomfortable, but look at the time, speaking of,
Yeah,
6
yeah.
seconds. It's
Ah.
running low. And Hero, can he deny it and live? No, I don't think he can. Spikes down. Hero,
You know the
it's only a
you know like the
stinger.
gif of like
Tricky.
you got like the small domino,
players
you
now,
knock
it's
it
not
and then
gonna
knock down
let
the
us
big domino. The small domino was Angel overheating and peeking B main through his salvo.
They knew that there was no killjoy turret. Yeah.
Ah.
They went for something.
Man.
They made it interesting. This is the round that we want
As
to see.
that was actually tilting to watch.
Looks like Casey had no issues leaning towards A again.
Yeah, they're confident. in it
Why
now.
is he doing
We're not
this? He
even
doesn't
seeing
need
the,
to do
saves
this.
there either. So even if they're going for, I don't think we're seeing the same thing. Maybe Angel's still going to be doing it. I don't know. Maybe just using it to break the walls. Maybe for whatever reason it is, still going to be doing it, but it's not as much intention behind it. A little bit of chip damage, if anything. But look at Casey instantly pathing differently and
Ooh, that was
punishing
nice.
Angel on this. That is such a quick adjustment.
Okay, so if they
credit is
don't play
due.
this
That
AJ,
was
they
Angel
just
on
can't win the
platter, and there was-
control.
This time there's less players behind it.
But that's
But
not a bad
still,
thing. I don't think that's a bad
Hero
thing at all.
very alone.
You don't have to keep
Rotations
this
are coming
AJ,
in,
you just
but
have to throw a slow at the
not
start of the
there
round.
yet.
Time to jump. I'll handle this.
Martin's got the ult out. Yeah, look at this. Unison. Just using him as a beacon to follow up from Hero.
Hi.
Absolutely just gets smacked about by Martin. Oh, Koala noob. That's not a fun position to be in here. It's looking like 6 is inevitable.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Angel got caught out early there. I'm not sure what he heard.
Okay, so
until being used.
Navi were looking so good for the first 3 rounds, and a mixture of,
I mean,
in my
looking
opinion,
at it, it's just
poor
that
setup choices
I
and
loved
overheating in the
KC's
mid rounds
adjustment with
has
Sadak kind of
put them
utilising the cove to just get
-3
on through
somehow.
and
But
just,
like,
it
if you
looked like
watch
they
this
just swung
game,
together.
you
Maybe
wouldn't
there
feel
was
like it
like
was
a flash in
3-5.
there or something else to kind of facilitate that
Probably
to
think it
go
was
for
like
the brawl on it.
4-3 or something
But
like that to Navi.
completely negate all of what they were doing. To be fair, there wasn't the slow. That is the one thing they didn't have, which could have maybe been a little bit of a deal breaker in that, is if there was that slow, could have hindered that approach as they were going for. But without it, you know, you got the green light to go and they just went on it. So a little frustrating, I'm sure. And this was
And Happy's
probably
already
the
used the
round that they
timeout
had,
too.
whatever they had in mind for to try and adjust. That was what the timeout was for, but now
I wouldn't be
that's
surprised if
slipped
he
away
uses
just
2
as quickly.
timeouts in one half. Like, they really need this
Yeah,
these defense
not
rounds.
entirely sure what the adjustment fully was. The Vice was towards the A side. Maybe that's what they're going to go for. Let's see.
They got ults.
They've not. Yeah, they've just not been able to string together economy at all.
Like every round.
Young Aves.
Yeah, who'd have thought it?
So guess he's like, what you saying, mate? Sage, Omen Control, with Salvo's Omen Smoke.
Okay, so trying to once again display some dominance here.
A controlled.
Control that A side of the map. They've done it.
And Sadak called a
It
light
forces
A
Casey to react, right?
in
They're
case they
away.
were doing
They're
something
going for a
reactive.
little wonder. You can see the little drone taking a walk around.
Drone's already
BC's
used,
nothing. They've got a
so they
nice
know
seat.
where everyone is. They know they're all
Nice
C.
little push through on the A. The stall from the Vice on
What's
C.
their
Maybe we
protocol?
get the flank in.
The protocol is triple flank.
How much Hero's got to be really cautious because that wall's dropping any second now. I mean, he's not got much longer now. Ult on top. Oh, the ult. Oh, that could have been huge.
That's like some sort of combo there.
But okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. We got one. We got one. It's cool.
Aye.
Rooksik, go get him. Go get him. Oh, he's actually done it. He's
Hey,
actually done
Remy.
it as well. He's got 2.
That's a name I haven't seen in a while.
Back KC. Now finally the rest comes in. Rooksik
Thank you very
is
much.
tearing them up. He did everything.
This was a big
he
opening
could in
match.
that one.
Yeah,
The wall was
both
shambolic,
matches
but
were
it
pretty
didn't
fun
matter.
for different
He
reasons.
did enough on his own.
This one had a lot of new
I
stuff.
think that's the first time I've seen a judge flank.
The first match didn't have as much
But
new stuff. It was a
Beautiful.
competitive match.
It was perfect. Replay, please. Please, pretty please. Gets over the wall. And just that little offset of timing was just off enough that it. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, guys.
That is actually nuts. From 0 to hero sort of behavior there. That was wild.
What do I think about the new agent here?
otherwise we
I
do
think the
accept
entire
Sadak's
comp
ult
is
there. We've got the
really
team
nice for
to get to,
defense.
but
I was saying
it's
earlier
not
they would
been,
have had the option to pick defense.
Massive impactful. Oh, Rooksik, same thing.
And
the divide
NAT
for Shao,
last
but
year were playing
even
very
making a toe
defensive
hook so far,
sided
kind of like,
comps and
let's kind
Lotus.
of
They
touch
played
base
like
a
even
little bit
triple
on it because it's
initiator at
been-
one point. So
I don't know.
it doesn't surprise me
know
that
if
they took
Angel's
this
the best
approach,
player to show it off at
but
times.
they
It
have been
seems
throwing so
okay.
much in the mid rounds, and they've had a couple of like setups that just don't make sense to me, in my opinion.
The way the way I look at the agent, it doesn't. It's not. He's like supporting other people, right? So we're trying to be taking that rebel control. I think that it's curious that they were kind of unable to take some of that control. I would presume that like that is probably the best use case for him is to try and take that rebel control and it not go on amazingly. I've liked the re-clears with the drone through the middle of the map. They've been pretty decent at kind of getting some information.
Okay, so mini approves. Let's see how it goes, huh?
The ult usage that round.
Okay, we
we'll
don't.
park
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Park that.
You seem really toxic, Minion. That's very, very nasty of you. However,
There's a lot of pings
a
going on here. It
challenge
looks like they're
Last
looking
time
to
around,
double
it was
scale
Angel on his
across.
own and he got overwhelmed by that Cove and the quick push through. This time around, there's more players here. Cove's there, but they're not all rushing through it. It's a bit of a feint this time. It feels a little bit of a
Ooh.
different, a little bit of a layer to this adaptation. All goes
Oh,
in.
that's
We've got a
cool.
brawl here. Sugetsu going to find Rooksik, and they're trying to isolate Angel again. Just
That's
backed
super
by the
cool.
box,
I like that.
put
It's
into
not
the
gonna
boxes,
work,
but he
but I
fights
liked
his
it.
way out, takes away Martin. He's still fighting. Gets a follow-up. This time makes a stand of it, leaving it in a 3v3.
Yeah,
And
he's
what
gonna roll
territory do we
something.
have it?
Oh,
Aguado,
this is
you nasty boy.
whatever.
You absolutely filthy.
Oh, he did get away with it.
No, it was such a good idea. Oh man, that sucks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I really had high hopes of that one. I was on your side, Koala Noob.
And these mid-round overcooks are insane. I thought he was just gonna do this wall and just call it a day. Like you stole them.
Navi
Like
refresh
congrats.
that we're talking about in map 2.
The Counter-Strike Classic.
But whatever.
Counter-Strike Classic.
But doing it in a disadvantage is
These guys are in
just-
good spots though
it's so
for
readable.
when
It
they
gets punished
eventually come out
so
though.
often. But does Shao actually have a good idea? I mean,
By the way, that TP setup was nice. Smoke here. Omen TP here in the cove. Omen TP here. And then Euro TP.
That's a nice little kind of like
Pop out of the Euro. Really nice.
Sadek and Elite. He's been able to reposition it. Oh, Hero's gone away with murder. He takes away Elite. How's this happened? We've got 20 seconds. Sadek's probably
Subspace. Yeah, the games have been good today. I didn't watch the full series, like the first one, the BBL one. But what I did see was a very competitive match. There wasn't like a lot of new stuff, but it was very competitive and fun to watch. And this match has been.
Guns out, shout. Careful.
It's been like a there's just been like a lot of new stuff to kind of watch and be excited about. So that's cool. Big round by Navi. They needed this, not just for their money, but just in terms of like the overall defense half that they need to have. So cool.
That is actually pretty nice.
That's a strat. That's a strat.
Mini approved.
Yeah, approved.
Loved it.
Done that one.
For who? You're casting? You leaving me already?
And then this, in my opinion, was an overcook. But whatever. Like, I mean, if he like actually like swings it and gets that kill, that's good. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being overcritical.
You're just like, I've got you guys. Coming back in though, 4-6, close affair between the two.
That's like the kind of play that would make me like slam my desk in the moment and be like,
there it is. Stunner onto Sadak. I was praying for that wall to work out, but actually now I've got to be cautious of that pinch. There's an... Ooh, it's unique.
This wall here, by the way.
It's job done. It's fine. He's alive. Got a pick. Man advantage. Oh, Ruxic.
Is that double the Equinox is on the board.
That was awkward, just like drifting through it. And well, koala noob. Yeah. Did both players shoot at B? I think they might have done. So I think they're.
That was nice. Cool. High-low into stun peak.
Yeah, massive finish.
Yeah,
this stun is like really fast, so you can use it for contact plays like really effectively.
1v4. You ever seen these before? 1v4 like this. Why'd you see what he does to Angel?
Nice shot.
It's coming.
Angel's gonna peek, of course.
Remember I told you what he did to Angel? It's mental, isn't it? He takes that TP, right? Takes that TP. The next couple of steps, it'll blow your mind. Just you wait. It's Sugetsu. He's back, ladies and gents. Did you miss him? That sort of thing, you know? Na'Vi? Question mark. No, we'll see what Sugetsu can do here. This is actually a really tough scenario. The fact
is there a reason why no one jump peeked in Rebel?
But to get the next would be something beyond.
On this round? On attack or defense?
Taking that TP all the way towards 8. But to try and juke these two players, you've got Paranoid, Smokes, he's got so much here. Sugetsu gonna try and get a little closer. Divide gonna come in, demanding the respect, forcing them to use this. They're on the spike. He's trying to find at least a player here. Sugetsu had to make a go of it and made Na'Vi invest, made them worry just that bit to invest that ult. But regardless,
there were 3 KC players and no one peeked. Well, like with like the Omen Euro play, probably because they were stalled in the choke. I mean, the only reason that those 2 players got to the door is because they have TP abilities. The rest of them were completely stalled, and they were relying on Sadak's ult to do the work.
The fast reaction to the door. Respect.
What we got? Oh, you've clawed this back. The string of rounds is worrying. If we're going to be honest, the fact that the bulk of the rounds, you know, once it was in the 4 buy rounds, were going KC's favor. That is where you're going to put your mind towards. But as it stands, Na'Vi have clawed this game back to at least it was probably going to be an even affair, unless Carmine Court have something to show us here. And this time, look how much further they're exploring over towards
this wall a little
side
bit different.
Well.
I think it is.
Yeah, they had that same idea to go for that push out again.
It's interesting. He saved his vines as well. He's not calling. A lot of the time in ranked, you'll see a Vice have a setup with like a flash vines behind this wall, and as soon as you bait the wall, you bait everything, pretty much.
He's built himself a little, I don't know, ice castle. Yeah. There he goes.
Johnny has another slow as well. Is he going to use it, or is he going to save it?
Again.
Yeah. The onion.
He's going to save it. It's going to save it. They're going to use a refresh piece of util, which is going to be up in either the post plant or right at the end of the round. The only problem is that this guy is so far away from C. He's not going to be able to use his rockets.
Arvez, does he catch? Yeah, he does. So Rooksit going to take the TP there. Ooh, we're going to check on that? I feel like someone saw it. Someone saw it. Someone saw it. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, there's a fake trail on
Rooksit
it.
got down. Good trade from Koala Noob, though.
A little early on that there.
Yeah, Hero's got to be careful as well. He almost
Rockets come back up soon. Keep an eye on this.
backhanded, but managed to keep his life. Arch should be in. Spam.
There they are. Rockets are up.
No, not in that position. Sadak should be safe. But we are down to 3 now for Na'Vi. Now it's Angel's flank that could be the absolute winner. Missiles are away. Thank you for telling me what they are.
Don't know where the rockets went because we can't see them on the map.
And they completely go without much effect. For now, it's Aves controlling that site. And Angel.
Yeah. Xiao's just like nowhere to be seen.
Not having the best of times through that smoke. Xiao last one alive.
Yeah, see, I just don't think Xiao should have been here. Sorry, I just don't think Angel should have been here on the map. Like, why was Angel... Why did they stall A, have an agent with a slow? Literally the best piece of... Like, they had the agent best for stopping any sort of refight into A. Let me bring this up.
We're gonna check. Let myself down. Don't get.
Casey's showing.
They stole A with the rockets. This guy is guaranteed to have his rockets before the round's over. They know that it could go B, it could go C. But like with this door, that's basically the same thing. They have an agent who is extremely good at slowing this part of the map with a slow. Still has a slow in hand, I believe. Yes, they do. Johnny hasn't used it yet. And this guy has the piece of utility that, if placed in a central position, can, you know, help every single choke. On top of that, these guys literally have Razorvine setups and a paranoia to like make plays against a fade out. And this guy decides to put himself literally as far away as possible from the action. I just don't like that at all, in my opinion. So like, I like what they're doing with the tail, but like, it's clear that they're not super. It's clear that like there's like more time needed to like play it and get used to it. But in general, I really liked a lot of how the agent was used in conjunction with the comp. I think it was good. Just endless stall. Oh, after that it's 3v2. I mean, they didn't jump peek because they were cutting noise, showed no information. So like, yeah, like why it makes sense to jump peek, that's also assuming that both players have just not moved in that position. And they were basically taking the gamble that if they just hide, they wouldn't know that all three were rebel. Obviously they didn't know that Xiao was in like an advanced position. If they had suspected that a defender would know that all three of them were there, then they probably wouldn't have contacted out like that.
Do we feel that Tejo is unique enough here that he's been played correctly? Or
They could have been waiting for the cascade. Yeah. I don't know if you mean like, was the cascade on recharge? Because maybe you meant like the high tide, the wall. But also, KC have shown this entire series that they're happy just to contact clear everything instead of showing information. So it's kind of like part of their playstyle too.
They don't have agents to take control of the map as easily. They don't have those drones.
It's one of those ones that like make sense to us that you should have jump peaks, but to them they just did not have that info, I don't think.
Defensively, the Euro composition isn't going to be able to fight for Rebel quite as hard, and they're going to be comfortable in the fact that Martin's just going to be going for picks on A a lot of the time, I think.
Sugetsu able to slip back to this position. They have cleared out the vines at least, but it didn't feel as imposing, that drone being used like that. I'm waiting to see if Angel uses his util again to try and clear default. He does, but easily maneuvered around by Sugetsu. So not feeling too much pressure. He's still able to hold CT, kind of make note that no one's going to be slipping through waterfall, where the 3 players are very early coming back from Bakwal.
This was interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about this wall.
That's nice. Positioning lovely. Oh, Angel gets caught off in the end, and Carmine Core start to clear house, start to clear through. Finding 3 leading Hero and
like on one hand, it allows you to scale. It means that you can only get flooded from like the site itself if you're attacked. But it does provide less space. It's kind of like the split cross wall, kinda, where like you you give yourself an advantage in the pre-plant stage, but in the post-plant it becomes a lot tougher because you just have less space to work.
Making the impossible nearly doable, but he can't get there in time. Heartbreak in the end as Sack just sits and diffuses. knowing that he had just that bit of space to play with.
Did he jump on the box? Did he jump on the box?
I think so. I think he did.
No idea how to get those kills.
He's got it done, right?
Initially, Navi, this wall, this is Paper X lock-in.
Paper X lock in 2023 wall. Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Vintage.
Nice fun from KC. Surprisingly, Navi didn't get more off that wall.
Guys, you're insane. You're insane.
I see the lights come up, and I see the stage go red.
I mean, I think as well, like if you're KC, you know that wall's there. Like the call as soon as everyone knows that the wall's there, the call immediately is just to wait and flood, like through CT. Just wait for Harbor Util.
What was your favourite tech pause of all time?
Are we? Do you remember tech
it's got, of course.
He's been around for so long. Yeah, he's been around forever. I have like CS:GO collectible cards of Angel.
I like Fnatic constantly spilling stuff.
Spilling stuff.
Yeah. Lots of dribble.
Yeah.
No, you guys don't remember. You just made us suffer from it. Nice one.
Oh, the day was a blur.
Got it.
Whenever it was game day.
Yeah.
I don't remember really.
Sheer joy.
I remember them a bit more when it was us playing after a team.
I see.
That was annoying.
Great. I never actually asked you what happened. What was the mini squeeze about? Do you remember the little
I have this weird thing where like I quite like to like stretch my hand out.
Okay, yeah, like stretching, yeah. And you got caught doing that.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, isn't it? Nice of them to make a gif of it.
Yeah.
You got really supportive fans.
Yeah.
That's lovely. Big fan.
I'm brew time.
You tell that it's a little bit late here.
Yeah.
Normally get an update as to what the issue is. No update, but it's sitting up.
They own me with all those cams, by the way.
What do you mean?
Because they would always we'd win a round, and then they cut to me looking mad, as if it was after the round. But
we might have used some
reasonably
creative edits.
I was angry about a minute and a half ago.
Don't break the illusion. Yeah, we've been banking those for years.
I gotta protect the fact that I'm not that unwell.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I will not be able to help you with that during our casts. Back into this though, we do see a buy up from both sides. Oh, Martin, quick as anything.
Okay, so one thing I will say. So.
And just dips away towards sight. Same wall.
I was doing the same wall again. Just keep an eye on this wall.
They're just unfazed. It's all theory. But landing it is only really Rook-sick. And look at Martin again. This guy.
Again, I'm still not sure about this wall. I'm not sure if it's based or bad, but I'm kind of leaning towards not good so far.
Same thing twice.
But what I was going to say though is
I mean, I did point out that
the Euro is a really good answer to the tail. You can like disrespect salvos.
You got a Yoru who's gonna buy an outlaw.
Even things like the drone, you could just do what you did there, just kind of like bait it out. Stuff like that. Like Euro and Chamber are going to be a little bit more prevalent in the meta if Teo continues.
Do you feel ashamed of forcing them to introduce a gun to deal with your concerns half-wise?
Sorry.
I feel proud to have that much impact on a game.
But yeah, I mean, simply put, the Euro can just play. The Euro can play in unplayable spots to every other character. Basically every other character.
Here he goes. Here he comes. Oh, got one. Good. That's Aves noted. I know
The drone is so fast as well. I wonder if it would bypass like the traditional like fade range util.
What?
I think, yeah.
No, say the hot take. You were so close to saying hot take.
No, there was no hot take. It was just I don't think we can use this game yet. We're not using this game. We got to see more.
Yeah, Sugetsu is what is?
Okay.
I know it's a bit late, but what are we up to, guys? What's occurring? Aves still doing all right.
Oh, clean.
That's pretty
Clean.
tasty.
I like the idea though.
Don't really know what's going on. It's getting
Use
a
the
bit
smoke
messy.
to get the wall down, and then do like a paranoid play through tree, and you basically just guarantee the site by virtue of there just being a lack of space for the defense to play. The problem was is they had no guns.
Oh, never mind.
They even had a slow for heaven as well to stop any sort of flood, and obviously these razor vines here are nice. But again, they have guns, so allies can just sit on site and pop
Usually you
4.
would see, I think traditionally, if you're playing against Sentinel, you'll use one piece of this salvo.
Yeah.
Are we agreeing on salvo?
Sup, Phage? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Salvo?
So I'm a lot low
Use
energy at
the
this point.
salvo,
It's
I think,
just
to
like
destroy
where
some center util,
I don't know how
but
many
real
hours
center
in.
util to break, so I'm not sure.
But yeah.
How are you going to go
You
about
would condition early, maybe for the A control, you might use some to kind of deny.
Talking about MET, is that me already in America? No, I'm still in Scotland. I'm still home. It is currently 10 minutes past 11 at night. I'm doing work remote at the minute. Will I come to America? Maybe. We'll need to figure that out. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'd love to coach in person. But we'll obviously have to like see how that'll work, and if I need to work remote, then that's completely fine too. I don't mind. I'll still be able to do my job. But for now, I am just chilling in America. In Scotland. No, it's Iron Brew. It is the soda of Scotland, basically. Very, very nice.
I mean, and out of all the names,
The one thing that has to happen in 2025 is you're in chamber at least once. Yeah, again, like I say, if Teo becomes a mainstay, then you're gonna see a lot more chamber. Like, I mean, we're already seeing a lot of Euro, but you'll definitely see more chamber. Because it's just gonna push us more into these other centis, you know, like we'll see a lot of eyes. I mean, we're already seeing a lot of eyes, but you'll see more Deadlock, you'll see more Sage, more chamber, and you'll certainly see less like Killjoy and Cypher. Again, if like Tails like super meta. And again, like we've talked about like Navi playing into their individual strengths. Like if you have Yay and like chamber is like remotely viable, then you know, why not try it, right?
I mean, the same principle has been
I wouldn't be
applied
surprised
throughout
if
the game, you know,
I
throughout
wouldn't be
different
surprised if we
methods,
see it.
right?
Put it
Deal
that
with
way.
early utility, be it a
Especially on
Cypher
him,
camp,
but like on
you know,
other people
whichever
too.
Sentinel's utility is primo at the time.
You need to sleep
but it's
soon?
good to see them actually
Yeah. I mean, I'm
really
gonna be up for a
intent
bit because
handling it as
you know
quickly as
I have to sync up with Americans on their time zone.
It was always a little bit easier with those pieces of util because you can use the grenade, the raise nade, you can use tail util.
Lucasade is nice though. Lucasade is just as popular over here, I would say.
I guess you're right, that's why we're going to see probably the upswing in the Yoru being kind of wheeled out, because there is some safety in clearing it. While we digress, we do see the round progress, and the plant's going to be in Na'Vi with 5 alive. So maybe this game does have a little bit of play.
Lucasade is just as popular here as Gatorade is in America.
Vandals in play. You can still see them in hands to get to an elite, but
Alright guys, how do you retake this?
very difficult for them.
There's a wall. Angel's gonna have rockets probably at some point in this retake.
It is going to be very hard to work back in.
There is a flash to literally
And then, of course, you
play
still
both
got
these guys
Astra's
in.
utility on top, but there are
Rockets are used early because they just already won the round
the
up here.
endless list to work through. For now, I think the best option is just hit
I'm not sure if like the rockets are always showing and I'm just not seeing them because they're just not as red as like everything else, or like there's just too much stuff. Or if like they're just like inconsistently like not showing up sometimes.
It does now, seeing it kind of in action, I do feel like we're getting back to a very like, I don't say like a post-plant heavy meta, but a very
You think EJ had a pretty good chance of making it far on kickoff?
Yeah, that's what we've seen so far.
What's their
I mean, maybe we're just seeing two teams.
It's the kind of stuff you are used to seeing this season.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
They got Loud into Crew into Sen.
It feels like
Question
Taylor's having
mark?
an impact on what.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they could get to upper semis before they lose the game.
And then those Sentinels have that
I do think Crew's gonna be really good though. I think this will. I don't think this is the gimme. I do think they'll beat Loud.
I mean, just ciphering
And then if they lose, if they, the problem is that if they lose up here, they run into one of NRG, G2, Lev, or Furia.
I always like to kind of see who's the main one talking.
Like even just NRG, G2, Lev. Like one of these guys is going to be a lowers, and like sure, like Lev me, you know, reportedly Lev isn't looking great. And disclaimer, I've not been in enough scrims to know the relative strengths of these teams, so I'm only seeing what you guys are seeing. But yeah, like if Lev are not looking super hot right now, then perhaps I might be someone that, you know, someone from like these, like this side of the backwards want to run into, but I still think Lev has like an insane amount of player quality.
No,
So
no. But maybe, you know.
I'll believe it when I see it.
As it stands, though, quick timeout for KC. Let's see if anything. You know,
If Kim Frag, you have Prac. Get out my stream.
Interesting. Omen TP with a fade reveal on Rubble. Not Rubble. On
G2 winning everything. I do think if I had to pick a winner, I would say G2. I have a lot of trust in G2 to put together a good run this event.
From this. Now, that's quite early to be doing it, though. They've not really felt much later.
I also
I
think
mean,
they beat
it does take a
Energy
little bit of build up to get towards A, but
when they get to that match.
it's scary to leave so much towards one player. There's a lot in the hands to get to here, but I mean, one of the greats for a reason. 2 players now posted towards B. That additional support from Arvez now here. And who's there with him?
I'm Bruce decent that you go to.
Contact to be made. That's nice.
Yeah, that's like.
That should be quite. There's only 2, I think.
I don't
or
think
4, tell a lie.
it's funny. Like I don't know a lot of people that have Amber as their
So no, maybe
favorite
there's still
drink.
one posted over towards that A site,
You
potentially
know?
trying to maybe hit that late positioning through the door.
But
Who
it's
knows?
definitely
It's still about
something
3
that
seconds, so they can
we
pivot away
find
from this
ourselves
Na'Vi,
attached to
but
just because
not
it's like
locked
our
into
drink.
anything just yet.
And there's nothing that tastes like Iron Brew as well.
Yeah. I mean, they're going towards A, but this Vice.
30 seconds left.
25 seconds as well. You're either gonna you're gonna go through the vines? You're gonna weigh them out of the wall? How do we want to go about this one?
Oh,
You're
they
down
did
to
not.
20 now, 19. The clock is running low and they are being stalled the hell out here. 15 seconds. Rotations are now in. Avez is there. You've got the players on the site. Elite takes a fight.
Yeah.
Martin as well. This stall was stunning, and Carmine Core showing you exactly why this Vice is so strong at holding down these sites, and there's nowhere to really go for Angel.
Yeah, Vice
Tries to
bunker in
fight his
A
way
is
out of this one.
pretty
He's at
elite.
least gonna maybe
I like that.
keep hold of that gun, but that's
Pardon
the
the pun.
best he can hope for.
Actually, pardon the pun. I didn't mean that at all.
Yeah, I think they had. To be honest, I think the entire round stems from.
See that setup again.
Rotations is running. Weigh him out of the wall. How do we want to go
Yeah,
about this one?
fucking
You're down to 20
vines,
now,
flash.
19. The
Even
clock
if you don't
is
have someone
running
here
low, and they are
to
being stalled
take
the
contact,
hell
like
out here.
just the amount of
15
stall
seconds.
that you put these guys under
Rotations
is
are now in.
insane.
Because you're always going to get a stack towards B and A side of the map, and KC are always one step ahead.
You can just see the reward of that there so perfectly. The difference having that one player with good information has, but maybe a brawl this time. I want to see what they go for here. We do have active presence from both teams towards the seaside to start with. Drone's going to go through, going to see the TP. Does he get the reveal? Sugetsu. Going to respect that. Actually falls off.
Yeah, interesting high-low. So they're going to have to...
And they can play the Visor with towards A a lot more as well, purely because they have 2 TP agents to constantly fight C with this one way.
Really hard for Na'Vi to clear. I mean, they've got the paranoia. Okay, that's nice. Sugetsu's going to go down. Good use of that. Avez still going to make a mountain out of this molehill.
Yeah, this
They're
Avez
so
guy
well
has been
defined
impressive.
too there,
He
but
shoots
Rook's
straight.
on the clear, going to at least deal with that aggressive start, or at least space-taking start from...
Oh.
Okay, that's...
Okay,
Keep guessing.
I did lie. They had flashes. I lied.
I can't believe you lied to me like this.
Oh, so what's the plan here? Is it fake TP into contact C? Because the Vise isn't there?
I was caster of the year once. Not anymore, but, you know.
I wasn't ever coach of the year, so don't worry.
Sorry, I've already worked with her. Potter's already, you know. I'm out there collecting. Maybe it'll be your time soon, you know. Maybe it's working on me.
I was thinking for second season of Panini, you should join me as a coach.
You think so?
Yeah.
Nice, I'm down. Okay, is this just like trading work? You know, there's like 2000 sitcoms where people would like trade jobs.
Yeah, yeah.
Do a bit of that. Okay, post plant. Angel has ult. I mean, everyone's got ults apparently. We've got 3 on the go currently. Martin takes a wander, takes a look, takes a glance, spots out one. And we have the ult on top. And Lee gonna find Rook's here. Angel's gonna nuke Martin, but it's Xiao left. Oh god, these ults are everywhere. Good lord, Xiao still has to get through the cove. Breaks that. 6 bullets, 5 bullets, and the defuse ain't stopping. He's got to deal with it now. 3 bullets. He can't do it in time.
Yep.
Defuse right there.
Yep, the Harbor Flood retake is just too strong.
Daylight robbery.
I am enjoying Sadak just basically saying, hey, I'm just going to bring back an agent that we probably have forgotten about because we haven't played it in like a year and a half. And just wreck teams in kickoff with it. Their retakes have been really good. On both Harbor maps, I felt like their retake play was good. Maybe not so much in Abyss, but I like the ideas around the agent for sure.
The might be my new favorite player. Like he's climbing the scales.
And he's getting buff soon. That's a very good point.
A bit of chat like that.
So now's a good time to get used to Harbor, for sure.
This is brave. This is bro.
Alright, no scope.
Must be nice. Must be nice to be favored by the gods like this. Luckily there is a res there, so we are going to get Ruxic back on his feet. But not the start you would have wanted. Oh,
Sounds quality.
no, this. Sugetsu's, as much as it's been a quiet game, but at least map from him, he does look a little bit revitalized, right? Like, it wasn't like he was ever bad on Na'Vi, but he looks like he's got a point to prove now for Sugetsu. But as it stands 3v3, KC at 12. This could be all she wrote. Let's see, Ruxic, Hero, and Shao. You got it in ya, or not? Oh, gonna come through. That is a problem. Plant is not in. Stalled him out a little bit here.
Okay, what now? So they use ult to stop plant, clear site, get the op posted. It's like a weird situation when neither team is willing to rotate.
Just stalling it. There we go. Plants in. Ult for Hero. Pretty valuable at this point. Use it this way. I mean, that doesn't catch two of the players. Only one of them going to get caught in this. So quick enough work between Martin to come back in. And Aves, sorry, Sadak actually. It's Aves who's close towards the site, but already cleared.
The Sadak misses jump.
Martin going to get close towards that spike. Tap towards it. Looks for one. Goes up. Looking for that pressure. They're going to find both.
That's so
Carmine
good.
Core wanting this one done. Shao on the other side in a 1v3. Gonna try and do what he can. The block is in play. Does he? Oh, he's done it! He's only gone and done it. Carmine Core finished with a flourish at 13-6.
Can't wait for Harbor Ash driving map. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, listen, if like these soul senties are in a good spot, and like Teo and Initiates in general are in a good spot, and we have like many viable controllers with their own niches, like the comp pool is going to be wide open.
That we highlighted earlier, but also the players, like having Aves, like for me, like I know what to expect from at least Sugetsu Martin.
Yeah.
But like having
Right, team.
a rookie coming in,
That is going to be me
I've had my
though.
eyes on him
I
for a
will
while,
admit,
but,
I am.
I wasn't sure.
I am pretty fucking tired. This has been. I don't usually stream. I'm pretty tired. I need to kind of catch up with work stuff and saying thank you to people. But thanks for hanging. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the stream had to be hosted on YouTube. I'd normally do it on Twitch, and it'd be a little bit prettier, but it's whatever. We'll be back soon. Appreciate you guys hanging out, and I'll catch you soon.